Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Rose Jennison on AO3. Now, let's start. This is not my bedroom, was Izuku's first, confused thought upon opening his eyes to a completely white room. It was quickly followed by the realization that he was already standing up, which was also odd considering that he'd never slept in any position other than sitting or lying down. He was pretty darn sure the last thing he had done was go to sleep in his room, so why? Maybe he was still dreaming. That was the simplest explanation, but what if he wasn't? Could he have been kidnapped somehow? Could a space like this be caused by a quirk? Had the villains from the USJ incident already struck again? It had hardly been a day. Was his mom okay? Did they get any of his classmates? What about, your mind is certainly a busy place, isn't it? Izuku whirled around. About 10 feet behind him sat an indistinct figure, presumably the source of the voice, whose body appeared to be as white as the world around them. The only way he could tell that there was anything there at all was due to the dark gray static that outlined their body. Izuku's observant gaze flew up and down the person's body, but he couldn't get any additional information. It was just an outline of a body. Like how some crime TV shows would put tape down to show what position a body had been found in, only with the colors reversed. Well, there was one exception, one facial feature he could see. A wide, toothy grin. Did I startle you that much? I expected you to demand answers right away. Most everyone else did. The voice wasn't of any help either. Izuku had read books where mythical or supernatural voices were described as being somehow young, old, masculine, and feminine all at once, but he'd never really known what that meant until he heard this being talk. Wait. Izuku's thoughts took a sharp turn as the being's words sunk in. What do you mean most everyone else? Wouldn't it be easier to start at the beginning? Introductions are important after all. A part of Izuku wanted to refuse and demand the answer to his question. But he took a breath and didn't give in to his knee-jerk reaction. He wasn't sure what was going on here, and was still really hoping this was a weird dream, but he got the feeling he'd just get more brush-offs if he didn't play along for a bit. I'm Midoriya Izuku. May I ask who you are and what I am doing here? More polite than some of the others. The strange voice sounded pleased. As for who I am, there are some who would call me the world. Others might call me the universe, or perhaps God. But my personal favorite is truth. I am all and I am one, and I am here to offer you a deal. It took Izuku a minute to decide if he should try and puzzle out that introduction or just forge ahead. In the end, he decided to prioritize figuring out what was going on. What kind of deal would someone like you offer to me? I'm just a kid in high school. You plan to be a hero, do you not? The heroes in your world always shape the things around them, but you bring that to an all-new level. I can see the way you and your classmates bend the fate of all who cross your path, and it drew my attention. My classmates? Are they the others you were talking about? Indeed, them and a couple of teachers who will play a role in what is to come. What does that mean? What's coming? Izuku demanded. That information is what I offer. I can make many things clear for you, though it will come at a price. One cannot get something for nothing, especially something as valuable as knowledge of the future events. You're offering to tell me about my own future. Among other things, and it will be more show than tell, but yes. I will give you knowledge of the future that is in store for you, and those around you, as it is currently set to happen. What you do with that information will be up to you, of course, but I'm willing to bet a boy like yourself would find a way to save many lives, especially since you will have the support of those around you. Izuku swallowed, trying to bring some moisture back to his dry throat. Knowledge of his own future. Knowledge that would save people's lives if he used it the right way. It sounded too good to be true, and how could he refuse with lives on the line? But still. And what do you want in exchange? Exchange implies a trade, which isn't exactly what this is. You are crossing a bridge, and must pay the toll for your rite of passage. So, what toll would I have to pay? Izuku asked warily. In this case, the toll is pain. Any pain that your other self is shown to experience, you too will experience it. Is that the only condition? That I'll experience whatever future pains I would have gone through on my own body as I see the future. That is your personal toll for what you see. Keep in mind that you are not the only one being given this offer. Your classmates and teachers will be given the same knowledge as you, and they may see things you would rather keep hidden. Are you willing to go through the physical pain as well as the mental and emotional pain of having your secrets revealed to others? The gears immediately began to turn behind Izuku's eyes. He thought of how he carried the secrets of All Might, how dangerous it would be if they got out, and how he didn't want to betray his mentor. But he also thought of the USJ incident. His class had been incredibly lucky that no one had been killed or permanently injured, and the leaders of that villain group were still out there. Right now they had no idea where they would strike next, or how long it would take them to regroup. They had been determined to kill All Might, and with what he saw of Shigaraki, the man wouldn't be deterred after one failure. If they were blindsided again, then a lot of people could get hurt or even killed. But if there was a chance he could learn their next moves before they happened, then that could be avoided. When he thought about it like that, there was only one answer he could give. Yes. Izuku blinked once after speaking that word, and when he opened his eyes again he was no longer surrounded by white. He was standing in a room that looked like a mix between a cozy living room and a movie theater. There was a large screen on one wall, with numerous couches, chairs, and cushions facing it. The room itself had a few different levels, making it so couches further back would allow people sitting in them to see over the heads of those in front. Plus there appeared to be a table of food in the very back of the room, and other supplies on a table next to it, and the doors by them were labeled as bathrooms or bedrooms. Oh, and he was surrounded by his entire homeroom class. He probably should have mentioned that first. Everyone else looked about as stunned and confused as he did. Well, except for Bakugo, it was more angry and confused, but that was to be expected. Before any of them could say or do anything, there was a flash of light, and more people appeared. Eraserhead, Present MIC, Recovery Girl, Principal Nezu, and a deflated All Might appeared just in front of the food table. After a couple seconds of shock, students immediately ran up to the teachers. Their questions of "Where are we? What's going on? And did you see that thing too?" all blended together until Nezu leaped onto the table and then onto Present MIC's shoulders. He cleared his throat and gestured for silence. "May I have everyone's attention?" "Thank you. Now, for the sake of clarity, please raise your hand if you just had an interaction with a being called Truth that offered you secrets and/or future knowledge that would help save lives, with the condition that you would feel pain along with your other self and might have information revealed about yourself that you did not wish others to know." Hands slowly went up all around the room, until all of the students and teachers had their hands raised. Hey, if you're listening to this story on YouTube, then it has been stolen. I, the author, have not given anyone permission to make a podfic from this story. Well, it certainly helps that we were all given roughly the same message then. Now, I have a message that Truth apparently wanted me to share with you. He pulled a piece of paper out of his coat's BRST pocket and unfolded it. According to this, the visions we see will stop if the majority of people in the room stop paying attention to what is happening on screen, which I suppose will ensure we won't miss anything vital if we get distracted. Additionally, the show will be separated into episodes, so we can choose when to take breaks and let information sink in. This also says that we don't need to worry about the outside world because no time passes there while we are in here. Also, quirks cannot be used in this space. What? Seriously? Bakugo shouted. He looked down at his hands, and his fingers twitched, but nothing happened. Damn it! I can't get my explosions to go off. This prompted other students to try using their quirks, only to confirm that they were being cancelled out by something. Those with mutation quirks kept some of their quirks, since there was only so much that could be cancelled out without drastically changing their bodies, but they still suffered some effects. Tsuyu found she could not jump as well or stick to things, and Shoji could not shift his appendages into forms other than what they currently were. Thankfully, one of the appendages was in the shape of a mouth, otherwise he wouldn't be able to talk to anyone. Well, might as well get this show on the road. Everyone find a place to sit, and so help me if I need to come over and mediate disputes on seating arrangements. Aizawa said as he walked over to a couch in the highest corner of the room. The other teachers followed him, and students slowly made their way around the room to find people they wanted to sit by. Many students wondered why the unfamiliar, skeletal man had been transported into the room with them, but they were too busy finding friends and absorbing recent events to bother questioning it now. Truth had said that teachers that played an important role in the future would be here too. So the few that thought about it more decided he was simply a teacher that they hadn't met yet. Before finding a seat, Izuku discovered that one of the back tables had notebooks and writing utensils. He grabbed a few before joining Uraraka and Ida, and when Momo saw him she went and grabbed one herself. She was closely followed by Recovery Girl, who grabbed one for each teacher in the group. Once everyone was seated and looking forward, the screen lit up. The first images on screen were of a playground in the afternoon. A very young Izuku was seen standing in defense of another little boy, against Bakugo. "Oh, Izuku, is that you? You're so small and cute, and trying so hard to be brave," Uraraka said from her seat next to Izuku. The trio of Ida, Izuku, and Uraraka had taken over a couch near the front, and while Izuku blushed and tried to stammer that he hadn't really been any of those things, Ida hummed in agreement. "I should have guessed you would have heroic instincts from a very early age. However, it is odd hey. Shitty static." Bakugo, who was sitting near the back with Kirishima, suddenly yelled up at the ceiling. "You said we were here for the future. This is the past, you idiot. Did you lie to us? And why the hell is it showing Deku of all people?" "I never lie," the disembodied voice of truth sounded far too amused for anyone's comfort. "I agreed to grant you knowledge of the future to help save lives. However, some events in the future will not make sense unless a certain amount of base information is established first, and much of that information can be gained through Midoriya's experiences. So I'm merely fulfilling the terms of the deal." "You never said you'd show us the past," Bakugo growled. To be fair, Momo interjected, "They didn't say they wouldn't show us the past, just that it would be information that would help us save people and would include things that hadn't happened yet. That's the message I got anyway." Bakugo turned to level his glare at her, but she seemed unaffected. A very astute observation. "Now, shall we continue?" Truth asked. A ripple of uneasy murmuring swept through the room, and Bakugo hadn't stopped growling, but the video continued nonetheless. The scene shifted to show a very young Bakugo and two other kids staring at Izuku. Bakugo mocked Izuku for trying to act like a hero despite being quirkless. Students and teachers alike frowned in confusion at the declaration of Izuku's quirklessness, having seen the boy use his very destructive quirk for themselves. The exception to this was Izuku and Yagi, who glanced at each other nervously. But before anyone could question the apparent contradiction, the three boys on screen rushed at Izuku. The scene cut off abruptly, only to show a battered Izuku laying on the ground a few moments later. "Ah!" Izuku suddenly cried, his whole body flinching. "Deku! What's wrong?" Uraraka turned to him, eyes wide with concern. Ida put an arm around Izuku's shoulders to steady him while the boy hugged himself. My whole body suddenly feels sore." "Ah, this would probably be the toll that Truth mentioned." Nedzu piped up from present MIC's shoulder. "I guess this means all on-screen injuries will cause pain to the viewer, not just future ones. We're gonna feel past injuries again." "Oh man, that's gonna suck." Kaminari whined. Thinking about everything that happened during the entrance exam, battle training, and USJ arc, the other students couldn't help but agree. The teachers were looking a lot more concerned though. "I've already seen young Midoriya a few times and it's only the first week of school," Recovery Girl said quietly. "I know he won't be experiencing real injuries, but he'll feel like he is. Depending on how close in succession this show makes those injuries come, the amount of pain Midoriya feels could grow to be a problem." Yagi felt dread starting to twist in his gut. He knew firsthand how chronic pain could eat away at you. Would Izuku end up feeling something similar by watching this? The scene showed young Izuku laying on his back still, but it was a grown Midoriya's voice that spoke about finding out that people weren't equal in their society. Aptly put, even if people claim that all are created equally, Society certainly doesn't treat people equally. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said. Pretty much any society is going to have some inequality. Momo mused. Still, it must a hard thing to learn at such a young age. I don't recall seeing such bigotry until I was much older than my Doria appears to be here. I remember the teasing starting at about the same age as him. Ashido, who was lounging on a cushion, commented. Don't remember seeing anything get that physical though. The scene changed to a teenage Izuku running down the street. Oh, Izuku's surprised gasp had people looking at him. The pain is gone. So the only time we'll be in physical pain is if the on-screen version of us is shown to be in pain. That's good to know. At least it won't take real time to recover from everything we see. Ida pointed out. That brought a small amount of relief to the room. The scene continued to follow Izuku as he ran down the street, eventually ending up at a scene where a huge villain towered over everyone. Izuku smiled in excitement. Aizawa sighed and muttered something about crowds and problem children. Present MIC patted him on the back sympathetically. Then the scene suddenly cut away, and Izuku's voice was heard narrating about when quirks had first appeared and how they changed the world. Near the end of the explanation, All Might was seen striding into frame. His appearance was greeted as it usually was, with cheers from the students and smiles from the teachers. Well, all the teachers but Aizawa, who just rolled his eyes instead. The scene cut back to the fight Izuku was watching. The villain swatted over a metal tower that was caught by a pro-hero. Police were shown at the very front of the crowds, warning people back, but they were also watching the action. A hero called Backdraft was shown putting up a barrier between people and the fight and warning them to stay back. Aren't the police already keeping the crowd back? Tsuyu asked. Backdraft feels a little redundant right now. Aizawa sighed again. Even with the police there, the civilians are standing far too close. Did you see how close they were to that falling tower? Something could have easily gone wrong there, and it even looks like some of the police have their eyes more on the action than the crowd. It's important to see what's going on, but if someone tried to run in they might not see it in time. So it's a good thing Backdraft is adding another layer between the crowd and the fight. Oh, I see, thank you sir. Tsuyu replied. Aizawa nodded, and Momo and Izuku quickly wrote down notes about what Aizawa had just said, the latter of the two muttering about how he hadn't thought of that at the time. The scene continued with Izuku working his way toward the front of the crowd. When Kamu Woods flew over everyone's heads, a group of girls in the crowd started gushing about how much they loved him. Yeah, that's what being a pro is all about. Mineta suddenly yelled from the floor in front of Kaminari. Kaminari and a couple other students chuckled, but most either rolled their eyes or gave him a side-eyed look. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the comment, while the present MIC and Yagi hummed in disapproval. They were both flashy in their own careers, but they knew there was a lot more to the gig than fans and popularity. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 added Mineta's reaction to his list of things to keep an eye on now that we know how much this class will impact the future. His pride took a hit for using the notebook he'd been given, but whatever quirk-canceling effect was in place was lowering the efficiency of high-spec as well, and he didn't want to risk forgetting anything. While Kamu landed on the scene and got ready to fight, Izuku started gushing about the hero, and got labeled a fanboy by a man standing next to him. Izuku responded with a blush and looking away in embarrassment. Which, consequently, was what he was doing right now as several people in the room laughed good-naturedly and made playful comments about how obvious he was. Kamu Wood started to fight the villain in earnest. Illegal use of powers during rush hour and robbery resulting in bodily injury. You are the incarnation of evil. Present MIC snorted at the declaration, and a few students joined him. Is he being serious right now? Kirishima asked, thinking about what they'd seen at the USJ. I get wanting to say something manly during a fight, but that was pretty over the top. Well, he is kind of new as a pro hero. Maybe he's experimenting with catchphrases. Izuku pointed out. Remind me to think of some cooler material. Mineta said to Kaminari, who laughed. Only if you promise to do the same. Kamu Woods was interrupted by Mount Lady, who appeared and took out the villain in one hit. She introduced herself to the crowd, making a point of showing off her, but as she did so, Lines of people were shown taking pictures of it. You were at Mount Lady's debut. Mineta cried, "Oh man, now I'm jealous. You gotta tell me all about it, Midoriya." Izuku looked uncomfortable with the idea, and did his best to brush it off by saying he'd send Mineta a copy of his notes. Meanwhile, Momo was making a note to herself about being careful of how she handled her own pro-hero introduction, which basically boiled down to don't do what she just did. As the police and heroes continued to do their jobs, Izuku's voice narrated about how the career of pro-hero came to be. Once the scene had calmed down, Izuku was shown standing by the small crater Mount Lady had made, taking notes on her quirk and muttering to himself about whether or not the nature of it would cause her to be limited in the city due to potential property damage. "I have to admit, I hadn't thought about any of that," Soto admitted. "Now that you've brought it up, I can't help but think that local drivers and maintenance workers are gonna be pretty unhappy about the damage to the street. It's a completely legitimate thing to be worried about in such close quarters, but if she is a pro then surely she has considered that herself." Ida replied. Soto nodded, but in a slow, doubtful way. "I guess. Still, kinda weird she chose to work in a crowded city. A more rural area would allow her more freedom of movement." The man from before noticed Izuku writing and surmised he wanted to be hero. When the man told him he could do it, Izuku gave him a bright smile. "Oh! Izuku always has such a great smile." Ashido cooed. Izuku blushed, and so did Uraraka for some reason. Bakugo scoffed. Aldera Junior High was shown, and a teacher was heard talking to a class, which contained Izuku, about how they were third years and needed to plan their futures. The seriousness was quickly dismissed as he declared they were all going for being heroes anyway. The class exploded with noise and people showing off their quirks. Izuku looked uncomfortable with the whole thing. That is completely inappropriate behavior by both the teacher and the students. He should encourage students to explore multiple options. Ida immediately railed, misreading the source of his friend's past discomfort. Izuku was gaining a similar look in real time, as he realized precisely what day was being shown. "Is this how public schools usually are?" Momo asked. "What do you mean?" Soto asked. "Well, in my own middle school I remember there being much more diversity in what my classmates were interested in. Some wanted to be heroes, of course, but others wanted to go into medicine or law or education. I went to a private school though, so I was wondering if the disparity was due to private vs public schools." Uraraka hummed thoughtfully. "I think kinda yes, but kinda no. Like I remember a bunch of kids in my class wanted to be heroes, probably the majority, but it's not like what this is showing. It wasn't the whole class. My class was about the same as yours," Shoji said, nodding toward Uraraka. "So Midoriya and Bakugo's school was just weird then," Tsuyu stated bluntly. That earned her a snort from Bakugo. Ojiro shrugged. Either that or some of the kids actually weren't that interested and just started using their quirks because they saw others were doing the same and not getting in trouble. The ruckus was immediately quieted when Bakugo's voice called out to the teacher, telling the man not to lump him in with his class full of rejects. Well, at least he got the class to quiet down. That's more than the teacher did. Kaminari commented, trying to keep the atmosphere light as various looks of disapproval and exasperation were sent toward Bakugo. "Oh yeah, Mineta, this shows you were right. Hey. The other day we were talking and we wondered if Bakugo had always been, you know, like that. You said he probably was, and this stuff shows you were right." Mineta went stiff as Bakugo's red eyes shot towards him. And by like that we meant how confident you are," Mineta rushed to say, sweat building on his forehead. Bakugo's eyes lingered for a moment before he looked away with a grunt. Mineta sighed, then shot a glare at Kaminari. The blonde boy just smirked. The rest of the class shouted at Bakugo for the insult. Bakugo just insulted them again and the teacher noted that Bakugo was planning to go to UA. Izuku looked even more uncomfortable as Bakugo went on to brag about how he was planning to surpass All Might. "That's an admirable goal, young man, I wish you luck," Yagi said. Bakugo looked at the man in confusion, wondering why he'd bothered to say anything, before turning back to the screen and deciding it didn't matter. Meanwhile, The rest of the class and staff were wondering why Midoriya was the one kid in that class being quiet and looking so down. Usually the subject of heroes made him so happy he couldn't stop talking. The teacher noted how Midoriya was also planning to go to UA, and the rest of the class started laughing at him. Bakugo whirled around and slammed an exploding fist down on Midoriya's desk, sending the other boy to the floor. Bakugo demanded to know how he could even think of standing in the same ring as himself when Izuku was quirkless. Confusion spread through the room again. They hadn't had much time to think about the quirkless accusation before, but here it was, being brought up again. I assumed Midoriya was called quirkless in that first scene because he was a late bloomer and hadn't gotten his quirk yet. Is it even possible for someone to get a quirk this late in life? Momo mused to herself. Only the people closest to her heard, since Ida and Bakugo were having a yelling match about the latter's disregard for school property, again. Not to mention the loud protests that others were giving in response to Bakugo assaulting Midoriya when the latter didn't even do anything to him. I don't know. Maybe he needed a really specific trigger for it to start working. I knew someone like that once. Jiru replied. Todoroki sat forward a bit. After what Tsuyu had said on the way to the USJ, he had found himself growing curious about Izuku's quirk and his connection to All Might. That curiosity had only grown after he saw All Might use his quirk up close during the USJ. Izuku, are you okay? Uraraka asked Izuku, who was looking more distressed by the minute. Why does Bakugo keep calling you that? I already told you why he calls me Deku. I meant about him calling you quirkless, she clarified. She frowned when the words made Izuku grimace. I'm sure the show will explain it. Izuku finally muttered. A glare and sharp word from Aizawa got the shouting to stop, and the show continued. Izuku quickly scuttled back from Bakugo and tried to talk him down. When Bakugo demanded to know if he was taking the test for fun, his form became dark and his eyes glowed red, as did everyone else's in the classroom. Before anyone asks. Truth interrupted as a couple people opened their mouths. Visual effects such as these represent some measure of how a person is perceiving the world around them. Those mouths closed. After taking in what he looked like to Deku, Bakugo smirked. While that explanation occurred, Izuku's hand found its way into Uraraka's. She startled a bit, but then gave it a firm squeeze. As people in the classroom continued to talk down to Izuku, the scene suddenly changed to another part of the city. A woman screamed and a shop owner ran out and yelled thief at a man made out of some sort of slime. Some in the room immediately recognized him. Bakugo growled in annoyance and Izuku shuddered slightly. The skinny form of Yagi was shown stepping out of another store. After hearing the commotion caused by the villain, his form seemed to inflate and bulk up, and then a familiar voice spoke. I am here. All Might proclaimed. There was a beat of silence, and the students of 1A burst into questions. What the dash did he just dash? He can't be. What does that mean? How did that guy turn into All Might? Nezu tapped on Present MIC's shoulder. He sighed before letting out a long, high-pitched whistle. The chattering died down and all the students turned to the teachers. I know you all have questions, but based on how things are progressing I'm sure they will all be answered shortly. So to keep things simple I ask that you do your best to wait patiently. Self-control is important for hero work after all. Nezu said, with his ever-present knowing smile. At this point, Yagi stood up and waved to the class. I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Yagi Toshinori. I am a teacher at UA and that was me exiting the store in that scene. As for the rest of it, I must also ask for your patience. The kids weren't happy about not getting answers right away, but were hardly going to go against the principal or the other teachers just for that, and went back to watching. People were shown exiting Midoriya's classroom at the end of the day. Izuku was packing his bag to go home, until Bakugo grabbed Izuku's journal out of his hands. He and his friends laughed at the journal's contents. Then Bakugo used his quirk to burn the notebook. Why do you always have to be such a JRK, Bakugo? Uraraka demanded angrily. Other students were also giving him dirty looks. Kirishima was looking increasingly disheartened by what he was seeing. Shut it, round face. Don't talk to her like that. Ida yelled back. And you had no right to destroy Midoriya's personal property. Yeah. There was no reason for you to be so mean. 𝐔𝐸𝐿 added. You don't know what you're talking about, extras. Don't call dash. Before Ida could continue, another high-pitched whistle cut them off. Once they were quiet, Aizawa signaled for MIC to stop. I can't punish Bakugo for something he did before coming to UA, but I can punish the both of you if you don't stop fighting. Aizawa glared at them. And just so we're clear, if you were to act like the Bakugo on screen currently is, either in here or at UA, there would be consequences. They both nodded their understanding and sat back down. Uraraka huffed in annoyance, but then sent grateful looks to both 𝐔𝐸𝐿 and Ida. Izuku was still holding her hand, his nerves and need for comfort overriding his usual anxiety and embarrassment. Bakugo tossed the journal out the window, then started talking about how he wanted his backstory to be perfect by being the only person from their school to reach UA. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and it started smoking as he ordered Izuku not to apply to UA. There had already been some grumbling among the students when they saw how Bakugo was acting, and it was getting louder as Bakugo continued to harass Izuku. When the hand on screen started smoking, Izuku let out a small gasp and used his free hand to rub his shoulder. He knew it wouldn't help, but it felt better than doing nothing. Uraraka and Ida gave him worried looks, but he quickly brushed the pain off as no worse than getting a cramp. For some reason that didn't ease the looks they were giving him. Bakugo's friends continued to mock him as they walked out. Just before walking out the door, Bakugo stopped. He told Izuku there was one last thing he could try to get a quirk. He could jump off the roof and hope he was born with one in his next life. The grumbling that had been building up completely ceased for an instant, and then exploded into shouting. People demanded to know what was wrong with Bakugo, while he yelled at them to shut up. Ida and Izuku had to hold Uraraka back from marching over to Bakugo, though Ida kind of looked like he wanted to join her. The teachers were stuck in shock for a moment, but it didn't last long. They all shared a significant look, and then Aizawa got up and calmly walked over. Bakugo! That single sound from Aizawa held such weight that all shouting stopped. Bakugo turned and saw his teacher looming over him. Despite quirks not working in this space, he would have sworn his teacher's eyes had turned red. As soon as there is an official break, we will be having a discussion about how wrong it is to say anything like that to anyone, ever, and how it will not be tolerated from someone planning to become a pro hero. Bakugo stared at Aizawa, his teeth grinding together. After a long moment, he looked down and nodded. Aizawa stood there a few moments longer, before he turned and walked back to his seat. I don't get what the big deal is. Bakugo grumbled as people slowly turned back to the screen. Not like the nerd would ever do it. You can't be sure of that. Kirishima said. Bakugo sneered at him. Of course I can be, shitty hair. I've known him my whole life. He's way too positive and goody two-shoes for that. Yeah. That's what I thought too. The tone Kirishima had taken brought Bakugo up short. He didn't know the smiley redhead was capable of sounding so sad, solemn, bitter. I had a cousin when I was younger. I was really close to her. She was usually really positive and stuff, like Midoriya. I never thought she'd do something like that either. But that didn't stop her. When we talked about it at the funeral, people picked up on signs once they started looking back, including me, but we all glossed over them because we never thought she'd do something like that. Bakugo was staring at him with wide eyes now. You're usually so manly, dude. But saying things like that, that's about as unmanly as you can get. Just, please try to think about it in the future, man. People listen to you when you talk, and it has a big impact whether you believe it or not. Bakugo was much quieter as the show continued. Are you okay, Izuku? Uraraka asked quietly. Izuku nodded, and smiled at her gratefully. Ida lay a grounding hand on his friend's shoulder. Izuku was walking outside the school, thinking about what would have happened if he'd listened to Bakugo. The class started to calm down when Izuku's thoughts showed he wasn't actually considering the suggestion. While Bakugo grimaced as Kirishima's words were partially repeated. One can be arrested for instigating suicide, you know. Nezu pointed out helpfully. Izuku found his notebook, And suddenly the scene blurred and was replaced with a toddler Midoriya calling for his mom and holding an All Might action figure. After the tenseness of that last scene, people couldn't help but laugh in relief and coo about how cute Izuku was as a kid. Thankfully this had the bonus effect of Izuku blushing, stammering denials, and focusing on something other than the last scene. "Your mom is really pretty," Uraraka complimented. Izuku nodded in agreement. Though it was weird to see his mom look that young outside of photos and home videos. Little Izuku begged his mother to help him get on the computer so he could watch a video. The video turned out to be an old one that essentially functioned as All Might's debut video. Izuku smiled widely as he watched, his eyes shining. "Oh my gosh, the cuteness. I can't take it. It's overwhelming." 𝐔𝐸𝐽 gasped. "I know. That smile. The eyes. And oh my gosh is actually imitating the laugh now, it's all too much." Ashido gushed, clutching 𝐔𝐸𝐽's hands. Izuku's face was buried in his hands. Ida patted him on the back once again, while Uraraka patted his hand and tried not to laugh. Yagi did his best not make his pleased smile too obvious. "Oh man, I remember that video." Zero cried. "No way Midoriya made up all those views, at least half of them came from me, I'm sure of it. I contributed a few myself." Ojiro admitted, smiling nostalgically. "Same here." Shoji confirmed. "I'm gonna be just like him." The scene changed to a doctor's office, where a man in a lab coat said, "You should probably give it up." Izuku dropped his action figure in shock. "That man has horrible bedside manner," Recovery Girl said, sniffing disdainfully as the other doctor spoke. Midoriya Inko explained she had been worried because Izuku was the only one in his class not to manifest a quirk yet. At the doctor's request she explained what her quirk was and what quirk her husband had. "I don't see how either of those quirks could result in the power Midoriya has shown off," Momo said, pondering over what she'd seen so far. Maybe the reason it took him so long to show it was because it was such an extreme offshoot of his parents' quirks. Jiru suggested. Momo conceded that was a possibility, since so little was known about how quirk genetics really worked. Todoroki tried not to make it obvious he was listening to them, and couldn't help but agree with Momo. It really didn't make sense for Izuku to have the quirk he eventually manifested. Unless his mother wasn't being entirely truthful here. The doctor went on to explain how quirks had been connected to the number of joints in one's pinky toe, and how this proved Izuku's quirklessness. Which caused even more confusion to build among the class and frustration to mount for Momo and Todoroki. The scene swayed back to Izuku's home at night. The All Might video was playing again, but the cheery feeling from before was gone. "Mom." He saves everyone with a smile, no matter what trouble they are in. "He's such a cool hero." Izuku's turned to his mother with watery eyes. "Can I be a hero too?" Inko took a slow step forward, and was suddenly collapsing in front of the chair and hugging him tight, apologies flowing from her mouth. "Oh man. I wasn't prepared for this," Kirishima said, rubbing the tears out of his eyes. He wasn't the only one who needed to do so. Uraraka felt the tears at the corner of her eyes, but did her best to blink them back. Ashido patted 𝐔𝐸𝐽's back while she brushed away tears that seemed to come from nowhere. Tokoyami awkwardly did the same for Koda when he noticed the boy was upset. Even over with the teachers, present MIC was trying to subtly brush at his eyes. Most tried to avert their gaze while still paying attention. They knew they needed to watch to progress, but felt uncomfortable intruding on such a private moment. Yagi gave his successor a mournful look, wishing he could offer some form of comfort, but not wishing to disrupt the comfort his friends were already giving him. Uraraka and Ida both had an arm around him now, and it looked like Izuku didn't mind in the least. An older Izuku said that wasn't what he'd needed his mom to say, before flashing back to the present where teenage Izuku was entering a tunnel on his way home from school. He gave himself a pep talk, and walked into the tunnel, imitating All Might's laugh again. Kirishima cheered for Izuku's determination. Both that and Izuku's on-screen actions earned watery chuckles from several people, including Izuku. But then he remembered what was about to happen. Sludge started flowing up from the manhole Izuku had walked over. He turned around, and was shocked to see the slime villain from earlier looming over him. The villain laughed as it started pouring itself into Izuku's mouth. Deku. Midoriya. Uraraka and Ida cried in shock as Izuku started choking and grasping at his throat. Deku. Deku breath. Recovery girl dash. Yagi realized what was happening before Izuku's friends did, and he immediately rushed to Izuku's side. He slapped his hands down on the boy's shoulders to ground him. Midoriya, my boy. It isn't real. It only feels like you are choking. You must do your best to breath despite it. You can do it. And he did. He breathed in and out, but it sounded so pained and desperate, and Yagi didn't want it to continue for another second. Everyone, please watch the screen. The sooner we continue, the sooner this will stop. Students yanked their eyes away from Izuku, desperate to do whatever they could to make it so Izuku didn't sound like he was dying. Bakugo continued to stare at Deku though. He'd had no idea that the nerd had been attacked before Bakugo had been, and wondered how Deku had survived it. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. The villain taunted. God, they all hoped that was true. The class watched as the Izuku on screen struggled to pull the slime away from his mouth, his feet kicking uselessly as the villain continued to taunt him. It was horrible and they didn't want to watch it, but they kept their eyes glued to the screen, wishing time to go faster and for whatever stopped the attack the first time to hurry up so their current classmate could stop making those awful noises. The manhole cover suddenly flew off, and All Might stepped into the scene. The room exploded into cheers. All Might made quick work of the villain, and blew apart his liquid body. Izuku gasped like he'd just woken from a nightmare, and then coughed at the force of his own breath. But then he was breathing normally once again. A collective sigh of relief was let out across the room. Tears leaked out of Izuku's eyes, and he wiped them away with an apology. There is no need, Midoriya. Going through that would be stressful for anyone. Ida assured him. We're just glad you are feeling better. Uraraka added. Yagi nodded. Your friends are right, my boy. Just focus on recovering for now. Izuku looked at them with shining eyes. Thank you. Izuku's vision faded. The next thing he knew, someone was slapping his face to wake him up. Yagi suddenly yelped as a cane smacked his knee. That is not the way to treat a civilian who has passed out, you dimwit. Now out of my way, I have a patient. Did Recovery Girl just tell Mr. Yagi off for doing something All Might did? Kaminari wondered aloud. Despite Truth's assurances that they wouldn't be injured by what happened on the screen, Recovery Girl decided to give Midoriya a quick checkup anyway. She felt his neck and shined a light down his throat as the show continued. She also looked in his eyes when he admitted he'd briefly blacked out for a couple seconds, just like his on-screen self had. When Izuku opened his eyes and realized he was looking at his idol, he scampered back so fast he created a dust cloud. All Might apologized for getting Izuku caught up in his villain fighting, then showed how he was able to contain the villain. There was a smattering of laughter across the audience, for a variety of reasons. Oh man, Midoriya, you'd think he was a villain the way you went flying back. Kirishima teased. Can't say I blame why though, I'd probably freak out too if I woke up with my favorite hero standing over me. Oh, who is your favorite? Izuku asked around Recovery Girl's examination. Kirishima happily answered that it was Crimson Riot, and gave a few facts about him. How the heck did All Might manage to fit that whole mass into those 2 bottles? Ojiro wondered. Maybe only some parts of the villain were actually vital. Or maybe there was a bunch of air inside him we couldn't see, so he really wasn't as big as he looked. Hagekyu suggested. Who cares how he did it? Just look at him. Soto managed to say between bouts of laughter. He couldn't get over the little X'd-out eyes floating in the bottle. The laughter only continued to grow as Izuku continued to freak out at the sight of All Might and the discovery that All Might had signed his burnt notebook. Even Bakugo let out a little amused huff at the irony of that. Easy with the bowing, Midoriya, you're gonna bang your head if you go any further. Zero teased. All in all, it was probably a good thing Midoriya was being distracted by Recovery Girl, as laughter increased even more as it was shown that even All Might didn't know how to respond to the extreme fanboying and could only offer an thumbs up and okay. All Might started getting ready to leave. Izuku was distressed over not being able to ask him anything. All Might leaped into the air, and ended up taking Midoriya with him. People were roaring in laughter now. Kaminari and Mineta were practically falling over each other, and Soto slipped from his chair and onto the floor. He was laughing so hard. Impressive grip strength for someone with only 2 arms. Shoji teased lightly. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, pretty sure most of that was fear, and shock that I actually did it. I should say so. That was extremely reckless, Midoriya. Ida chided. Can't argue with the results though. Ashido grinned. Todoroki just looked at the screen with raised eyebrows. A part of him was wondering why Izuku's lips and eyes were getting all blown back while All Might's face was fine. Were his muscles just that strong? Even in his face. The idea of training facial muscles was kind of amusing, though not quite enough to make him smile. All Might grabbed a hold of the back of Izuku's shirt to keep him secure. Unseen by Midoriya, a few drops of BLD were shown leaking from between his teeth. The laughter died off, and concerned murmuring took its place. Had the slime villain managed to injure All Might somehow? All Might and Izuku landed on the roof of a building. All Might instructed Izuku to take the stairs down, while he walked to the side of the roof. Izuku went after him. Words ran through Izuku's mind, echoes of all the people who had discouraged him over the years, but Izuku still managed to blurt out his question to All Might. All Might looked back at him, and the shot held on the 2 of them on the rooftop as Izuku's narration was heard once again. The screen went black, and the first episode ended. Oh come on! Bakugo shouted. For once, everyone agreed with him. Let's get on to the next chapter. I wanna see what happens. Ashido declared. Not yet. Aizawa said, drawing everyone's attention. He walked over to Bakugo and stood next to him. Remembering what he said earlier, Bakugo slowly got up, and followed his teacher. Aizawa led him into one of the side rooms and closed the door. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Aizawa asked. About what? Bakugo asked tersely. You know perfectly well what. The anger seeping into his teacher's voice put Bakugo off any further evasion. I didn't think he'd do it. Bakugo said, the words sounding more hollow to him than they did before. That's no excuse. Aizawa shot back. If I'd known you were this okay with murdering people, I would have expelled you the first day of class. What the hell? I'm not a thing murderer. Telling someone to kill themselves shows that you'd be okay with being one though. You heard what Nedzu said. If someone kills themselves after you tell them to, isn't that far off from murdering them yourself? Acting so casual about it shows you would be okay with their BLD being on your hands. That's not even taking into account all the verbal and physical abuse you've put him through, which is wrong in and of itself, and could make him more likely to follow through with your advice. Bakugo sputtered and tried to form some sort of argument, but the words died on his lips. Do you actually want to kill Midoriya? Or anyone else? Aizawa pressed. Of course not. I'm not a thing villain. Then I expect you to never say anything like that to anyone ever again. Aizawa's eyes bored into him. And if you want to continue at this school as a hero, then I also expect you to use this opportunity to take a step back and look at yourself and your past actions. Look at yourself, and see just how heroic you've been acting. Aizawa turned to leave, but stopped just before exiting. I'll be looking into anger management classes for you when we get back. Aizawa walked out. Bakugo stayed only a few seconds before going back outside. The class and teachers had started to mill around, and most looked at him when he came out. He avoided all their stares and went over to a bit of wall without people standing nearby. He stood close to it, and stared straight ahead. He had some thinking to do. Since Aizawa had pulled Bakugo aside for their talk, Nedzu insisted that everyone else get up to stretch and take a break as well. Given what was coming up, Izuku took the opportunity to have a private talk with his mentor. Is this really going to be okay? Izuku nervously wrung his hands. He and All Might had gone to a corner of the room away from the others. Secrets always become more difficult to keep when more people know about them. But with the information being limited to just this room and these students, I think we'll be able to keep it from getting to the media or the villains. No, not that. I mean, that's important to think about too, but I meant, are you going to be okay? I know you probably never intended so many people to find out. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sounded so earnest and his eyes shone with such concern that All Might felt his heart melting. It's definitely not what I would choose, having the students find out like this, or at all really. But if them knowing will help us get through whatever ill the future holds, then I suppose I'll just have to get used to it. I can't bear the thought of my secret being paid for in BLD. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nodded, his shoulders slumping at the thought. Me neither. What do you suppose they are talking about? Uraraka said, glancing over at 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and the skeletal man. It's hardly our place to snoop. Ida replied. I know, but I can't help but be curious. All this stuff about 𝐒𝐬𝐽 supposedly being quirkless and the way that guy seemed to transform into All Might a while back. I want to know what's going on, but he looked so nervous when it was brought up that I don't want to push him about it. I understand your frustration and hesitance. I have many questions myself at this point. After all, if Midoriya is trying so hard to avoid bringing it up, even to friends, then it must be something very important or very troubling. Uraraka nodded. I kinda hope we get answers, like Nezu said we would, but I don't want it to hurt Deku either. Hey guys. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 called out as he approached them. Deku. You, all done. For now, I guess. Just then, Aizawa and Bakugo exited the room they had gone into. Aizawa went over to talk to the other teachers, but Bakugo went and stood close to a wall away from everyone else. Then he just stood there, staring at it. Did Aizawa tell him to do that as some sort of punishment? Ida wondered. No, Kakan does that when he's thinking really hard about something. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 explained, giving his old friend a curious look. Well, I suppose that's a good sign. Hopefully. Uraraka muttered. Deku, are you sure you are doing okay after all of that? I know I asked before, it's just, you seem pretty calm about Bakugo right now, even after what he did back then and seeing it all again now. I don't think I could handle something like that nearly as well. I don't really know if I'm handling it, really. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spoke slowly. It's just complicated. I admire Bakugo's strength and abilities so much, and I've known him for so long, but at the same time I've never really understood him. I never understood why everything I did made him so angry, but that didn't stop me from looking up to him. It's hard to explain. Do not push yourself, Midoriya. You have no obligation to define your relationship with Bakugo to us. Ida assured him. Yeah, as long as I know you are doing okay, that's enough for me. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 smiled at them. Thanks guys. You know, perhaps we should add a course at UA that covers how best to handle those experiencing issues with mental health. Nezu said to the gathered teachers as the students found their way back to their seats. This being brought on by everything we saw with Midoriya. Aizawa asked. That is what has it on my mind now, but it's something I've been considering for a while. I know the teachers do their best to go over the issue of how to respond to panicked civilians, especially in second and third year, but issues of mental health really are on another level. The police are given mental health training in order to help them deal with domestic disputes, but I imagine that our line of work would find it equally helpful. Gotta admit, getting some lessons on how and when to try talking people down when I was younger would have been helpful. You learn a lot through experience once on the job, but it'd be nice not to have to rely on instinct or trial and error until you figure things out. Present MIC admitted. Then his seriousness was replaced by a teasing smirk directed at All Might. After all, not all of us can punch our way through all our problems. Yeah, because screaming people down is so much better. Aizawa muttered. MIC pouted at that description, and Recovery shook her cane at him. You know perfectly well that is right, boy. I heal far too many students with ruptured eardrums from that quirk of yours. Everyone had been seated by then, so the showing continued. The episode started off with a toddler 𝐒𝐬𝐽 once again watching All Might's debut video. He proclaimed that once he got his quirk he wanted to be just like All Might. How were you so cute all of the time? Ashido asked while Hagikia continued to coo over the image. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 chuckled. I'm sure it wasn't all the time, my mom would probably attest to that. That earned a few laughs. The mood was immediately brought back down when the screen once again showed the doctor telling 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to give up on his dream. 𝐒𝐿 was shown flashing back to being called useless and his mother's apologies. Yet despite remembering those fears, 𝐒𝐿 still found the courage to ask All Might his question. The students leaned forward in anticipation, hoping that the number one hero would finally give their friend and classmate some encouragement. Even the teachers looked interested, curious to see how All Might would handle the situation. The exceptions to this were Bakugo and All Might. Bakugo wanted to know if the number one hero would actually contradict what he himself had always told Deku, while All Might felt his gut twisting. He remembered his words to Midoriya, and with his new knowledge of the boy, they seemed so much harsher. Suddenly, All Might gave a painful grunt and hunched in on himself. Cries of alarm and confusion came from the student body. None of them had ever seen All Might show any kind of weakness before. Well, all except Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who suddenly remembered that something similar happened near the end of the USJ fight. I assumed that happened because he pushed himself further than normal during that fight. But that slime villain fight was no challenge at all. So what is the connection? Todoroki wondered. Is Midoriya about to see his other form? If the kid already found out the secret, that would have been nice to know earlier. Thought Aizawa. Midoriya continued to talk on obliviously. He talked about being teased because he was quirkless, yet he still wanted to save people with a smile. I admire your conviction, Midoriya, but you may need to work on your environmental awareness. Ida said, matter-of-factly. 𝐒𝐿 blushed. Yeah, from this perspective it seems really obvious. I guess I was just so nervous I had a hard time looking right at him. Midoriya didn't look up until he said he wanted to be a great hero, just like All Might. Which was just in time for the steam to clear and for him to see All Might's other form. Midoriya had been worried that people would make fun of him for how he responded to seeing All Might's other form for the first time. But apparently screaming was not an uncommon reaction to such a revelation. The whole room became a cacophony of noise, with kids screaming, yelling in confusion, and one particularly loud "What the F" from Bakugo. The teachers had to intervene when the students didn't quiet down after a couple minutes. Remember, no matter how confusing something is, it will likely be explained within the show sooner or later. If anything of importance goes unexplained, then we'll try to clear up the confusion once we are all released from this place. Nezu said to the room. The students nodded, some more sheepishly than others. Many made promises to themselves to try to show more patience and to keep a cooler head. Their teachers were watching after all. The scene swayed to a shopping district. A bottle was shown laying in an alley, filled with green slime and pair of eyes. How the heck did that get there? Didn't All Might take that with him? Shoji asked aloud. 𝐒𝐿 shifted nervously in his seat. The villain was shown waking up inside the bottle. Voices were heard down the alley, and it was shown to be Bakugo and his two friends from earlier. They questioned his past friendship with Midoriya, and said he went overboard with what he said. Bakugo said it was Deku's fault for getting in his way, then kicked the bottle with the villain in it, which popped open. Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, Mineta, Aizawa, and a few others all shot Bakugo a glare as he so casually brushed off the horrible way he'd treated 𝐒𝐿. Kirishima looked uncomfortable and disappointed again. Bakugo looked away. Those that weren't glaring made varying noises of exasperation at Bakugo accidentally letting the villain back out. Looks like Midoriya's not the only one who needs more environmental awareness. Kaminari teased, which earned a few laughs from the class and a scowl from Bakugo. Bakugo flashed back to what 𝐒𝐿 had said about applying for UA. He exploded the can in his hand, and yelled about 𝐒𝐿 dreaming like a kid. The friends distracted him by suggesting they go out somewhere, which Bakugo agreed to until they said what they wanted to do. Then Bakugo yelled at them, saying he didn't want to get caught because it would go on his record. Is that seriously the only reason you would object to such a thing? Because it would look bad on your record? Ida demanded, sounding appalled. Shut up, glasses, I have a rep to keep at that school. How else are those losers going to know I'm the best? Bakugo growled back, though it lacked some of its usual venom. The two friends suddenly got scared and pointed behind Bakugo. He turned around and was face to face with the slime villain, who rejoiced at finding an invisibility cloak with a great quirk. Despite all the anger they were feeling toward Bakugo recently, Many students couldn't help but give him anxious looks. Being here with them meant he was ultimately fine, but they didn't know if he got hurt back then, and none of them were looking forward to hearing a classmate in pain again. The scene shifted back to the rooftop, where Izuku was still screaming. Laughter was heard around the room. "Dang Midoriya, have you been screaming that whole time?" Jiru asked. Her smile was teasing, but she actually sounded impressed. "Have you ever thought of joining a band? You got a great pair of lungs on you." "Oh my gosh, we should start a band." Ashido squealed. "I could be a dancer for you guys. I have been taught to play several instruments." Momo added. "People, please focus, you can discuss extracurricular activities during the break." Ida interceded, taking pity on his very red-faced friend. Izuku continued to freak out about what he was seeing. The skeletal man tried to explain that he was All Might, and BLD spilled out of his mouth. Students were now looking back and forth between the All Might on the screen and Skinny Man who was in the same room with them, trying to make sense of what was happening. All Might explained that his other form was similar to someone flexing to show off. "Seriously?" Bakugo yelled. "He beats up villains like it's nothing and he describes it as just flexing." Other students stared at the screen in shock. Midoriya said how All Might always saved people with a smile, which caught the man's attention. He mused about the line before sitting down heavily onto the rooftop. He warned Izuku not to tell anyone about this. Then he lifted up his shirt, and Izuku reeled back. As did most everyone else in the room. The scar on All Might's side went from his waist to his armpit, and was covered in jagged lines and mottled colors. The room was filled with gasps and startled cries. It looked awful, and even the teachers, who had seen the scar before, couldn't help but wince or let out sympathetic hisses. It seemed the only ones truly unaffected were Recovery Girl and Nezu. All Might explained that it was an injury that he'd gotten 5 years ago. He'd lost parts of his organs as a result, and his body suffered from repeated surgeries. As a result of the stress, he could only keep his hero form for a few hours a day. The students were too stunned to speak. They'd always put All Might up on a pedestal, thinking of him as someone who never lost, never got hurt, never wavered. And now to see that he'd gotten hurt on such an unfathomable level. Bakugo may have been the most unsettled of all. To think that this had happened to someone he idolized, and had promised to beat one day. To think that same person carried such a weakness with them. What was he even supposed to do with that information? Izuku on screen looked just as disturbed as his present classmates, but it didn't stop him from asking about how he got the wound. All Might revealed that the battle responsible for the injury was kept out of public knowledge by his request, to keep his image from being tarnished by it. All Might revealed what his smile truly symbolized to him. He told Izuku that heroes put their lives on the line every day, and because of that, he couldn't tell Izuku he could be a hero without some kind of power. Izuku looked devastated. The students all looked over at All Might in shock. Did he seriously just tell you that you couldn't be a hero?" Uraraka demanded. "Yeah. But I don't blame him," Izuku said quietly. All Might looked away in shame. "I know that sounds harsh," Ida said, "but the context is important. The All Might on screen doesn't know what Midoriya has been through, and he just got done showing off his own grievous wound. I imagine he couldn't bear the thought of someone getting hurt on his advice, especially without a quirk to help protect them from a similar fate." Izuku winced and shifted away from Ida slightly. Uraraka looked far from satisfied. "Well, I can get why he'd say it, but it still doesn't make it okay. He could have at least had more tact as stomped all over a kid's dream," she said with an angry pout. The rest of the students seemed to be torn over which viewpoint to side with. "You are both right, in a way." Yagi's voice drew everyone's attention. "I was thinking of young Midoriya's safety when I said that, but that does not justify what I said, especially considering what happened later." The students looked at each other in confusion, wondering what he might be referring to. But when does he get the quirk that gets him into UA? Todoroki thought in frustration. "Can't say I entirely agree with All Might said here. But if Midoriya really wanted to get in without a quirk, he should have taken some self-defense or martial arts classes to prepare." Aizawa thought to himself. Though I suppose he may have assumed UA would teach him things like that. Maybe it would be good to advise prospective students to get a jump on that before coming. Even the on-screen Midoriya could make some decent progress before the entrance exam if he version of him started right away. I'll have to talk to Nezu about that. He glanced at All Might. I should talk with him too. Make sure he's not giving the kids the impression that quirks are everything, even by accident. All Might then suggested trying to be a police officer, since it was still a way to help people. Before he left, he told Izuku he should keep his dreams realistic. Then he walked through the door, and left the stunned Izuku on the rooftop. Uraraka looked even angrier when she heard his parting words, and even Ida looked uncomfortable. My boy. I'm so sorry. All Might said. Izuku shook his head, and gave him an understanding smile. It's okay. It's in the past and things are better now. So please don't worry about it. In the stairwell, All Might discovered his pockets were empty. An explosion sounded outside, and All Might could see a cloud of smoke out the window. Izuku saw it too. He started to run to the stairs, eager to go watch the fight, but stopped in his tracks when he remembered what All Might said. After that, he walked slowly toward the exit with a sullen expression. All Might felt his heart stutter in his chest. Had his words really caused Midoriya to lose so much of his spark? All Might was shown struggling toward the source of the explosion. Then the shopping district was shown bathed in flame and smoke as people ran to get away. Heroes arrived on the scene, and at the center of it all was the slime villain, with Bakugo struggling in his grasp. Bakugo made a choked sound, and his shoulders hunched in. Kirishima leaned forward in worry, as did Zero, Kaminari, Shoji, Tokoyami, and Koda, who were all sitting nearby. Everyone else looked over too, their attention drawn by the sound. Hey, men, you shut it. Bakugo choked out. Just watch. Get it over with. People worriedly went back to watching the screen. Bakugo didn't seem to mind that Kirishima placed a hand on his shoulder though. Death Arms attempted to attack the villain, but was unsuccessful. Other heroes tried to help and had to dodge out of the way of the slime villain's blow. The villain taunted them, but then Bakugo was shown struggling against the slime villain. He managed to get his face free. Real-time Bakugo took in a big lungful of air as the choking sensation stopped. But he remained hunched over as the on-screen villain yanked and compressed his body. Bakugo yelled that the villain wouldn't defeat him, and used his explosions, but the blasts didn't get him unstuck. The villain rejoiced over Bakugo's power, saying he could get revenge on All Might with it. Aizawa snorted. Even through his pain, Bakugo heard and gave the man a sharp look. Aizawa just shrugged. No offense, kid, but you've got a long way to go before you're anywhere close to being on par with a powered-up All Might. He might have an advantage with a hostage, but given how easily All Might took him out before, and without hurting Midoriya, the guy really shouldn't jump to that conclusion. Bakugo gritted his teeth and looked away. A large part of him was still angry that he'd been unable to free himself from the villain. Aizawa seemingly looking down on his quirk didn't help those feelings. I'll show that quirk-canceling BS too. I'm gonna be the best. The heroes were nearly blown away by the following power display. The shot then moved to the gathered crowd, who wondered about the villain. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the crowd again. That was another reason he preferred being an underground hero. Less squawkers with no sense of self-preservation. Before getting excited over Mount Lady's arrival. She was stopped dead when she got close though. She was too big to get any closer. Couldn't she shrink down and then go through? Soto asked. But what would be the point if the conflict is happening in an area just as quaint and cozy as the one she travels through? Ayama pointed out, with a flip of his hair. Good point. Kamui Woods was shown rescuing civilians from the flames. He proclaimed that he'd leave the rest to other heroes. Backdraft was shown, busy keeping the fire under control. Meanwhile, the other heroes were bemoaning how the scene was a minefield, with a villain they couldn't grab and explosions from Bakugo. Bakugo was shown with his mouth covered by the villain once again. Bakugo started making that desperate choking sound again, and the students had to make a conscious effort to keep watching the screen so his pain would go away faster. The heroes jumped out of the way of another swing from the slime villain. They ran back toward the crowd and said it was no use, none of their quirks were suited for this, so they would have to wait for backup. Seriously? Kirishima burst out. They're gonna leave Bakugo to struggle on his own because their quirks aren't perfectly suited to fight this guy. That's so unmanly. Yeah, what the heck is that about? Soto joined in. I'll admit, there are ways they could try to help young Bakugo if they thought more creatively instead of focusing just on their weaknesses. Nezu said from his place beside Recovery Girl. But there will indeed be times in a pro hero's career where they are simply outmatched and outgunned, and keeping casualties and damage to a minimum is all one can really do. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Be that as it may, that doesn't change that these heroes should have tried thinking outside the box before just giving up. Present MIC grimaced. Definitely, they can't afford to wait long with a hostage at risk of suffocating, so that should have been the very last thing to fall back on. Very true. Perhaps I could contact their agencies with a suggestion that they have a renewal course at Out School. Nezu said with a dangerous glint in his eye. They really should have learned better at this point after all. All Might finally arrived on the scene. He scolded himself for being too distracted by his time limit and letting this villain escape, especially after what he said to his fan not long ago. He gripped his wound through his shirt, thinking of how pathetic he was. No. Don't be mad at yourself. It was my fault for distracting you. Izuku said, looking at All Might with wide eyes. The man smiled sadly back at him. I appreciate your intentions, young Midoriya, but at the end of the day I am the professional, and it was my job to keep an eye on that villain, no matter what was happening. But it's in the past, my boy. Focus on the future. Izuku nodded slowly. He didn't quite believe All Might, but he would do as he said. Also, a small, guilty part of him was relieved that Bakugo was too distracted by his own bouts of pain to truly take in Izuku's part in the villain getting free. Izuku was now being shown walking down the street. He flipped through his hero notebook while the words of All Might and other people deriding him went through his mind. Izuku had to force himself not to cry. He scolded himself, telling himself that he really knew what All Might had said was true, and that he'd just been living in denial. Uraraka shifted just enough so her side was pressed against Izuku, offering silent comfort. That almost made Izuku cry in real life. And yet he gets into UA with a powerful quirk. I just don't understand how that happens. Momo grumbled to herself, looking over what she'd written down so far. Little did she know that Todoroki was feeling the same way. Another explosion sounded nearby, and Izuku turned toward it. He realized that he went to the scene of the fight without even thinking about it. Despite how down Izuku looked on screen, that still got some laughs. Leave it to Midoriya to automatically walk toward a villain fight. Mineta said. Kiro, yup. Aizawa shook his head and muttered about problem children. Despite telling himself it was useless, Izuku still walked close enough to get a look. He stopped dead when he saw it was villain from earlier. He quickly put the pieces together and realized the bottles containing him must have fallen out while he was attached to All Might. This time Bakugo did glare at Midoriya, and the boy shrank fearfully into the couch. Izuku heard the crowd discussing how a student had been captured, and had been struggling for a while. Izuku was in fearful awe of how the student had held on so long. Like I was gonna let that sideshow attraction get the best of me. Bakugo growled. His lips were curled up slightly due to the roundabout praise though. The crowd started talking again. When they figured out All Might had been fighting the villain earlier, they demanded to know why he wasn't there now. Izuku shook where he stood, thinking it was all his fault, while All Might stood at the other end of the crowd, also scolding himself. These two really do blame themselves too much. Recovery Girl said with a sigh. At the end of the day it was just an unlucky sequence of events. But it really was. Hush, Toshinori. If I hadn't you too, boy. I get that they are wanting All Might because the heroes that are present aren't doing much good for the hostage, but they really shouldn't expect him to solve everything. Present MIC said. Aizawa and Nezu nodded in agreement. Then the hostage turned enough so Izuku could see who it was. The next moment Izuku's was running through the crowd and onto the scene. What the Midoriya? What are you doing? You can't. Kiro, I see what you meant about crowd control now, sensei. Izuku ran toward the villain, freaking out the whole way. The slime villain moved to intercept him. Izuku flashed back to something he had written in his hero notebook, and it inspired him to yank his backpack off and throw it right into the villain's eye. Oh my gosh! Awesome! Go Midoriya! I must admit, that is both an excellent example of quick thinking and applying previously observations in a useful way. Well done. Nezu said. Izuku blushed at the praise. The villain flinched back, and that allowed Bakugo enough room to get his mouth free. The real-life Bakugo gasped as well, his fists clenching the armrest so hard it was starting to rip. The on-again off-again feeling of being strangled was really starting to get to him. Izuku ran forward and started trying to pull the slime off of Bakugo, who demanded to know why he was there. Yeesh, way to be grateful, Bakugo. Kaminari said sarcastically. Bakugo ignored him. Izuku said that his legs moved on their own. In his head, he thought that there were a lot of reasons, but the most pressing one was the one he said out loud. People gaped at the screen, impressed by Izuku's words but too in the moment to say anything. You really are something, Midoriya. To risk so much for someone who treated you so poorly. Ida thought to himself. But I doubt you even thought of that at the time. This kid. Aizawa thought. That's my boy. Thought Yagi. A jolt ran through All Might when he heard that. The slime villain moved to swipe at Midoriya. The other heroes ran forward, but they weren't close enough. The slimy fist came crashing down, but was intercepted by All Might. Oh, thank God. Yes. Go All Might. Is it really okay for him to push himself like that? Momo muttered worriedly. She would have known the answer if she'd looked over to see the somewhat pained look on Yagi's face and the exasperated look Recovery Girl was wearing. She hardly objected to him stepping in this case, but she hated seeing him push his damaged body like that. All Might said that he hadn't been living up to his words. All Might grabbed the two boys, then delivered a punch. The slime villain blasted apart, and All Might stood victorious. The on-screen crowd may have looked on in stunned silence, but the viewing room erupted into cheers. How could they not after such an epic takedown? It started raining on screen, and people in the crowd deduced that it was the result of All Might's punch. That's when people started to cheer. Before All Might stood up, he wiped BLD away from his chin. And when he raised a fist in victory, he nearly stumbled backwards. The jovial atmosphere suddenly sobered. The knowledge of All Might's secret weakness swirled in their minds, and Momo's earlier question came to their minds. Was All Might really okay? We have to make sure All Might's injury stays a secret. Todoroki thought. If my old man had any idea about what he was going through. Yagi himself slumped, feeling exhaustion tug at him alongside the on-screen version of him. It honestly wasn't as bad as he'd expected through. All Might looked back at Izuku thoughtfully before the show cut to the slime villain being gathered up and delivered to the police. While All Might was swamped by the press, two of the heroes scolded Izuku for being so reckless. Seriously. Deku helped save Bakugo's life and they're yelling at him. Uraraka's hands clenched into fists. Yeah, that seems kinda messed up. Zero agreed. Definitely. Manliness deserves praise. Kirishima shouted. I don't like it either, but they aren't wrong. Rushing in without a plan was an extremely reckless thing to do. Ida pointed out. It's only because of All Might that I wasn't hurt. Izuku agreed. Uraraka sighed in frustration, but let it go. Bakugo was getting praised by another pair of heroes for his bravery and quirk, though he didn't look at all happy about it. He looked over at Deku, and his eyes narrowed. That was so condescending. Bakugo thought to himself. Deku. He ran in there and he actually did something. More than any of them were doing at the time. Then All Might came and saved the day. All my struggling accomplished was making the place more dangerous, and I still had to be rescued in the end. Dude, they're right. That was so manly. Kirishima's casual praise brought Bakugo out of his thoughts. The F are you on about shitty hair? My fighting back didn't do a DMN thing against that guy. It's like they were praising me for being weak. It doesn't sound that way to me. Kirishima replied. Maybe you didn't get away, but you still fought back. You heard what Midoriya said. Getting choked by that thing was torture, but you still hung in there long enough for help to come. Not everyone could do that, you know. Bakugo looked at him for a minute, then grunted and looked away. I'm not disagreeing with you, Kirishima, 𝐬𝐸 interjected, but them saying all that seems really hypocritical after they were just going off on Midoriya. I mean, sure it was reckless, but he was being brave too, and the heroes don't have a nice word to say about him. The contrast does make their words toward Midoriya sound overly harsh. Ida agreed with a frown. Uraraka nodded in agreement, and Izuku blushed slightly at the praise. Izuku was shown walking home after the incident. He lamented that he couldn't apologize to All Might because he was still being interviewed. You stuck around to do an interview despite the fact that you were already over your time limit. Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Yagi sighed heavily. I tried to get away sooner, I really did, but you know how the media gets about these things. Well, Aizawa could hardly argue that. It was one of the many reasons he was an underground hero. His thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo yelling "Dew" from behind him. The class perked up in interest. Is Bakugo actually going to thank him? 𝐬𝐸 asked. Sounds too good to be true. Kaminari replied. Bakugo ran up to Izuku. Then he started shouting that he never asked for Deku's help. He called Izuku names, and yelled at Deku not to look down on him before stomping away. You called it? Jiru said. Kaminari grinned, while several other class members sent Bakugo exasperated or incredulous looks. Izuku looked nonplussed for a moment, but then he suddenly looked relieved. He decided Bakugo was right, and that he hadn't actually changed anything. That's not true. You totally helped. Uraraka said. It may have only given him a few seconds to breath, but that means a lot to someone who's suffocating. Tsuyu agreed. Indeed, a few seconds can make all the difference. Who knows what could have happened if Bakugo had not gotten air just then. Ida added. Izuku blushed. Thanks guys. Aizawa gave him a look. The point stands, but that doesn't mean you should go around running into any more villain battles until you get a license. Yes sir. Izuku was just thinking to himself that he could start focusing on a more realistic future now, when All Might burst out from around the corner. Izuku asked how he was here when he had just been surrounded by reporters. All Might struck a pose, and said it was no trouble for him. Then he promptly imploded back into his skeletal form, spewing BLD from his mouth. Izuku screamed. The class winced in sympathy. Does that happen a lot? The whole BLD thing? Hagekyu asked worriedly. Unfortunately, yes. Yagi confirmed, absently rubbing his side. However, don't let it get to you. It's a byproduct of the surgeries, so it doesn't mean something is immediately wrong. It would happen less if you would stop pushing yourself past your limits though. Recovery Girl scolded. All Might muttered an apology, and Recovery Girl shook her head. All Might told Izuku he'd come to offer his thanks. He told Izuku that without their conversation, he would have turned into someone who was all talk. Izuku tried to deny it. All Might countered that, without Izuku being at the scene, he wouldn't have found the strength to act. He went on to say that heroes have stories from their youth, and those stories tend to have one thing in common: the hero's body moved before they had the chance to think. All Might asked if that was what happened to him, and Izuku's tears overflowed when he agreed it was. Izuku fell to his knees, thinking about how, when he was little, what he really needed to hear was what All Might told him next. Dang it, man. Kirishima said through his own tears. I should have brought a roll of toilet paper from the bathroom. Yeah, definitely. Ashido said, trying to blink back her own tears. Go get one AF after this EP episode. Hagekyu sobbed. Even Izuku, who had already cried once for this event, felt tears starting to run down his face. He wondered if All Might truly had any idea what those words meant to him, even after seeing all this, how deeply he had needed to hear them. Ida lay a hand on his arm, and was rewarded with Izuku's grateful smile. Izuku's narrator voice came on, and casually mentioned that this was the story of how Izuku became the greatest hero. There was a beat of stunned silence. What? Bakugo shrieked. He leaped up from his spot, and would have gone straight for Deku if Kirishima and Shoji hadn't stepped in to restrain him. You DMN nerd. Don't think you're gonna be number one just because some dumb show made by some static BSTRD said so. That's my spot. Kaken, I didn't tell it to say that. And, things will be different now, since we're seeing all of this. Us knowing things will change how things play out, so there's no way to know if that will really happen once we get out of here. I know it won't, because I'm gonna be number one. Will you stop throwing a tantrum already? 𝐤𝐻𝐻 demanded. We're all aiming for the top, that's what being in the hero course is all about. So there's no point in having a hissy fit just because Midoriya is doing the same. Yeah. What she said. Uraraka shouted. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 makes an uncouth but excellent point. There is no reason for this unsportsmanlike behavior, and as class representative I must insist you calm down. Ida said, chopping a hand through the air. Don't tell me what to do. Would you prefer it if they tell you what to do? Ojiro asked, gesturing at the teachers. They were all looking at the display with narrowed eyes and disapproving frowns. Bakugo caught the eyes of Aizawa, who had one hand on his scarf. A scarf that he might not need his quirk to wield. I believe we had this discussion on the first day of school, Bakugo, about how attacking one's fellow classmates will not be tolerated. Aizawa's voice was calm, but his cold eyes held the reminder that Bakugo was already on excruciatingly thin ice. Bakugo gritted his teeth, but looked away and stopped struggling. Let me sit down, he growled. Kirishima and Shoji shared a look, then let him go and returned to their seats. Bakugo saw that everyone was still staring at him, and scowled. Just get to the next episode already. People slowly turned away, or got up to take advantage of the episode break. Todoroki's gaze lingered on Bakugo longer than any of the others. As the room settled down, conversations started to CRP up about the episode they had just seen. Man, I never would have guessed All Might was going through all that. Kaminari said quietly. That's kind of the point, isn't it? Zero's voice was subdued. He keeps up the act, makes everyone think he's unbeatable, and people feel safe as a result. But yeah, it's a lot to take in. And it feels wrong to say, but I almost feel. I don't know. Cheated isn't the right word, but it's a similar feeling, I think. Does that make any sense? Kaminari looked confused, but Ojiro overheard and nodded. I think so, and it's understandable. It's always gonna feel weird to find out that people aren't exactly what you thought they were. Like finding out the parent that always lectures about responsibility used to sneak out every night. It doesn't really change how you feel about them, but it does change how you view them. It's disorienting. That's the word. Zero snapped his fingers and pointed at Ojiro. Kinda sounds like you're talking from experience there. Kaminari trailed off leadingly, but Ojiro didn't follow up. Kaminari shrugged it off and continued. But still, to get hurt that badly, and still go out and save people with a smile every day, it's pretty amazing. It honestly makes me admire him even more, and I honestly didn't think that was possible. Zero and Ojiro were quick to agree. Shoji, who had been listening to the whole conversation, agreed as well. It really goes to show how important appearance is to being a hero, even the symbol of peace puts on airs for his adoring public. Ieyasu told Mineta, who was sitting next to him. Mineta had gotten up to try and sit next to one of the girls, since some people had been switching seats, but none of them had let him. Mineta nodded along with what Ieyasu said, but his mind was elsewhere. He'd wanted to be a hero because it always looked so cool and heroes had so many fans. But he'd never really thought about what came with that. Seeing that scar on All Might. Something like that could easily happen to one of them if they became pros, something like that could happen to him. Granted, Mineta couldn't see himself going up against the same kind of villains All Might would, but even an injury half as bad as that could change his life forever. Heck, something like that could have happened to him or one of the others at the USJ. Could he really handle that if it happened to him? Did he want to risk it? Suddenly he wasn't so sure about deciding to be a pro. Maybe he would be strictly a rescue hero. That was probably safer, right? Citizens, including pretty girls, would be super grateful to the person who dug them out of the rubble. Elsewhere, Bakugo was standing right next to a wall and staring at it again. Somewhere not too far away, Deku assured Kirishima and Ashido that this was normal for him. Bakugo didn't really pay attention to that though. Why? He demanded quietly. Why did you have to show them all that as it? Could truth be a city? He would forever deny that he jumped when a thoughtful hum sounded in his ear. You sound upset Bakugo Katsuki, though I hardly take any credit for that. I'm angry because of what you showed to these dumb extras. Bakugo growled under his breath. Everyone agreed to secrets being shared when I invited them here, including you. The events I have shown thus far are merely shadows of what has been. That they are what they are, do not blame me. A shiver ran up Bakugo's spine. To think that such a pillar of our society holds such a dark secret, and keeps it in shadow to shield the public from falling into despair, it is a appealing and tragic thing. Tokoyami declared with a dramatic bow of his head. He looked back up when Koda murmured something and then pointed at Aizawa, then at All Might. Tokoyami nodded thoughtfully. An astute observation. Aizawa may favor the logical ruse, but All Might's hero persona is a kind of ruse in and of itself, one that he uses to influence ally, citizen, and villain alike. It's more manipulative of him than I would have expected. Todoroki thought as he listened to them. His thoughts strayed to his father for a moment, but he shoved them back. All Might put up a front in order to better help the people he served. It wasn't anything like what his father did during press interviews. That was for the benefit of Endeavor and no one else. His eyes once again strayed to a now-seated Bakugo, and stayed there until the next episode started. The episode started with Izuku's voice describing how All Might's age and quirk were unknown, and how his existence dropped crime rates and lead him to be the symbol of peace. The recap about All Might gave many students in the room pause, as they suddenly became aware of how little they, and most others, really knew about All Might. Even the small bit of explanation they got in the previous episode was far more than most people knew about All Might's quirk, and it sounded like they were about to learn even more. The kids sat forward, eager to learn more about the hero they so admired. Izuku was hunched on the ground, overwhelmed by the fact that such a person had told him he could be a hero. I'm glad All Might came around. Uraraka thought to herself. Deku is such a good person, it's really great to see someone finally acknowledge that. She looked at Deku with a soft smile, but it turned to a frown when she saw how anxious he looked. Was something else about to go wrong? On screen, Izuku wondered if anything else could be more shocking. You should know better than to tempt fate like that, Mon Ami. Aomar said. The students around him gave him weird looks, but Izuku nodded in agreement. All Might then declared that Izuku was worthy of inheriting his power. Wow! Aomar may have had a point. Kaminari said, staring at the screen in shocked confusion. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, and sat up straighter, and Present MIC looked at Yagi in surprise. The two teachers thought that since they already knew about All Might's other form they wouldn't get any more big surprises in that area. Nezu and Recovery Girl gave each other knowing looks. Inherit his power. I can understand how one could inherit a title, but how could power be inherited besides through passing down one's quirk to their child? Ida questioned. That's an excellent question. Momo replied without taking her eyes off the screen. Her pen was poised above her paper, ready to take down new information. Todoroki was now looking back and forth between Izuku and All Might, trying to see if they had any features in common. Izuku's hands clenched into fists. It was coming, soon people would know that he hadn't actually been born with a quirk. He hoped that the power he gained later would make his classmates look past that, but his gut still roiled with anxiety. He did his best to shove it down, but a voice in the back of his head kept questioning if his classmates would still be able to stand him by the end of this. Izuku looked up in surprise and confusion. His face was a mess from crying. I know it's not a problem right now, but I still have a sudden urge to hand my Doria a tissue. Ashido said quietly to Hagekure, who had to stifle a giggle. All Might walked forward and said Izuku would have to decide if he wanted to inherit All Might's power, while BLD spewed out of his mouth again. A number of people winced and looked away from the screen briefly. A couple even looked a bit green when they saw the amount of BLD. Yagi noticed the reaction and fidgeted uncomfortably. If they had a hard time with the BLD, how would they handle what he was about to say? All Might explained how the media didn't really know what his quirk was, and that he always found a way to dodge the question, because he had to portray the symbol of peace as a natural hero, but to Izuku, he would tell the truth. The BLD spray was quickly forgotten about as people inched even closer to the screen, literally on the edge of their seats as they waited to hear what All Might would share. He declared that his quirk was like a torch that had been passed on to him, and he wanted to pass it on to Izuku. Izuku tried to protest, because he didn't understand how that was possible, and it quickly devolved into him muttering about all the debate he saw about All Might's quirk. "Will you stop your DMN muttering so we can figure out what's going on already?" Bakugo demanded. Kirishima raised an eyebrow at him. "You realize this is in the past and that Midoriya can't change what happened, right?" Bakugo scowled at him, but Kirishima was unaffected. "I'm pretty sure Midoriya is saying what we were all thinking anyway," Soto pointed out. Various students nodded in agreement. Uraraka was still preoccupied with how tense Izuku was, and it was right about now that Ida noticed too. The pair shared a confused look over Midoriya's head. All Might cut off Izuku's rambling by declaring that he may hide things but he didn't lie. "FYI kids, that's a good thing too. Remember when dealing with the media." Present MIC announced. He continued once the class was all looking at him. "Either avoid answering questions, or give them a statement that has at least some truth to it, but don't lie. Yeah, the media will eviscerate you if they catch you in a blatant lie." Aizawa added. All Might went on to explain that his quirk was the power to transfer power, and was called One for All. That the power was used by one person, then passed on to another, and with each new person the power grew. The room was quiet as people stared at the screen in awe. "I had no idea something like that was even possible," Momo said, writing down everything that was said as quickly as she could. "Me neither," Jiru said faintly. "Well, that blows my theory out of the water." Todoroki thought to himself. Now he believed even more that Endeavor, nor anyone else, should ever be allowed to know about how All Might's quirk worked. If his old man knew that All Might's power was a thing that could be given and passed on to another. Todoroki shuddered at the thought of what lengths the man would go to get it. It was that thought that had him suddenly standing up. "Sirs," he said loudly. The teachers, and all of the students, looked at him. "I feel this is very sensitive information, and I have to ask how we will ensure that it is never leaked to anyone else." Nedzu looked him up and down with his beady eyes, and seemed satisfied with whatever he saw. "I was planning to address this at the next break, but now that you've brought it up we might as well get it over with. Anyone who shares what we have just learned, and any similar information, with anyone outside of this room will be expelled immediately." The students gaped at him, all except Izuku, who looked a bit relieved, and Todoroki, who looked uneasy. Law enforcement may even get involved, depending on how bad the leak is. Given the nature of this information, I'm sure you can understand why we would take such measures, and I would caution you to be very careful with your words after we leave this place. We wouldn't want anyone else to accidentally overhear you talking about any of this, right? His attention shifted to the remaining teachers. Recovery Girl and I were already aware of this information, and since the teachers are aware of All Might's time limit, I'm sure they can find it within themselves to keep this new information secret too. The two teachers nodded, and Nedzu clapped his paws together. "Now that that's out of the way, let's continue." Izuku asked why All Might was giving him something so great. Good question. Bakugo thought to himself. All Might said that he had been looking for a successor, and that since Izuku had acted more heroic than anyone else during the slime villain incident, he wanted to pass it on to him. DMN Nerd was just in the right place at the right time, and he gets All Might's quirk as a result. What the hell? Bakugo's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist. Izuku instinctively flinched at the sound. Ida shot Bakugo a glare. Uraraka gave Deku a concerned look, and gently took his hand. "You really are worthy of being a hero, Deku, I hope you know that." All Might tried to brush off the intense atmosphere, and told Izuku the decision was really up to him. Izuku thought about what All Might had said to him. He concluded that he didn't have any reason to refuse. Izuku accepted, and All Might said he'd expected an immediate reply. Aizawa snorted. Of course Problem Child didn't even give himself time to consider pros and cons before accepting, and of course All Might felt that was fine. They really were two of a kind. Though, considering everything they'd seen, he could certainly understand Midoriya jumping at the chance to gain a quirk. "I'm very glad you accepted the wonderful opportunity All Might gave you, Midoriya, though I would caution you about making such major life decisions so quickly in the future. Ida told his friend. Izuku looked at him with wide, confused eyes, which made Ida himself confused. Did I saw something wrong? No, it was just unexpected. Izuku quickly looked away. Uraraka and Ida shared another look, and silently decided to talk about during the next break. Izuku's voiceover admitted that gaining All Might's power was not easy. The scene jumped to 2 days later, and a sign for Dagobah Beach was shown. The scene then moved to Izuku trying to move a fridge that All Might was sitting on. Aizawa's eyebrows shot up, and he turned to give All Might a look. I take it this is your idea of training? Well, part of it, yes. Then you might have wanted to tell the kid to start by lifting smaller things and work his way up to implements so large that they could kill a man. Aizawa said dryly. He's got a point. The only thing the kid's gonna get from trying to move that thing so soon is strained muscles. Present Mic added. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck. I did have a plan drawn up that accounted for someone of his age and starting physical fitness, but the boy has a bad habit of trying to push himself too far too soon. Trying to move the fridge was his idea, so I sat on it to, encourage him to go back to something more his speed. Aizawa huffed. Sounds like him. I take it you guys found a better routine as time went on. Izuku still tried to push further, but yes, we did. Good. You gotta love that kind of spirit in a kid, though. Present Mic said with a laugh. Izuku questioned why he was dragging garbage around at a beach. All Might said it was because he was not a proper vessel, which caused Izuku to freak out. All Might quickly clarified that he was talking about his body. But All Might's other form is, like, a skeleton. That can't be a proper vessel either. Jiru said. I assume that his original body's current state is part of the reason that his ability to use his quirk is now so limited. If Midoriya can improve his physical fitness, then hopefully he can use the full power available to him. Momo said. Jiru made a noise of understanding. Seems like he's been using a bit too much of that power. Todoroki thought, remembering Izuku's broken legs and arms. All Might explained that an unprepared body couldn't handle the collective power of his quirk, and that passing it on before Izuku was ready could cause his body to explode. The room collectively flinched back. Compared to that image, Izuku's tendency to break his arms and legs didn't seem quite so bad. After Izuku was done freaking out over that imagery, he asked if they were picking up trash as part of his training. All Might confirmed they were, and explained that he'd found out that this stretch of beach had been filled with trash for years. Izuku agreed, telling him about how the current caused objects to wash up there, and people took advantage of it for illegal garbage dumping. How completely reprehensible. Have they no sense of civic duty? Ida demanded. A few eyes were rolled, and others gave him a look of exasperated fondness. All Might told Izuku that most modern heroes were all about the flashy stuff, but that heroes used to be people who would do things like clean up and volunteer to help their community, and that it was important to remember that origin. While he spoke, he casually crushed some of the garbage. Despite the distraction of All Might's show of power, which had most of the kids clapping or cheering, they still took in the words. To think that the number one hero still considered things like volunteer work important was surprising and inspiring. Such a marvelous point, and made with such a dramatic flair. AMR praised. Yeah. Well said, big guy. Present Mic gave Yagi a thumbs up, which made the man smile. So manly. Kirishima cried out. No one could have been more surprised than Aizawa though, whose eyebrows shot up once again. The flashiest hero, espousing the idea that community service is an important part of being a hero. It's almost hypocritical, but he really does sound sincere, and he is teaching that to his successor. Maybe his personality isn't as shallow as I thought. It would be helpful if he said things like that more often during interviews. Though it's possible he already does. I honestly don't watch many of them. All Might declared Izuku would clear the whole area, causing Izuku to despair over how much garbage there was. Dang, that is a lot. Kirishima said. How much time did you have? 10 months. For all that? Good luck, dude. Mineta said. All Might asked if Izuku planned to go to UA. Izuku said he did, because that's where All Might went. So if he was doing this, it had to be UA. All Might laughed and called him a go-getter. So cute. Tsuyu thought to herself. All Might repeated he would need a quirk to get in there though, because that's just how their world worked. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, and looked back and forth between on-screen All Might and the one sitting not too far away. All Might then revealed the plan he'd come up for Izuku's training, which he called the American Dream Plan. There were some snorts and giggles from the group of students. Present MIC snickered, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Seriously? All Might blushed. Titles like that always inspire me. Oh my gosh. That should be the name of our band. The American Dream Plan. Jiru grinned. I kinda like that, very meaningful. Guys, I don't know about this, I'm really not a great singer. Izuku mumbled shyly. I could give you lessons. Jiru offered. Ashido nodded eagerly. Or I could teach you to dance with me. Wait, why do I have to be a part of it anyway? Because without you the name won't be as meaningful. Jiru said, as though this were the most obvious thing in the world. Then name it something else. Don't worry, Midoriya, we'll figure something out. Ashido reassured him. You guys aren't listening to me at all, are you? Izuku looked through the plan, noting how detailed it was. All Might asked if Midoriya could follow it. Izuku said he'd expected he'd have to work harder than anyone else, and agreed to the plan. Why is All Might whispering? They're the only people there. Zero asked. Shoji shrugged. Dramatic effect, he guessed. I know you can do it, Deku. Uraraka said. Ida nodded. Obviously you did, since you made it into UA, but I find myself once again impressed by your determination. They expected Izuku to blush or thank them or maybe brush off their praise, but instead looked back and forth between them, seeming surprised. Izuku labeled the next part his 10 months of hell. Izuku was shown carrying different types of garbage while All Might cheered him on. Izuku noticed that the different objects caused him to use different groups of muscles. I didn't think about how useful the variety would be. Ojiro admitted. It's a pretty clever way to train, Kiro. Hardly glamorous, but clearly effective. Ayama agreed. Izuku grunted, and started rubbing at his arms. It seems the pain of building muscles was enough to register on whatever truth was using to cause them pain along with their on-screen selves. Izuku was shown in school, looking dead tired. Instead of paying attention to the lesson, he started trying to do his own calculations about how best to use his training, and unintentionally started to mumble out his plans. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Of course the problem child would try and make his own plans, even after being given an official plan by his mentor. Ojiro shook his head. That's not going to end well. What do you mean? Isn't our school motto all about pushing yourself? Hagekyu asked. Pushing yourself is one thing, but I'm pretty sure Izuku gonna push himself right into the ground if he goes that far beyond the plan. Izuku's muttering became so pronounced that everyone nearby was looking at him, except for Bakugo. It only ended when the teacher used his quirk to reach across the room and smack Izuku in the back of the head. The teacher asked if his encounter with the villain made him go crazy, which caused the students to snicker. That was entirely unprofessional. Recovery girl T-scared. That's no way to get a student's attention, and a teacher certainly shouldn't publicly humiliate a student like that. Nedzu made a mental note to ask Midoriya for that teacher's name later. He couldn't stand to see such behavior from educators. At this rate he might have to have that whole school looked into. Aizawa nodded in agreement. He may be strict with his students, but he needed to be to prepare them for a job where they would risk their lives, and he only came down on them when they did something unnecessarily risky or inappropriate. Midoriya's muttering was an annoyance at worst, and didn't warrant that kind of reaction. Dude, your old school really scared. Kirishima said. Yeah. You're telling me. Izuku and Bakugo had talked at the same time. They glanced at each other before quickly looking away. Izuku was shown training at the beach more. Then he was at home, showing the plan to his mom, who served what the dietary requirements demanded. Your mom was cool with following the plan? Uraraka asked. Yeah, she was really supportive, and did whatever she could to help. Izuku said. His eyes sparkled with fondness and adoration. She sounds really cool. Uraraka said, giving him a warm smile. She is. More of Izuku's training was shown, staying up late to do homework, pushing and lifting things at the beach, being only half awake in class, running at night. One scene showed him so spent that he threw up behind an oil drum. Izuku suddenly let out a mmm and seemed to melt into the couch. All Might immediately ran to him, and his bony hands catching Izuku's arms was the only thing that kept him from slipping right onto the floor. My boy, are you alright? My whole body hurts. Izuku groaned, pressing his hands to his stomach. Why? It never felt like this. I was afraid of something like this. Recovery Girl said as she came walking over. Uraraka and Ida quickly moved out of the way to give her room, but anxiously looked over her shoulder while she gave Izuku a look over. Your body had time to acclimate to the feeling of your muscles growing sore and healing themselves before, but now you are getting 10 months worth of that feeling compressed into a few minutes. Like the way your 𝐻𝐸𝐽 quirk compress is healing. That's a good comparison. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. There's no real injury, despite your mind feeling the pain, so there's nothing for me to heal, even if I could use my quirk. Then we'll just have to make him comfortable in the meantime. Yagi said. He quickly picked Izuku up bridal style, showing off more strength in his rail-thin body than anyone expected. He carried Izuku over the couch he himself had been sitting on. He gently laid Izuku down on the cushions, and Izuku grabbed a hold of his arm as he moved to stand back up. Stay, Izuku said quietly. His mentor gave him a soft smile. Of course, my boy. Yagi sat down heavily in front of the couch. He rested his arm on the cushions behind him, casually giving Izuku the option to hold onto his hand, which Izuku took. Yagi tried not to be affected by the feeling of Izuku's hand shaking. Do you two mind if I sit here until the young man feels better? Recovery Girl asked, since Izuku was currently occupying her seat. Of course, Recovery Girl, it would be an honor. Sure, no problem. Ida and Uraraka replied. Man, I was getting all pumped for this training montage. But I'd rather not have it if it knocks my Doria down that much. Kirishima said, others mumbled in agreement. The training montage continued. Izuku pushed things and loaded them into a vehicle. Izuku was shown swimming as All Might kept an eye on him, until he got distracted by a group of pretty girls fawning over him. Mineta leaned forward, envisioning himself in the scene instead of All Might. Aizawa shot All Might a look for that display, but found it hard to think too badly of the man who was putting all his focus on comforting Midoriya. The training montage continued until they got to a scene of Izuku running while carrying a heavy container while All Might used a Segway to keep up. The colors around Midoriya blurred, and suddenly Midoriya was collapsing onto the ground. Izuku gasped, and his whole body shuddered. Yagi shifted so he could run a soothing hand down the boy's back. All Might started berating Izuku at first, but then recognized the signs that Midoriya had overworked himself. He told Izuku that the plan he'd given him had been made especially for Izuku, and that overdoing would have the opposite effect of what they wanted. This is what I meant. Ojiro said grimly. Oh, I get it now. Hagakure said. She shifted in her seat to face Midoriya more, her worry clear despite so little of body language getting across. All Might asked if he really wanted to get into UA, and Izuku argued that was the reason he was pushing himself, because he knew he would need to work harder than anyone else. When All Might realized how he was looking to be more than just ready by the time the exam came, he enthusiastically agreed to adjust Izuku's plan. Though they hadn't said anything, a number of students had wondered at the beginning of the episode if Izuku's success had been just due to him being lucky enough to catch All Might's attention. Now they could see that, while that had been part of it, Midoriya really had worked himself to the bone to get into UA. They realized that he had worked just as hard as they had, and in some cases much harder. That's so manly. Kirishima said, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. Even Bakugo had to admit that the nerd was pushing himself, though he'd never admit it out loud. The scene skipped ahead to the day of the exam, early morning. Izuku stopped whimpering, and sat up. He made no indication that he was still in pain, but his eyes were hazy. "My boy, are you all right? You seem a little out of it." "I feel a little out of it." "That's understandable," Recovery Girl said. "Your brain was probably flooding you with all the usual chemicals it does in response to the pain you perceived. Now that those scenes are over, the pain is gone, but the chemicals remain. It'll take a bit of time before those are flushed from your system. And you feel normal again." Izuku nodded slowly. "Do you want to stay here and rest until then, my boy?" "No, I'm okay now. I'll go back over so you guys can have your seats back," Midoriya said with a faint blush. Yagi noticed, and patted his shoulder. "You have nothing to be ashamed of, my boy. It was a perfectly natural reaction, and I'm sure you won't be the only one to go through something like that before this ordeal is over." Izuku murmured his thanks and gave him a grateful smile before slowly walking back to Uraraka and Ida. He smiled at them, and they smiled back, obviously relieved, and he felt something warm spread through his chest, totally unlike the faint burn he could still feel in his muscles. All Might was shown getting out of his car at the beach, then suddenly looked up when he heard Izuku scream. Heads snapped to look in Izuku's direction, wondering what pain he could be in now. But their Izuku seemed perfectly fine. Confused, everyone looked back to the screen for an explanation. Izuku stood on top of a pile of garbage, screaming in triumph, as the sun came up. All Might rushed forward, and was stunned to see that Izuku had managed to clean the whole area he had set as a goal, plus the space outside it, leaving behind a pristine beach. "Woo! Awesome! I can't believe he actually did it. And then some. Go Midoriya! You rock!" Izuku shifted self-consciously at the cheering, but he wore a pleased smile. He was still proud of that accomplishment. "That really is quite impressive, Midoriya. Even before getting to UA you practiced the motto of going beyond," Ida said, smiling warmly. Uraraka cheered and gave him a side hug. "You did awesome, Deku." "Thank you." Izuku swayed and fell off the pile, but All Might was quick to run over and catch him. Izuku declared that he'd done it, smiling tiredly up at his mentor. All Might admitted that Izuku had surprised him, and remarked on how amazing teenagers were. Aizawa looked over at his class, and found himself agreeing with All Might for once. Teenagers really could be amazing when they worked at it. All Might showed a photo of Izuku from his first day of training, using it to compare Izuku back then to how he was now. The difference was made obvious when the camera panned to show Izuku's bare, upper body. "Oh my!" Ashido said, making a show of fanning herself. Hagakure giggled. "Oh, hot stuff, baby!" Kaminari yelled from the back. Zero let out a wolf whistle. "Dang, I never would have guessed Midoriya was hiding those kinda muscles." Kirishima said, looking at him approvingly. "Not bad." Soto admitted. "You have to admit, that's a great improvement in the amount of time you had to work with." Tsuyu said. Ida was quick to agree with her. Izuku was blushing heavily now, and buried his face in his hands to try and escape the embarrassment. As a result, he didn't notice that Uraraka's face was nearly as red as his was. All Might declared Izuku a suitable vessel now. Izuku admitted that he felt like he was cheating, because All Might helped him so much. He started to cry, overwhelmed by how lucky he felt. "Deku, don't you dare think this was all just because you were lucky," Uraraka said sternly, hoping all the red was gone from her cheeks. "You were just over there racked with pain because of how hard you worked all those months to get ready and be your best. You even pushed yourself further than All Might thought you could. Indeed, you have done plenty to be proud of, Midoriya. Just because you had help and encouragement doesn't make the accomplishment any less." "Thanks, guys." His eyes beginning to fill with tears once again. Bakugo looked over at the scene, but said nothing. All Might's internal thoughts showed that he also thought it was due to Izuku's hard work. Uraraka jabbed her finger at the screen and gave Izuku a triumphant smirk, which earned her a laugh from him. All Might announced it was time for Izuku's award ceremony. He pulled a hair from his head, and gave a small speech about how there is a difference between getting something due to luck and getting something due to hard work, and that Izuku should remember that because he'd gotten there by his own efforts. Murmurs of agreement and approval filled the room, various students thinking about how much they had to work in order to get ready for UA, or about how much they'd need to work to stay there. Sounds like there's hope for him after all. Aizawa thought. Bakugo grit his teeth and looked down. The hell was All Might trying to say? That someone like him, who started out with a perfect quirk, didn't deserve his spot as much as the nerd who had to work for it. Just because I have a great quirk doesn't mean I didn't work hard to get as good as I am, damn it. Then All Might held out the hair in his hand and told Izuku to eat it. Everyone stared at the screen. What? Jiru asked, looking disgusted. Is that really necessary to pass it on? Momo asked, putting a hand to her mouth. Present Mic chuckled. I certainly hope he washes his hair more than some teachers. He elbowed Aizawa, who glared at him. It seems that such great power must come with great sacrifices, large and small. Tokoyami declared. Kaminari looked at him like he was crazy. Dude, you can't make eating hair poetic. You just can't. After seeing the look on Midoriya's face, All Might was quick to explain that the important thing was consuming some of his DNA. Well, I guess, when you think about the options, hair probably isn't the weirdest way to accomplish that, plus it's the easiest. Mineta said slowly. Though people agreed, they still looked a tad disturbed. All Might tried to hurry Izuku along, saying he would be late for the exam if he didn't do it soon. He's only had his quirk since the day of the exam. Aizawa thought in alarm, resisting the urge to smack his forehead. No wonder he has such problems with control. Most people have almost their whole lives to work on their quirks, and the first time I saw it he'd only had it for a couple of hours at most. With the power behind that quirk, the kid is luck why he didn't get himself killed when he first tried to use it. He quickly wrote in his notebook, reminding himself to get Izuku some more official training hours, either with himself or another teacher. Izuku was shown arriving at UA for the entrance exam. He lamented not being able to test out his new power. Then Bakugo arrived, demanding he get out of the way. Izuku jumped, stuttering over a greeting as he did so. Uraraka huffed and turned to glare at Bakugo. Is there any way you could not be a JRK for 5 minutes? What she said. Jiru said. Shut up, round face. Bakugo growled. Please, Uraraka, it's fine, really. Izuku pleaded. She grumbled, but turned back around. Someone in the crowd commented on how Bakugo fought the slime villain, and Izuku's inner voice wondered about how Bakugo hadn't done anything to him since that day. Hey! Uraraka said, slightly stunned. Sorry, guess you actually can. Bakugo scowled. Izuku shook off his lingering fear and gave himself a pep talk before stepping forward. And promptly tripped over his own feet. Smooth Midoriya. Soto said with a grin. A few people snorted, and Izuku chuckled good-naturedly. He stopped before he could hit the ground though, and the shot pulled away to reveal Uraraka standing next to him. Uraraka. Appealing catch. Ayama praised. She apologized for using it without warning, and explained she didn't want him to have the bad luck of falling. Izuku stared at her with red cheeks as she talked. She bade him good luck, then walked toward the school. He stared after her, then triumphantly declared he had talked to a girl. Snickers were heard around the room, and Mineta and Kaminari laughed outright. Might want to remember the actual talking part next time. Kaminari laughed. Even Ida wore an amused smile. Izuku's face was beet red, and he shrank down in his seat. It's okay, Izuku, I still thought you were sweet. Uraraka said, pink tinging her own cheeks. Honestly I had never talked to girls in my class before. No one really talked to me in my class before. He admitted quietly. Uraraka sobered up then, and lay a comforting hand on his shoulder. Things aren't like that anymore, she said softly. Izuku smiled at her. I know, I think that's one of the best things about UA. The scene changed to an exam hall inside UA. Present MIC stood at the front, welcoming all the students. He yelled out for everyone to say hey. And got no response. Present MIC gave the students a mock glare. Do you guys have any idea how disheartening it is to start a call and response and have no one respond? There was a smattering of laughs throughout the class, which made Present MIC grin. Sorry about that, sir. I think we were all too nervous to get into it. Izuku explained. Present MIC shrugged. Fair enough, listener. Present MIC brushed off the lack of response and started to explain how the practical exam would work. He tried to get another response, and once again failed. That didn't stop Izuku from fanboying, however, as the screen showed him sitting next to Bakugo, surrounded by a dreamy pink aura and gushing about the hero. At least you managed to impress someone, Aizawa said with a smirk. Present MIC shoved him playfully, then smiled at Izuku. I had no idea you were a regular listener, Midoriya. We'll have to get together and talk sometime. Really? Yes. That would be so cool, thank you. So adorable. Hagekyu whispered. Present MIC finally got down to business and started explaining the test. Bakugo noted that the test was set up so people who went to the same school wouldn't be in the same area. Izuku looked at the cards and agreed with him. Bakugo told Izuku not to look at his card or he'd kill him. You're the one that brought his attention to it in the first place, Shoji pointed out. Shut up. Also, don't you have any threats beyond saying you'll kill people? Tsuyu asked. Shut up. Kaminari ignored him and nodded sagely. Yeah, you use that one all of the time, eventually it's gonna lose its edge. If you want to keep up the bad boy image, you should really brainstorm some more catchphrases and threats. Shut up. A part of Izuku still marveled that the kids here could mock Kaken and get away with it. Present MIC explained that there would be 3 types of villains for them to beat and gain points, and that attacking other students was against the rules. A student raised his hand and was called on, and it turned out to be Ida. He called Present MIC out for not explaining the 4th type of villain on their sheet, accused UA of not keeping up with its standards because of it, and then scolded Izuku for mumbling earlier. Zero grimaced. Yeesh, Ida, take it down a few notches. Ida himself looked abashed, especially when he saw how distressed he'd made Izuku in the past. My sincerest apologies, Midoriya, he said with a bowed head. Midoriya waved his arms in front of his face. It's okay, Ida, I know my mumbling is distracting and I should have tried harder to keep it down. Be that as it may, it was most uncouth of me call you out in front of such a large crowd. I fear my own nerves may have gotten to me, though that is a poor excuse. It's okay, Ida, really. Present MIC explained the 4th villain as requested, saying it was 0 points and was better avoided. A couple of kids talked about how it was like a video game. You must have liked Midoriya from the start, Ida, since he's the only one you deemed worthy of yelling at for talking. Kaminari said with a teasing smirk. Ida's face went red, and muttered another apology which Izuku was quick to brush off. Present MIC explained the school motto to everyone, which caused nearly everyone in the room to shout it at once. He then dismissed them by saying, "Good luck suffering. Sounds like Aizawa is starting to rub off on you." All Might said with a grin. Present MIC laughed and Aizawa rolled his eyes. The scene shifted to Izuku standing with a group of students outside a mock city. Izuku was doing his best to give himself a pep talk. He still looked terrified though, and that's what the episode ended with. Oh, come on. We were just getting to a really good part. Ashido complained. Truth really does love to follow the formula of an actual TV show, leaving it with cliffhanger and all. Tsuyu observed. All right, time for another break. Nedzu announced. It's not good to stay sitting for so long. I'm still having a hard time believing that a quirk like All Might's really exists. Momo said as she loitered with her classmates. It really goes to show you how little we truly know about how quirks work and what they are capable of. Really makes you wonder what else is out there. Soto agreed. I figured people like Todoroki and Tokoyami were up pretty high on the list of cool and useful quirk, and don't get me wrong, they still are, but now I can't help but wonder what other crazy stuff we'll run into out there. Not to mention how we'll get past it. I don't care what powers other people have. If they cross me, I'll find a way of taking them down. Bakugo said. Several people jumped in surprise. They could have sworn Bakugo was still staring down the wall like he had during last break. Kirishima got over it quickly and pumped his fist in the air. Yeah. Now that's a plus ultra attitude. Indeed, we must all do our best to shine brighter than any villain, no matter the nature of their quirk or ours. 𝐼𝐼 waved his hands with a flourish. So, Midoriya's quirk was actually All Might's quirk all along. 𝐔𝐻𝐽 said, not bothering to hide her awe. Is it really just All Might's quirk if Midoriya can use it now too? Does that mean it belongs to both of them? Ojiro questioned. Tokoyami nodded. An interesting question. Perhaps it is not unlike the sacred tradition of passing down hero names from one generation to the next, ensuring that the legacy lives on. A legacy may be known for one person more than another, but that does not mean anyone owns the legacy more than another. In any case, I think All Might made a good choice, Kiro. You sound pretty confident for someone who has known him for such a short time. Jiru pointed out. Tsuyu put a finger to her chin. You have a point, but we've seen more of him here, plus you also didn't see him during the USJ fight. He's the reason me and Mineta got out unscathed. I think he'll do his best to live up to the legacy. Kinda makes me wonder who all came before him though, because there really wasn't anyone as recognized as All Might before this. Zero said. Not that I've ever heard of anyway. Yeah, I wonder who all came before him and All Might and what kind of hero they were. Kaminari wondered. Todoroki stood nearby, and looked away at Kaminari's words. If they were heroes at all. Not everyone wants to carry on a legacy, even if it is purposefully passed on to them. Mr. Yamada, do you have any advice about starting a band? Ashido asked eagerly. Sorry listener, but I've only done a couple singles. That doesn't really get you experience with starting a band. But if you guys do start one, and get a good sound going, I could hook you up with a recording studio. Yes. Thank you so much. You can thank me after you actually get a sound figured out. Mineta stood nearby, listening. Girls liked guys in bands, right? Hey Ashido. I'm good with tech. I could totally play a synthesizer. Midoriya, do you still have that American Dream plan All Might made for you? Ida asked. He, Izuku, and Uraraka stood in a small group not too far from the food table. Izuku looked at him uncertainly. I think so, just not sure where it is in my room right offhand. But, you know it wouldn't really be right for you, you know. Because it was meant for me specifically. Ida waved off his friend's concern. Of course, but the basic principles it follows could still be useful in making a training plan for myself. Do you know if All Might made it himself, or if he had someone help him? Because if he had help we could maybe ask whoever he knows to help with training plans. Uraraka pointed out. I'll have to ask him. Sometime. Izuku looked back and forth between them, and nervously fiddled with the cup in his hand. The other two shared a look before turning back to him. Deku, is there something you want to talk about? You seemed really tense at the beginning of the episode, and it looks like it's come back now. Well, I need to know. Do you guys still, like me? Izuku winced at his own wording. Uraraka's brow furrowed in confusion and Ida frowned. Do you feel we have given you some indication that we don't like you? No, you haven't. But that's honestly what's confusing me. Izuku shifted back and forth on his feet, and looked them in the eyes before quickly looking away again. At my old school, heck pretty much my whole life, people started treating me different after they found out that I was quirkless. They suddenly didn't want to talk to me anymore, or acted like I was fragile and less capable, or were just really mean. And I thought, I was so scared that once people here found out that I wasn't born with my quirk that it would all start up again, but it hasn't. I got up to go get food and no one looked at me different or whispered behind my back or anything. Maybe that's because I have a quirk now, but it's been happening for so long a part of me still thinks it will, so I have to know for sure. Izuku finally looked back up. Ida's mouth was set in a grim line, and Uraraka's eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Before he could say or do anything more, Uraraka had flung herself forward. She buried her face in his shoulder, and wrapped her arms tightly around his chest. You're my friend Deku. Nothing is going to change that. And everyone who made a big deal out of you being quirkless before were just big, dumb, bigoted, jealous. She said fiercely. Stunned, Izuku slowly hugged her back. He could already feel tears pricking the corners of his eyes when Ida, whose expression had now softened, lay a hand on his shoulder. The presence or lack of a quirk doesn't change who you are, Midoriya, and that is a person we are happy to have in our lives. I am happy you found a way to get a quirk, because that is likely what allowed you to get into the hero course right away, and if you hadn't then we may not have met until later, if at all. You are a wonderful person, Midoriya, brave, kind, and smart, and even if you didn't have a quirk, I would still be grateful to know you. The tears were flowing freely down his face now. He held Uraraka tighter, and tilted his head so it could rest on Ida's arm. Thank you. Thank you both so much. In another corner of the room, Yagi looked on at the bonding moment that was clearly happening between Izuku and his two friends. He was happy beyond words that Izuku had found himself true companions at UA, but there was something that had been weighing on his mind since his other form had been revealed to the students. Truth, may I ask you a question? He asked quietly. You just did. The strange voice teased in his ear. There is no prize for merely asking questions, so you may ask another. I may not answer though. Fair enough. I have noticed that I do not feel as many additional pains as some of the others. I still feel some pain when I see my other self push past his limits, but my chronic pain is the same despite my other self also being in pain. Should the pain not double? Or should I not feel more pain from the other occurrences of overusing my quirk? The fact that it is a chronic pain is the answer. Truth explained. The pains you feel here are the price for learning about each other's secrets and the future you will soon see. But your pain is a constant one, you feel it now, and you will feel it in the future. The others may avoid certain pains due to seeing the future, but yours is a pain that cannot be avoided. You will experience it no matter what the future holds, so there is no need for you to pay for it now. I suppose that makes sense. Yagi breathed a sigh. Don't be too relieved. That only applies to pains that are a natural result of your injury. You will still feel pains you experience due to outside sources. Trust me, the time for your toll will come. Yagi did his best to brush it off the ominous words, hoping no one had noticed his hushed conversation. He started looking around for Midoriya, but was brought up short by the approach of Aizawa. All Might, I think we need to have a talk. About what, Aizawa? You keep bringing up how Izuku needed a quirk in order to make it as a hero. Even with all the hard work Midoriya did being shown, if you keep phrasing it that way and not giving as much credit to things like his mental abilities, then I'm worried our students could get the wrong impression. All Might frowned, and thought back on what had been shown and some of his others' actions. I can see your point. Midoriya's intelligence is one of his strong suits, even if he does overthink things sometimes, and the scenes we just saw emphasize his physical strength over most everything else. Perhaps you could give me some pointers on how to address such matters. I'm afraid I'm still learning the intricacies of being a teacher. Aizawa sighed. That you are. Come on, we can bring the others in on this too. 2 heads better than 1 and all that. The teachers spent the rest of the break discussing how best to encourage all the traits needed to be a great hero, and how to more directly implement them into the lesson plans. They even made plans to discuss it more later and with the other teachers, just as the next episode came up. The episode started with Izuku's voice talking about UA, including a statistic about how few students were accepted to make it in. The students in the room felt a rush emotions at remembering how they had gotten in when so many others hadn't, those emotions ranging from happiness and gratitude to pride and pressure. Izuku listed off 3 popular heroes who had all graduated from UA. Todoroki scowled when his father's face appeared, though everyone was too busy watching the screen to notice. Everyone except Nezu though, who had happened to catch the small movement out of the corner of his eye. He filed the reaction away for later analysis. The scene shifted back to where the last one had left off. While the other students marveled over how elaborate UA's exam was, Izuku had fear and anxiety written all over his face. Izuku thought over what he'd been told about the test, and looked over at the other students, wondering why they didn't seem nervous like him. Not everyone expresses emotions that same way. Just because someone looks confident doesn't always mean they are hero. Or they could be way overestimating their own abilities. We see that a lot. Present MIC said. Aizawa grunted and nodded. Hey, there's Shoji. Ojiro pointed out said boy in the crowd. I didn't realize you were in the same area as Midoriya. Neither did I. Shoji admitted. There's you. Mineta said to his couchmate, pointing out him. Ah yes, I remember seeing Midoriya during the exam. I put on a dazzling performance for him later, and look. My belt caught his eye even before the exam started. Perhaps our meeting was meant to be. Yeah, sure. Izuku then noticed Uraraka standing in the crowd. Thinking about how he needed to thank her for helping him earlier, he started to walk forward, but he was stopped by Ida. He scolded Izuku for trying to distract another student, and also accused him of taking the exam frivolous. That seems like a rather extreme conclusion to draw after observing only 2 behaviors from someone, especially since you only saw the start of the second action. Momo pointed out. Ida started blushing once again. Looking back on it, I realized that leveling such an accusation for you simply trying to talk to someone was irrational. Once again, you have my apologies, Midoriya. It's in the past now, so don't worry too much about it. Izuku said, but then he frowned slightly. But, if you do want to make up for it, maybe in the future you can avoid calling people out in front of large groups. Or even small groups. Having a scolding bee on display really doesn't feel great. Of course, I shall do my best to keep it in mind, both as an apology to you and in an attempt to be a better class representative. Since Izuku and Ida seemed to be working things out on their own, Uraraka said nothing. She did feel pretty flattered that Izuku had placed that high of a priority on thanking her though. Izuku denied Ida's accusations vigorously, which caught the attention of some of the other contestants. They started talking about him, and Izuku could already tell they felt he wasn't a threat. Ida winced. He truly hadn't meant for his talk with Midoriya to be such a public display, and it drove home that that was something he'd have to work on in the future. I know it may be disheartening to have others feel that way, but it is something that could work out in your favor. Nezu pointed out. Being underestimated can have many advantages. That's part of the reason I made my hero outfit look like this. Aizawa added. Present MIC laughed. Yeah, hardly any villain expects to get beat up by what could pass as a random hobo. Izuku flipped open his own notebook and jotted that down. It could be an important tip later, plus it distracted him from old feelings of embarrassment. Present MIC suddenly shouted that the exam had begun. When Izuku turned to the test entrance, he saw he was already getting left behind. That's weird. 𝐒𝐿mentos started our exam, and he actually did give us a countdown. Soto said. Seriously? That's so unfair. My group didn't get a countdown either. Kaminari complained, 𝐒𝐿mentos, he's such a softie. Present MIC said fondly. Aizawa sighed. I know, it's like he doesn't get any pleasure out of messing with the students. He's a strange one. Yagi gave him a slightly concerned look. Izuku ran, trying desperately to both catch up and calm himself down. He told himself that he had All Might on his side, and that caused him to flash back to the memory of eating the hair. Seeing Izuku swallow had some people shivering in disgust and others grimacing or looking away. All Might told him it would take a couple hours to kick in. He also warned Izuku that, since Izuku had prepared in a hurry and hadn't had a chance to test the quirk, he should be prepared for it to have physical repercussions. That's putting it lightly. Aizawa said acerbically, leveling a glare at All Might. You honestly sent him into the entrance exam with a quirk he'd never used that could hurt him that badly, and you didn't even give a proper explanation about what those repercussions might be. Yagi's shoulders hunched, and he looked as weary as his skeletal body suggested. I honestly didn't realize that Midoriya would experience such intense blowback. I experienced injuries when first learning to control One for All, but they were not as grievous as Midoriya's. I didn't account for how much One for All's power would increase when I passed it on. That was an incredible oversight on my part. As for not having used it before, I had to make absolutely certain his body was ready for it. I wasn't about to risk him suffering permanent damage by passing it too soon. There simply wasn't enough time for both. I offered to try and get the boy in through recommendations, but he wanted to take the test along with the others. He wanted to make sure he'd gotten in on his own merit, and not just because I pulled strings. Aizawa looked at All Might for a minute, then sighed. I can respect Midoriya's choice on that matter, but the excess of power, and the injuries it causes still needs to be addressed. He's not always going to have access to recovery girl. Said heroine made a noise of agreement. Yagi nodded gravely. Of course. I was hoping that Midoriya simply needed a longer adjustment PRD than I did, but I will try to think of some way to address the issue sooner. Though, if we do go into the future with this viewing, then it might show us how he figured it out before we leave. Best to hedge your bets and try to think of one in the meantime anyway. Present MIC pointed out. All Might's last bit of advice ran through Izuku's head, which involved clenching your butt cheeks before using the quirk. There was a beat of silence in the room. Then a few people started to snort and giggle, and soon the whole room was filled with laughter. No wonder All Might gets all the fangirls. He's always baha. Mineta burst out laughing. First eating the hair, now this, it's too much man. Kaminari wheezed. Yagi blushed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Present MIC was almost falling out of his chair, he was laughing so hard, and even Aizawa's lips were twitching in amusement. Izuku once again had his face buried in his hands. I'm never gonna live that down, am I? He hummed. Now every time I use one for all they're going to think of that. Well, I wouldn't say never. Plenty of quirks cause strange side effects or need very specific triggers. Ida answered, trying his best to be comforting. Yeah, I'm sure it'll blow over. Uraraka said. The fact that she herself was still giggling didn't make her statement very convincing. A one-point robot suddenly appeared in front of Izuku. It rushed at Izuku, but he was too frightened to move. Just before it struck, an attack from AMR blew it apart. Nice shot, Shoji said, which made AMR beam. Merci. Thank you, I never did get around to saying it before. Izuku said, his eyes shining with sincerity. It was no trouble at all, you did do an excellent job distracting it after all. That shot wouldn't have been possible without you. Plus, it gave me some rescue points. Bakugo's ears perked up. What the heck are rescue points? He wondered. Izuku ran through the city, but everywhere he looked robots were either destroyed or being destroyed before he could get to them. He noticed Uraraka again, and she used her quirk to destroy 4 bots all at once. Soto whistled. Nicely done. Yeah, Uraraka. You go, girl. Ashido cheered. Well done indeed. Ida said. I thought your quirk was really cool then, though I didn't really think about it until later. Izuku admitted. Uraraka beamed, ignoring the nausea that had started to roil in her stomach as her on-screen self was shown. Thanks you guys. Ida was shown running up and kicking a robot so hard it broke apart. Nice shot. Kirishima called out. You were so fast then I almost didn't see what you did. Izuku said. Same thing happened the few times I saw you. Uraraka added. Ida glowed under the praise. Izuku started to freak out about how many points other people were getting and how the number of available points was going down fast. Many students sat forward. They knew Izuku must have passed the exam for him to be here, but his performance so far didn't look promising. Just how had he gotten enough points to get in? The scene shifted to a bunch of screens in a darkened room. The voice of Nezu was heard explaining the intricacies of the exam and how different students dealt with them. When he mentioned how some use information gathering, the camera showed a screen with Shoji on it. Shoji sat up straighter, startled but very pleased at having been noticed that early out of so many people. A screen with Ida on it was shown when Nezu mentioned how some use speed and mobility to get ahead. AMR was shown as an example of keeping a cool head. AMR sat back, very proud of himself for having caught the examiner's eyes. A screen with Bakugo was shown when Nezu mentioned the use of pure combat ability. Bakugo grinned. He knew a quirk like his would get noticed for how great it was. He didn't worry much that others had been shown in a similar way. Combat power trumped all that other stuff at the end of the day anyway. Plus he was working on the mobility thing. Next to him, Kirishima was wondering if he could get footage of the practical exam, so he could see more of what Bakugo did. Because that image of him surrounded by broken bots and ready for more was super manly. Midnight was heard, saying they had a good batch this year. But another teacher pointed out they wouldn't know until they saw how they responded to the real test. Students looked at each other. Had the regular bots not been the real test? What else was there? Yagi suddenly jolted upright. He looked over at Izuku, then quickly walked to the back and grabbed an unclaimed notebook. Then he walked over to Midoriya and knelt down in front of him and offered it to him. He spoke to Midoriya, but his words were so quiet no one else could hear them. Some did notice how much Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida tensed though. Izuku took the notebook and held it tightly in his hands as the show continued. Instead of returning to his seat, Yagi sat down on the floor next to the trio's couch. The ground started to shake, and students turned to look in horror at a robot that was bigger than the buildings surrounding them. Many students looked at each other or frowned in confusion. How was that the real test? Students were shown running away from the robot. Izuku once again found himself frozen, and ended up falling on his rear end. The other students didn't really blame him for that, since that thing had been terrifying. Momo, who hadn't experienced the practical, had been writing down anything she could learn by getting a more first-hand view of it. And even she had to admit she wasn't sure how she would react to something like that popping up out of nowhere. She hoped she would act sensibly, but she wasn't sure. Todoroki analyzed it instead. He wondered if he could have frozen something that big, and he figured if he couldn't he'd just run along with the others. A voice was heard over Izuku's panic. It stated that when an overwhelming threat appeared, people's true colors would show. Ida felt shame rise inside him once again as he watched his past self notice the frozen Midoriya and run right past him. All of his scoldings to the boy, and in the end he hadn't acted like a true hero at all, while Midoriya. Ida glanced fearfully at his friend. All Might's words from a minute before echoed in his mind. The students that had been wondering about the real test and weren't in Midoriya's section were even more confused now. What else were you supposed to do with that thing than run away from it? Izuku finally found the will to move. He was so scared that he would fail and that everything All Might did for him would be for nothing. I would never consider you a waste, my boy, no matter what happened during the exam. Yagi said quietly. Izuku slid down onto the floor to be next to his mentor, unable to express in words what that assurance meant to him. Izuku's thoughts were broken up by a cry of pain behind him. He turned and saw Uraraka, her leg being pinned under a pile of rubble. "Oh!" Uraraka yelled. She curled in on herself a bit, and brought leg up to her chest, attempting to nurse a hurt that wasn't physically there. "Oh, geez, ow. I don't remember it hurting this much before." It could be that time has made the pain seem muted in your mind. Recovery girl theorized. Or it could be that, without the adrenaline you had in your system back then, your mind perceives more of the pain now. Izuku paled. Yagi urged him to lay down, then took off the coat of baggy suit and bundled it up before placing it under Izuku's head. Then Izuku put the notebook in his mouth, binding side first. This went unnoticed by most of the students. Izuku and company had all sat very close to the front, so those further back couldn't see what was going on in front of the couch, and others were either distracted by the screen or Uraraka. Not many students had known that she had gotten trapped like that, and her cry of pain startled them. They were confident she would be okay, of course, since she was here and this was all part of a test, but it was a hard thing to ignore. The teachers noticed what was going on though, and they quickly realized what was about to happen. Recovery girl wished she had more to work with, but settled for heading to the bathroom to get a wet towel. Nedzu whispered something in present MIC's ear, who nodded and stood up. Even without his quirk, MIC could be pretty loud, and all heads in the room swiveled to him, causing the show to stop. There is a very painful event coming up for one person in particular. I know it will be hard, but I ask you all to keep paying attention to the screen regardless. It will make the experience easier on everyone involved. Nedzu explained. Now much more wary, the students returned their attention to the screen. Several gave Uraraka worried looks. Uraraka tried to free herself, but was unable to. Izuku watched, remembered her kindness toward him, and saw the giant robot take another step towards her. The next moment, Izuku was running toward her. Izuku crouched, his legs pulsing with energy, and leaped into the air. He sailed right up to the face of the robot and punched it. A scream pierced the air. Some students, including Momo and Todoroki, realized what was about to happen moments before it did. They paled and braced themselves. Other students had cheers and words of congratulations die in their throats. Izuku writhed on the floor. His limbs spasmed and his teeth dug into layers of paper. Uraraka and Ida had to hold themselves back. All Might had warned them that trying to restrain Izuku during this time could hurt them or Izuku if done improperly. They could do nothing but watch as their friends screamed and shook. Eyes on the screen. Aizawa barked. Necks snapped back to watch the show, and hands came up to cover ears. The giant robot started to fall apart. All Might, in the judging area, complimented Izuku's sense self-sacrifice. Yagi grit his teeth. That sounded far more admirable when it wasn't said to the sound of his successor's screams. Izuku had done his best to swallow down further cries after the initial one, but it was hard. The cushioning effects of things like shock and adrenaline weren't present in this place, so Izuku didn't have any insulation against the pain like he'd had during the original events. Izuku on screen flashed back to himself trying to rescue Bakugo, marveling at how different this situation turned out compared to that one. Then he was falling toward the ground at high speed. As he fell, he suddenly realized how high he'd jumped, and that 3 of his limbs were now shattered. "Oh God!" Jiru whispered, her eyes wide in horror at seeing Midoriya's limbs flutter in the breeze. Ashido and Koda pressed their hands to their mouths, and others had their hands on their stomachs. They'd seen Midoriya break his arms and legs before, but seeing them move like that, plus hearing the continued sounds of pain from their Midoriya, it was enough to turn people's stomachs. Izuku berated himself as All Might's warning about physical repercussions came back to him. He forced himself to stop and told himself to think of how to survive the fall. He thought of using his remaining arm to do another smash to break his fall, but knew it would have to be timed perfectly and that it would leave him unable to get any more points. Aizawa was a jumble of emotions as he listened to Izuku's thought process. A part of him was impressed that the boy actually had come up with a way to survive. It really wasn't a great plan, but it wasn't bad for something he'd thought up within a few seconds while in great amounts of pain. Another part of him was exasperated that the boy had wasted time feeling sorry for himself and was even worried about passing almost as much as he was worried about his own survival. But the largest part of him was tormented by the fact that a student of his was nearby, crying in pain, and there wasn't a single thing he could do about it. Izuku continued to fall toward the ground, but was abruptly stopped by Uraraka slapping him in the face. Izuku's body stopped just before hitting the ground. Uraraka released her quirk, and both he and the robot part she was floating on fell back to earth. Izuku gave one final shriek as his on-screen body hit the ground, then suddenly quieted. He was not silent, he was in too much pain to be silent. But after the pain of having his shattered bones and torn muscles be buffeted by the wind, the sensation of them finally being still was something of relief. He whimpered in pain instead, and that made him aware of how his screaming had made his throat sore. "It's all right, my boy, it will be over soon." All Might soothed, brushing the bangs out of Izuku's eyes. Recovery Girl walked up then, a damp cloth in hand. She gently wiped Izuku's face, getting rid of the sheen of sweat and offering just a bit more relief. Is he all right?" Momo asked tentatively. "He is, but he will be better once these scenes are over. Please, everyone, continue watching." Ida ordered. Uraraka pressed her hands to her mouth, and was suddenly throwing up onto the pavement. Real-life Uraraka had one hand to her mouth and another wrapped tightly around her stomach. Recovery Girl gave the cloth to Yagi, then hopped up on the couch and started expertly rubbing Uraraka's back. She mumbled a thank you from behind her hand. Izuku shook as he lay on the ground. He realized that the girl saved him, and wondered if she was all right. He was relieved that she appeared uninjured, and thankful that she left him with the ability to try and get at least 1 point. Huffs of exasperation, disbelief, and amusement were heard throughout the room. The tension was slowly bleeding out now that Midoriya wasn't screaming, and some couldn't help but think that it was very like Midoriya to nearly die, then reflect on how happy he was that someone else had made it out okay, right before getting back to business. "This kid, I swear." Aizawa thought to himself. "This guy is crazy." Zero said. "Awesome, but crazy." "You're just thinking this now?" Kaminari questioned. "I was thinking it after the first battle trial." Thank you. Saving me." 𝐒𝐿 managed to say, his pain-filled eyes managed to lock onto Uraraka. Her nausea was starting to subside now, and she smiled softly back at him. You saved me first. Right then, President MIC called out that time was up. Students were shown in the aftermath of the last robot attack, and then 𝐒𝐿 passed out. 𝐒𝐿's whimpers subsided, but he didn't move from his place on the floor. Recovery girl hopped down from the couch, and did what she could to check him over. Students gathered around 𝐒𝐿's unmoving body, and talked. In awe about what he'd done. One person wondered why he was so jumpy if he had such a powerful quirk. A few glares were sent toward Bakugo. They were ignored. Students talked about how it had been a great show of power, but that it didn't gain him anything. Ida was among the crowd, and realized the others were missing the point of what 𝐒𝐿 had done. Those who had been wondering about the real test suddenly realized what the teachers had meant. Something additional clicked for Bakugo. Don't tell me, that's how you get rescue points. He got into UA just for beating that one bot. What the F? Who cares if he did it to save someone? What's the good of a hero who can't take down lots of villains? He did not think to question what good a hero would be if he was too busy fighting to save those in need around him. Recovery girl arrived on the scene then. Emma identified her and described her as the backbone of UA. Recovery girl looked up from her examination of 𝐒𝐿 to smile at Emma. Thank you, dear, that's quite a generous description. 'Tis not but the truth. Emma said with a wink. Dramatics aside, the other students couldn't help but agree with him. UA wouldn't be able to function the way it does without her. Recovery girl came upon 𝐒𝐿. She kissed him on the head, and a green light enveloped 𝐒𝐿's body and his limbs righted themselves. 𝐒𝐿 took in a deep breath, and let out a long relieved sigh. The pain was finally gone. However, just like before, he was left feeling drained and not all there. 𝐒𝐿 moved to sit up, and Uraraka was quick to lean down and help him. He looked at the notebook that had been removed from his mouth sometime after the screaming stopped. It had noticeable teeth marks on it. What's the verdict? He asked with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. His voice made it clear he was parched, and Ida got up to get him water. It's a good thing you took the precaution of getting down on the floor, and that All Might provided something to pillow your head and something to bite on. You could have actually injured yourself with all that thrashing if those things hadn't been done, but because they were, everything seems to be in order. 𝐒𝐿 frowned. But that will be a problem later. When we get to stuff that hasn't happened yet, we won't know to do those things. Ida returned then, and 𝐒𝐿 thanked him for the water. Yes, that will be an issue. Which is why I'm going to be counting on the two of you. She said, looking at Uraraka and Ida, who both sat up straighter. If something like that happens unexpectedly, it will be up to the two of you to make sure Midoriya gets into a position where he's less likely to hurt himself. Think you can handle it? Yes, they answered in unison. 𝐒𝐿 felt a bit of guilt twist in his gut for giving them that burden, but it was outshone by the warmth that rose in him at how determined they looked. The scene cut to 1 week later, where Midoriya Inko became distressed over why her son was smiling blankly at a fish. Snickers were heard around the room. The kids were relieved that things seemed to be returning to normal, while 𝐒𝐿 felt guilty seeing how he made his mom worry. Hey Uraraka, didn't get a chance to say it before, but that was an awesome rescue earlier. Kirishima gave her a thumbs up. I must compliment you as well. Tokoyami said. Your timing was impeccable, and your control impressive, especially when you were also dealing with side effects. Uraraka blushed, partly from the praise and partly from realizing she'd been shown throwing up in front of the whole class. That was the one thing she was hoping not to do at UA. And we can't forget Midoriya's awesomeness either. Kirishima went on. Yeah. Seeing that bot's face cave in was epic. Ashido said with a huge grin. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Going through that memory again with the conditions set in place here had been painful, but he was still proud of himself for finding a way to make it through the exam. 𝐒𝐿 seemed to be in a slump. He was convinced he hadn't passed, and his fears were exacerbated by being unable to contact All Might. Inko attempted to cheer her son up, telling him how great it was that he had been brave enough to apply at all. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't convinced. Man, I remember that week of waiting to hear the results. That was the worst. I couldn't think about anything else. Kaminari said. All the students but Todoroki murmured in agreement. Even Momo, who had gotten in on recommendations, had been worried as she waited to hear back about the decision. Todoroki hadn't been worried about getting in. He knew there was no way his old man would have stood for him being rejected. I'm sorry I worried you like that, Midoriya. All Might said. He hated seeing Izuku look so lifeless. He was normally filled with promise and energy. It's okay, I get why you didn't respond. Izuku said. He was preoccupied with his own feelings of guilt once again. His mother was always so supportive, and he always made her so worried. And he hadn't even told her the truth about his quirk. Izuku's thoughts revealed that he hadn't told his mother the truth about his quirk or about All Might, not wanting anything to threaten his mentor's standing in the hero world. Aizawa sighed, and made another note in his notebook. This one reminded him to talk to Izuku about telling his mother, and offering to help if need be. Parents should be aware of these sorts of things, especially if it was something that put their child in danger. It wouldn't be pleasant, but it had to be done sooner or later. Izuku thought that he had failed his mentor, but he didn't truly regret it. He had done what he felt was right, after all. That's all I really ask of you. All Might said softly. Izuku smiled at him, tears prickling his eyes. All Might helped Izuku back into his seat on the couch, but went back to sitting next to their couch instead of his own seat. Inko suddenly came scrambling in, holding out the letter from UA. Well, I guess we know where Midoriya gets his excitability from. Hagekyu said. Those who heard her laughed and agreed. Izuku was shown in his room with the envelope. He quickly grabbed it and ripped the envelope open. A disc fell out and a projection of All Might popped up. All Might explained his reason for not contacting Izuku and revealed that he now worked at UA. He confirmed that Izuku had passed the written exam, but got 0 on the practical. But All Might continued by saying there was more to it. All Might changed the camera to show a video of Uraraka entering a door at UA. Uraraka blinked for a few moments, and suddenly realized what they were seeing. You saw that? She asked, her face heating up. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Yeah. Sorry, I started telling you on the first day, but we got interrupted. Guess we never got back to it. Still, I thought it was really inspiring. Izuku's smile shifted into something brighter, and her face felt even hotter. I was just doing what I thought was right. The video went on to show Uraraka describing a person with curly hair and freckles who was rather plain looking. Upon hearing the last description, Izuku realized it was him. Laughter burst out near the back of the room. Midoriya, dude, I think we need to work on your self-esteem. Zero said through his laughter. Kaminari was too busy giggling to comment. You're not gonna get any girls with confidence like that. Mineta said. Yeah man, you gotta have more respect for yourself. You've got plenty of defining features, like how green you are. Ashido continued. Just like I'm very pink. At least you know whether or not you're plain looking, I can't tell either way. Hagekyu said cheerfully, which started even more laughter. Izuku and his friends laughed along with them. It felt good. Uraraka went on to ask if she could give Izuku some of her points, because she'd heard him say he didn't have any, so she begged present MIC to be able to share hers. All Might pointed out that Izuku's actions that day had inspired others. There is something to be said about that. Aizawa thought to himself. Even without knowing him very long, I can see the way he affects those around him. That ability to inspire is probably what got people to vote for him to be class rep. Ida's a driving force, and that makes him better suited for that kind of a role, but Midoriya's the kind of person who seems to end up at the center of everything and brings people together. Aizawa looked over at Izuku. That could make his road even harder, in some ways. I hope he's up to the task. All Might revealed that villain points weren't the only thing that counted in the exam. As a school for heroes, they couldn't reject someone who risked so much to help others. All Might then showed that with rescue points, both Izuku and Uraraka passed the practical exam with flying colors. Izuku was overwhelmed by the news, and started to cry. His voiceover stated that with help from others, his whole life had been changed, and his new life at high school was about to begin. A feeling of satisfaction seemed to permeate the room, broken only by the sounds of paper tearing. If anyone else needs the toilet paper roll, just let me know. Kirishima said, tearing off more to dab at his eyes. Bakugo rolled his eyes, but didn't make a fuss as Kirishima asked him to pass it on. As the roll was handed off, Nezu spoke up. Well, if there are no objects, let's forge ahead. This episode started with the teachers discussing the top 10 scoring students in the practical exam. They started by talking about how Bakugo got all villain points and no rescue points, and about the strategy he used to get ahead of others in that area. Bakugo grinned broadly as he heard the teachers talking about him. Of course he caught their attention. He wasn't gonna start slowing down or tapping out before the test was even over, unlike his so-called competition. If that's what they did, then it's no wonder he got first in the practical, even without the stupid rescue points. Kirishima heard how persistent and strong Bakugo had been during the exam, and tears came to his eyes. So manly. Though they didn't voice it, most of the other students were impressed too. Even if you didn't like Bakugo, you had to admit he was talented. That's just what I would expect from Kaken. Izuku thought to himself. Despite their history, some part of him would always admire his childhood friend. The teachers then contrasted Bakugo to Midoriya, who got all rescue points. Apparently it had been a while since a student had taken the giant villain down so completely, but they bemoaned how much damage he took in the process. Aizawa was shown, looking unimpressed as the others commented that he was like a child who had just gotten his quirk. Turns out we were more accurate in that than we thought. Recovery Girl mused. Present MIC laughed. I know, who'd have thought, right? Aizawa frowned at the screen. He really wished he'd known more about the condition of Midoriya's quirk right from the start. How was he supposed to help Midoriya develop control if he didn't know what the boy was really dealing with? Though, when he thought about how Midoriya had gotten past the first day's test, despite having so little experience to work with, he became even more impressed with Midoriya's ingenuity. Meanwhile, Midoriya was frowning at the screen. He knew he was behind everyone else with how late he got his quirk, but hearing it laid out like that made anxiety stir in his chest. He had to try to find some way to get one for all completely under control, but would he have enough time? Would he ever be able to catch up to the rest of the class? And what if he still didn't have control and something like the USJ happened again? He hoped he would get some clue when they got around to showing the future. The scene swayed to the night after Midoriya got his acceptance letter. He ran to meet All Might at the beach and loudly yelled All Might when he saw his mentor. This caught the attention of people nearby, and All Might had to quickly coach Izuku on what to say to direct attention away from them. Several students snickered, and Aizawa smacked his forehead into his palm. Recovery Girl managed to refrain from doing the same, though just barely. How in the world did those two manage to keep this whole thing a secret for so long? Recovery Girl asked incredulously. Present MIC was too busy forcing down his laughter to comment. Occam's razor. Nezu said. Hardly anyone is going to believe the fantastical truth when simpler, more normal explanations will suffice. At least they've got that going for them. Aizawa grumbled. Over with the students, Ida raised an eyebrow at Midoriya while Uraraka giggled. I know that was dumb, but I'm getting better at it, I swear. Please don't make this memory any more awkward than it already is. Midoriya pleaded. Ida's stern look changed into a fond smile, and Izuku relaxed. All Might congratulated Izuku on getting into UA, and reassured that he hadn't told anyone of their connection, so Izuku would know for sure he got in on his own merit. Admirable, but I still would have liked to know something about the additional difficulties he would have, as I'm sure would any other teacher that worked practical lessons with him. Aizawa said. Yagi nodded in understanding. That would have been ideal, but I didn't want to risk any part of our true connection and the details of one for all getting out. I have enough enemies that some might think to harm Midoriya if it was made known I was mentoring him, and I'm sure you can appreciate keeping one for all secret. Both good points, but we could probably find a way around them. Present MIC tapped his chin thoughtfully. Like, him getting his quirk a lot later than most kids doesn't automatically point to you or one for all, right? You could stick to just mentioning that. That's not be a bad idea. Perhaps making note on Midoriya's student file would be prudent once we get back to our own world. Nezu mused. Midoriya expressed surprise at learning All Might would be a teacher, and deduced that that was the reason All Might had moved into the area. All Might agreed, saying he had been offered a job there while looking for a successor. This caused Izuku to realize that All Might had originally been planning to choose a student as his successor. Many students looked at each other in surprise, realizing how close they had been to being candidates for inheriting One for All. Man, being offered something like that partway into school would have been intense. Kirishima said in quiet awe. I'm not sure I'd be able to handle that. What about you, Bakugo? Like I'd need some boost from All Might to be the #1 hero. I'd tell him to keep his fancy butt quirk and watch me climb the ranks without it. That's so manly. Midoriya confessed that using One for All had broken his body, and that he didn't have any control over it. All Might brushed off the obvious worry, comparing it to someone who just grew a tail attempting to do a trick. It wouldn't work out well for them either. I can attest to that. Ojiro smiled ruefully. I used to overbalance with my tail all the time when I was younger. Sometimes I could barely run without it tripping me up, much less do anything with it. I got into some pretty awkward situations with my tongue when I was little too. Tsuyu confessed. Ashido grinned. Oh, you gotta give us some stories. Next break time at the latest. Ashido demanded. Maybe, you got any to share too, Kiro? I've got acid strong enough to burn through clothes, so yeah, I've got a few. We can trade. Mineta had opened his mouth to make a comment about this exchange, but Hima saw and quickly flicked Mineta's nose. That startled him just enough for everyone's attention to shift back to the screen and the episode to continue. Izuku asked if All Might had known what would happen when he used One for All. All Might said there simply hadn't been enough time to explain, but that things turned out okay. He explained that Izuku was now at a point where he either used 0% or 100% of the quirk, and as time went on he would learn control and what his body would be able to handle. He buffed up at the very end to demonstrate his point. This caused the same people from before to notice that All Might was there, and the hero quickly urged Midoriya to run down the beach to avoid them. Who would have thought? Even All Might gets tired of the public and avoids fans now and then. Aizawa thought with a smirk. He was taking more joy in it than usual, since a part of him was mad at All Might's casual dismissal of Izuku hurting himself so badly. Even if he thought it was only that bad due it being the first time Midoriya used it, that still wasn't the kind of thing that should be framed as okay. He noted it down as something to talk to them about if things didn't show signs of improving in the future. Izuku quickly scribbled into his notebook. The bit about percentages hadn't completely stuck in his brain before, since they had to run away so soon afterward, but now that he heard it again he wanted to make sure he remembered. Would using only part of the power available to him be easier if he thought of it as percentages? As they ran, All Might thought about how the flame Izuku now held was still small, but that it would grow larger with time. As a result, All Might himself would become weaker, until a point where he would disappear and his job would be done. Jaws dropped, and Izuku's pencil fell out of his grip. He jumped up and ran over to Yagi. What do you mean? You never said anything about you getting weaker, and you definitely didn't say anything about you disappearing. Izuku's arms waved frantically as he spoke, and his eyes were starting to tear up. He didn't want to be responsible for All Might disappearing. All Might let out a heavy sigh, then stood up and put his hands on Izuku's shoulders, which caused him to lower his arms. Because, my boy, I was afraid you would have precisely this reaction. You must understand, Midoriya, that my power was waning long before I met you. I was already down to 3 hours a day as All Might, and I have no doubt that it would have continued to lessen if I went on the way I was. You mustn't think of yourself as sapping my strength, because that is not what you are doing. You are merely gathering that strength before it leaks out of me completely. You are ensuring that One for All does not end with me. Izuku nodded slowly. He seemed to understand, yet it was clear something was still bothering him. Yagi waited a minute for Izuku to gather his thoughts. I'm still worried about what you meant by disappearing. What will happen to you? And what will happen without the symbol of peace? Yagi smiled down at Izuku. You needn't worry about me. I merely meant that my hero form would disappear, not that I would. I'll be able to live without my quirk, though I'm sure it will be a major adjustment. As for the symbol of peace, well, the plan was for me to retire once you got older. I'm not exactly a young man anymore, and it hasn't gone unnoticed that I'm spending less and less time fighting villains. People would find the retirement believable, and it would pave the way for you and other great heroes to shoulder the burden I once did. Izuku looked down. I never really thought about you not being a hero. I think a part of me figured you'd be one forever. I guess that was silly though. I've been known as the symbol of peace since you were born, I think, so I wouldn't say it's silly. People tend not to doubt things that have been a part of their world their whole lives. But the world survived without me being a hero before, and I'm sure it still will once I'm retired, especially if it has heroes like you and your classmates in it. Izuku finally looked up. He wasn't sure what exactly he was feeling. All Might's confidence in him and the others made him feel like his heart could burst from the warmth, but something squirmed in his gut and something whispered in the back of his mind that they won't be enough, that he won't be enough. But, for now, those feelings were overpowered by joy Izuku felt being so completely trusted by his hero. Tears spilled down his face, and he put one of his hands over All Might's. We'll do our best. Izuku managed to croak out. All Might's smile grew bigger. I know you will. The walk back to his seat was silent, and Izuku felt awkward about that. He couldn't believe that conversation happened while he and All Might were being watched by his whole class and the other teachers. But maybe it was better this way. He couldn't have been the only person freaked out by the thought of All Might being gone. He certainly hoped he wasn't anyway. So maybe, this way, All Might's reassurances had reached all who needed it. When he sat back down, Uraraka leaned into his side, and Ida handed him the roll of toilet paper that had been passed around earlier. The scene swayed to Izuku's apartment, where Inko was making sure Izuku had everything he needed that day. Before he went out the door, Inko stopped him, and told him how cool he was. Izuku blushed in time with the image of himself on screen. Your mother is very kind-hearted. It seems you inherited much from her. Ida said. Izuku's blush deepened, but he was smiling. Even if he wished she had been more supportive when he was younger, Izuku still loved his mom and admired her a lot. So he felt proud when people said they were a lot alike. I gotta ask though. Kaminari interrupted, a big grin on his face. The action figure thing she mentioned, was that a thing that actually happened? Izuku groaned. One time. I did it only time when I was 7 and she's never let it go. Izuku thought again on how few people got into the UA, and especially how few got into the hero course, as he went to school. He ran nervously through the halls, trying to find his classroom. When he did, he was surprised that the door was about 3 times taller than he was. He wondered if it was for accessibility. It is indeed. We certainly wouldn't want our school to feel unwelcoming to those with mutant type or shifting quirks that affected the size of their bodies. We also offer assistance to those who have sensory issues as well. Nezu explained. It kind of sounded like he was giving a sales pitch. Izuku thought about who else might be in the class, and his mind was shown to flash to caricatures of Bakugo and Ida. He shook his head to clear it, and hoped he wasn't in the same class as the scary people. Students burst out laughing throughout the room. Sorry Izuku, you made into the class with all the crazies. Ashido teased. Oh my god, the look on Ida's face in that thought bubble. Kaminari howled. And did you see Bakugo's teeth? Zero added through his own laughter. Are sharp teeth really that scary? Kirishima asked, self-consciously tapping the points of his teeth with his index finger. Bakugo snorted. Maybe to idiots. Means yours will work great against lowbrow villains. I'm not sure if I should feel insulted or complimented. Take it or leave it, shitty hair. Midoriya looked mortified. Ida. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean dash. It's quite alright Midoriya, I understand that I didn't leave you with a good first impression. Though, to be honest, he was rather put out at being put on the same level of scary as Bakugo. Yeah, and it's not like you can filter every little thought that comes through your head, especially when you didn't know some of them would be made public. Uraraka reassured. When Izuku opened the door, the first sight that greeted him was Ida arguing with Bakugo. When Ida tried to introduce himself, Bakugo responded by saying he would have fun crushing him. Ida looked alarmed and asked if he was truly aiming to be a hero. After seeing the way Bakugo treated Izuku at their old school, many of the other students were beginning to wonder the same thing. Bakugo himself now grimaced at the wording. It reminded him a little too much of what Aizawa had said to him earlier. Bakugo brushed off the accusation. The pair spotted Midoriya, and Ida started to march over to talk to Izuku. Ida frowned as he watched himself. He never realized how aggressive he looked when walking like that. He'd have to be more aware of himself in the future. He wouldn't want to accidentally alarm any civilians once he got out into the field. Ida told Izuku it was obvious that Izuku had realized there was something more to the entrance exam while Ida didn't, which meant Izuku was better than him. Izuku's thoughts showed that he hadn't known anything was up with the exam, but before he could voice that he was interrupted by the arrival of Uraraka. She loudly declared that he was the plain-looking one. Ouch, Uraraka doesn't hold back, Mineta said with a laugh. Uraraka blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. It's fine, you didn't make me feel bad. Uraraka was excited to see he really had passed, and began to reenact Izuku's takedown of the giant villain during the exam. While she talked, Izuku thought that she looked good in her uniform. Oh yeah, when Uraraka's in uniform Izuku doesn't feel bad at all. Kaminari teased. Mineta reached over and they gave each other a high five. Ashido looked at the potential matchmaking, and started beaming so hard she was almost vibrating. Emma smirked, just as pleased as Ashido but much more subtle about it. Izuku's face went red, and he covered his head with his arms. I'm sorry. I didn't think that. I was thinking that, but I mean it. It's okay, Deku. Like I said, you can't filter every thought. She sounded calm, but her face was an even brighter red than Izuku's. I'm glad, thank you though. After that they both made a point of not looking at each other at all. Ida wondered if he should offer to switch seats with Izuku or if that would just draw more unwanted attention. While Izuku and Uraraka talked, the screen shifted to show Bakugo watching them. Then the screen flashed back to Bakugo and Midoriya's old high school. The school principal was shown congratulating the two on both getting into UA. Bakugo looked obsessed when the principal's attention shifted to Izuku, and the next scene suddenly showed Izuku being thrown against a stone wall. Ah! Izuku cried out in time with the on-screen version of him. The jolt up his spine felt just as real here as it did back then. Glares were once again being leveled at Bakugo, who made a show of lounging back in his seat and ignoring them. He couldn't stay that way long though, because it made Kirishima's face too visible. He swayed to leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and scowling. Izuku, meanwhile, was just glad that something had taken attention off that last moment. Uraraka was relieved about that too, but wished it had taken by something other than more evidence of Bakugo's bullying. Bakugo demanded to know how Izuku managed to cheat his way into UA. Bakugo declared that his plan for the future was already being messed up by not being the only one from their school to go to UA. Nobody cares about your stupid perfect backstory, Bakugo. Uraraka seethed at him. She hated how much of Izuku's cries of pain in here had been a direct result of Bakugo's actions. Caring more about an appealing backstory than another person is not the trait of a hero. Ida agreed, his teeth clenched together. Bakugo's fists clenched. Guys, please, it's fine now. Izuku tried to reassure them. They didn't agree, but backed down to satisfy Izuku. Bakugo's furious features suddenly morphed into surprise. Izuku had grabbed Bakugo's wrist to stop himself from being shaken. Izuku declared that someone had told him he could be a hero through his own effort. He looked defiantly back at Bakugo, and said that was why he was going. Yeah. You tell him, Midoriya. About time. Bakugo's scowl deepened as people cheered Deku's little speech. Stupid extras didn't know what they were talking about. Right. On screen, Bakugo also scowled, angry that Izuku had dared to go against him. Soto snorted and muttered, well, someone's certainly used to being the top dog. He barks and growls enough to be one. Zero said with a smirk. Izuku and Uraraka were still talking by the door, when a voice behind them declared they could go elsewhere to make friends. The two teens turned to the doorway and saw Aizawa laying in the hallway in a sleeping bag. Present MIC nudged Aizawa in the side. And you say you have no flair for the dramatic. I don't. I was just telling them the truth, and delaying getting out of the bag as long as possible. Sure you were. Aizawa stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag to step out. He declared that they took too long to quiet down, and needed to be more rational. I must say, I rather enjoy your unique way of challenging the students' expectations from the get-go. Yagi said. Aizawa nodded, accepting the compliment. Not everyone understood the purpose of that entrance right away. Izuku reasoned that if this was a teacher then he must be a pro-hero, though he'd never seen one look so tired. Aizawa snorted. Most heroes care way too much about personal appearance. Most teachers also don't take teaching jobs on top of nighttime patrol shifts, so that's probably part of it too. Present Mic yelped when Aizawa elbowed him in the side. Aizawa announced he was the homeroom teacher, much to the students' surprise, and then asked them to SWCH into gym clothes and meet him on the field. The students were shown out on the field, surprised at being asked to take a quirk assessment test rather than doing any ceremony or orientation. Aizawa declared that they didn't have time for such things if they planned on being heroes. He went on to say that UA let teachers have free reign of their classes. Does that mean that Class 1B doesn't do a quirk assessment test like we do on the first day? Or that other departments do get orientation? Midoriya asked. Back when all this had been going on he hadn't wanted to interrupt for a non-essential question, but there was no harm now, right? The other departments do get a bit of a ceremony and orientation, but they get hands-on pretty quickly too. Present Mic said. I'm not sure what 1B does on the first day though. Don't know. Never asked. Aizawa added. I just started here. Yagi said sheepishly. I'm happy as long as none of them get sent to me on the first day. Recovery Girl said. Now it was Izuku's turn to look sheepish. People looked at Nezu, who just smiled at them. You can ask BLD King when we get back. The students groaned. Aizawa gave a brief reminder about how they all did physical assessments without quirks when they were younger. He called Bakugo up first, saying he should do the softball throw while using his quirk. Bakugo shouted die, as he put an explosion into the throwing of the ball. Seriously Bakugo, you should really think of a more appealing catchphrase before you start working with the public. Zero said. Shut up. The ball went sailing, and Aizawa revealed that the ball had gone hundreds of meters. The other students started to get excited for the assessment, looking forward to using their quirks as much as they wanted. Someone exclaimed that it sounded like fun, which Aizawa noticed. He didn't approve of such a casual attitude, and declared that whoever placed last would be expelled. You just had to say it, Ashido. Jiru snarked. Ashido took in good humor. Hey, it's not like we were actually going to get expelled. You should thank me for getting the teacher to bring the heat so we would all do our best. Since he was planning that logical ruse all along, he probably would have done that anyway. Momo said with a grin. She was quite proud of herself for figuring out that it was a trick when no one else did. Ashido grinned. Yeah, but this version makes me look better. Present Mic turned and gave Aizawa a skeptical look. Did you tell them you were bluffing at the end? He whispered. Aizawa smirked, and Present Mic grinned. That will make for an interesting reveal later. The students started to freak out. The scene briefly swayed to All Might, who had just looked up who Izuku's home teacher was, and rightly declared the boy would be suffering from the start. The scene swayed back to the training field, where Izuku was now staring at Aizawa, who was surrounded by a dense purple fog. Your reputation for suffering precedes you. Maybe you and Midnight aren't so different after all. Present Mic said with a grin. Never say anything so hurtful to me ever again. Aizawa deadpanned. Gotta say, I actually do agree with Midoriya's viewpoint here. Mr. Aizawa can feel pretty scary when he wants to. Soto admitted. Indeed, being surrounded by an aura of darkness can be quite fitting for him. Tokoyami added. Aizawa overheard them, and smirked. Izuku started freaking out. With his inability to control one for all, he didn't see how he could use it in any of the tests. Uraraka exclaimed that expelling them on the first day was too unfair. Aizawa replied that the country was full of unfairness, and that being a hero would mean dealing with situations that weren't in their favor. It was their job to overcome anything UA could throw at them. Some people may not like his teaching style, but you have to admit it's effective. Recovery Girl murmured to Nezu. Indeed. It is rare to see children of this age hang on someone's every word, as they are now doing with Aizawa. Ida was shown, and his inner voice thought to himself that this was too serious to be hazing, it must be real. Other students were shown looking pumped or determined. I was taken in so easily. Ida said with a sigh. We all were, Ida, don't feel bad about it. Midoriya reassured him. The teachers exchanged looks. The tests began, starting with the 50-meter dash. Ida was one of the first ones to take it, and after he was done the camera zoomed in on him, then Present MIC's voice was heard giving Ida's full name and explaining more about how his quirk worked. Aizawa and Yagi turned to Present MIC simultaneously, and so did any student that recognized the voice. Just what are you doing voicing over people's quirks? Recovery Girl asked with a raised eyebrow. Heck if I know, I didn't put this show together. His style is a good fit for that kind of introduction. Yagi pointed out. The others looked at him. What? It is. That is precisely why I chose Yamada Hisashi. Truth's voice made everyone startle. Can I ask how exactly you got him saying that stuff? Did he say it at some point or can you manipulate the audio to make it sound like him? Izuku asked. I took the audio from when he was practicing for the sports festival while looking in the bathroom mirror. Truth sounded so gleeful it was easy to picture them grinning. The imagined expression looked incredibly similar to the one Aizawa was wearing now. You practice lines for the sports festival in the bathroom mirror. And no. I don't know what they're talking about. Sure you don't. Just play the rest of the show. Present MIC grumbled. Uraraka was shown preparing for her run by using her quirk on her clothing, which earned her a close-up quirk explanation as well. Oh cool, I got one too. Uraraka said. I didn't, I wonder what determines whether or not you get one. Tsuyu wondered. Truth did not deign to offer any explanation. Did using your quirk your clothes and shoes really help? Izuku asked. I don't think it made a huge difference, but I did do a little better than the last time I took it. That means something, right? I just wondered if that was a result of any training you did, instead of just the quirk itself. Well, I didn't do as much physical training, but I did practice with my quirk so I could lift heavier things for a longer time. Maybe that made it more effective on small stuff too. There's also a chance that your improved score was more psychological. Momo interjected. Because you could use your quirk you believed you would do better, so you pushed yourself harder without even realizing it to accomplish that. I hadn't thought about that. Uraraka replied, looking very thoughtful. Maybe we could all get together and test out that kind of effect sometime. Midoriya said, making note of it in his notebook. We'd have to structure it carefully avoid any confirmation bias. We could talk about it during break. Momo hesitantly suggested. Both Midoriya and Uraraka smiled and said that could be cool, and Momo relaxed a bit. Aomar was a part of the next race. He used his naval laser to propel himself, and got a close-up for it. An excellent snapshot. Aomar said with a pleased smile. It quickly turned to a grimace as the next few snapshots showed him falling and rolling on the ground. You probably would have done just as well if you ran instead. Mineta pointed out. That was one of the only tests I could really use my quirk for, so I didn't want to risk it. Besides, I am not a fast runner. Aomar admitted, looking downcast. Mineta awkwardly patted him on the arm. Aizawa's thoughts revealed that he was using these tests so he, and the kids, could figure out what their limits were, and where there was room for improvement. Plus it showed off if they could use their quirks in creative ways. Good to know there's some method to the madness. I was scared that whole time because I couldn't figure out any way to use my quirk to help me with those tests. Hagakure said. Koda was quick to nod in agreement. Bakugo raced beside Izuku, and used his quirk to propel himself forward. He also got a close-up. Bakugo grinned. They actually did get a nice, intense shot of him. Izuku was worried. He figured everyone would be using their quirks to get above-average results, but if he used his quirk it would put him out of the running for everything else. Izuku flashed back to him and All Might talking on the beach. All Might said that the big secret to controlling the quirk was feeling. It took all of Aizawa's willpower not to smack himself in the forehead again. No wonder Midoriya was having such a difficult time. I guess that kinda makes sense. Kaminari said slowly. When it came to changing the amount of voltage I used, I just had to feel it out, experiment. But your exploration of your quirk does not result in such dire consequences as it does for Midoriya. Tokoyami pointed out. Kaminari nodded in agreement. Shocking himself silly wasn't fun, but it wasn't quite as bad as multiple broken bones. All Might claim that, now that Izuku knew what 100% power felt like, he should be able to easily figure out to use that feeling to lower the power to a less dangerous level. After some struggling to explain, Izuku likened the feeling to cooking an egg until it exploded. It made All Might laugh so hard BLD spewed out of his mouth. Some chuckled at the strange metaphor, wondering at how Midoriya's mind worked, while others flinched. Though that could have been from the sight of the BLD or from the mental image of Izuku exploding. All Might encouraged him to focus on the visual of the egg not exploding. He warned that it wouldn't happen immediately, but that should allow him to control it with time. I don't advocate shortcuts, but I don't suppose there's a way to speed that process up a bit. Aizawa asked. I don't know. Like I said, the damage I experienced was less severe, and I didn't have to deal with villains for much longer, so I had more time to figure out control. Plus, I think it might have come more naturally to me than it does to Midoriya. He knew someone he could ask. But he really didn't want to bring him into it until it became absolutely necessary. The scene swayed back to Midoriya taking the test. He tried to visualize like All Might had said, but instead remembered how battered he'd been after using it the first time. Yagi grimaced. He hadn't taken into consideration how much the pain of the first attempt would affect Midoriya's next attempts. Of course he would be afraid of going through that again, it was only natural. Add in a test that could affect his entire career and it was no wonder that nerves had gotten to him. First this test, then having to use his quirk against a person he had so much history with, then the USJ. Was it possible that Izuku's lack of progress was due to never having a truly safe environment to practice in? Unbeknownst to Yagi, Aizawa was having similar thoughts, and making a note to himself to try getting Izuku some supervised time in a training gym. No grades, no pressure, just Izuku trying to gain some semblance of control. The show showed a few different tests in a row, each with Izuku trying and failing to use his quirk without it hurting him, but in the end he simply didn't end up activating his quirk at all. Eventually it got to the ball throw, where Uraraka got a score of infinity. I was busy freaking out at the time, but that was still a really awesome Uraraka. Izuku said with a smile. Indeed, your performance on that test was quite stunning. Thanks guys. Infinity. That could be something that you could factor into your hero name later. It's the kind of word that really catches attention. Present MIC said. Oh, thanks for the advice, I'll think about it. She already had an idea for her name though. Maybe Infinity could be the name of a special move, part of a name anyway. Seeing such an amazing score was making Izuku start to panic. He was determined to get at least one outstanding score, like everyone else, but none of the remaining tests were ones he could use one for all on. Off to the side, Ida worried about how Midoriya wasn't doing well. Bakugo said it was obviously because he was quirkless, which confused Ida. They began to argue about what Izuku had done during the practical, right in front of Aizawa, but he was focused on Midoriya. I don't even remember Bakugo saying he was quirkless at the time. Guess I was too focused on making sure Midoriya didn't put himself out of commission. Still, I should keep up more awareness than that, even if we are at UA. He shuddered a bit, thinking about what else happened on UA grounds recently. He was lucky Truth had decided to lift his real-world injuries while here so he didn't overtip the balance of his own toll. Midoriya thought about the people who believed in him, and powered up his arm with one for all. Only to have it suddenly cut out. Izuku was shocked when Aizawa revealed that he had erased Izuku's quirk. Aizawa declared that the entrance exam wasn't rational. Don't start, not again, not here. Present MIC whined. I get where you're coming from, but we've been over this so many times. Aizawa huffed, but didn't say anything. He and the other teachers knew full well his feelings about the entrance exam, and how it was biased toward physically powerful quirks and let people with very useful non-physical quirks slip through the cracks. He'd said that so much they probably had his points memorized. And yet the practical exam stays the same. He thought with a scowl. Izuku noticed yellow goggles around his teacher's neck, and suddenly realized which pro-hero Aizawa was. The realization was accompanied by a very dynamic shot of Eraserhead crouching on top of a building overlooking the city. Aizawa's eyebrows raised. Was that a place he'd actually been, or was this what Izuku imagined he looked like on duty? Either way, it was a nice visual. As the other students discussed what they did or did not know about Eraserhead, the screen shifted to show that All Might was watching the scene from around the corner. Just couldn't help yourself, Aichi? Nezu said with a knowing smile. Yagi rubbed the back of his head bashfully. It was his first day, I just wanted to know how he was doing. Izuku overheard, and it made something warm and light bubble inside his chest. All Might thought about how Aizawa didn't like the media, and how the two of them didn't get along. The students looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't picked up on any animosity between their teacher and All Might. Aizawa noticed their confusion and sighed. It's entirely possible not to get along with someone but still manage to work and cooperate with them, Aizawa said. Yagi was quick to agree. Indeed, learning how to work with those different from you in manner or beliefs is a valuable skill, no matter what your profession. Aizawa demanded to know if Izuku was planning to get hurt again and have others save him. He denied it, but Aizawa said that's what would happen if he continued like this. He told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero with that power. A part of Aizawa now felt uncomfortable with this scene. He didn't regret what he said, because it was true. If Midoriya hadn't shown he could be creative and improve upon himself, then Aizawa would have had no faith in his future as a hero. But he knew how much those words must have affected him, now that he'd seen part of the boy's past. It was a testament to the boy's character that he'd managed to find inspiration after hearing his teacher say that, instead of shutting down or letting his nerves affect him even more. Aizawa let Izuku go so he could try one more time, one last chance to impress him. The screen showed Ida and Bakugo talking about what just happened. The audience's eyes were more drawn to Ema talking to Uraraka though. He asked if she was worried about Midoriya, and said that he wasn't. He looked like he was trying to be comforting, but Uraraka just looked him in confusion, and wondered who he was. What was up with that? Izuku wondered. I'm still not sure. Uraraka admitted. Ema sighed in fond exasperation. Hagakure leaned in and whispered, "We've got another matchmaker over here," into Ashido's ear. Which made her snort, and resolve to join forces with him later. Aizawa predicted that Izuku would either settle for last place or be reckless and use all his power again. Either way would spell failure for him. Izuku swung his arm forward, and put the power of one for all into just one finger at the last moment. The power exploded, and the ball was sent flying. Izuku's yelped loudly before quickly strangling the sound. He held his hurting hand by the wrist, as though keeping it steady now might cause it to hurt less. "Deku, do you need anything?" Uraraka asked anxiously. "No. It's just a finger this time, so it's not too bad." Izuku's voice was strained, but he was clearly articulate, which was a big improvement over the last time he used his quirk. "Then let's get back to viewing, so this will go by more quickly," Ida suggested. Izuku was quick to agree, and Uraraka went along with it. But she did offer her hand as a substitute for Izuku gripping his own wrist. He took it with a grateful smile. Aizawa's counter read out over 700 meters. Izuku turned to his teacher with a smile, and pointed out that he could still move. Aizawa grinned, clearly impressed. All Might was shown to be still watching, and he was also impressed with Izuku's clever solution. In fact, it sounded very similar to one of Izuku's fanboy moments. The episode ended with All Might saying how cool Midoriya was. "I think All Might just fanboyed about one of our classmates," Kaminari said, for once sounding more stunned than amused. "That's so surreal," Jiru said, and got murmurs of agreement from the classmates that heard her. Izuku didn't hear them. He was simultaneously so honored and so flustered he felt like he was about to burst, and that feeling stayed with him during the break. During the break, Alright, story time, you promised. 𝐼𝐴 said, practically dancing in place from her eagerness. You gotta share at least one too, 𝐬𝐸. Of course, now give me details. Several classmates stood around the pair, eager to hear stories of quirk failure and thinking up any of their own to contribute. Well, I always had some frog features, but my tongue wasn't always super long. So when that grew in I had trouble keeping it in my mouth. Sometimes it would just flop out whenever I tried to talk or eat, but that was more frustrating than funny. Tsuyu admitted. The first funny thing I thought of was when I tried to use my tongue to open my door from my bed and it got stuck in a knot around the handle. 𝐼𝐴 and a few of the others giggled. And my door opens outward. So when my mom couldn't understand what I was saying, since my tongue was out, she tried to open the door anyway and we got in a tug of war over the door. The giggles burst into full-on laughs. How'd you get it unstuck? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 asked. Same way you untie any knot, 𝐬𝐸. My siblings all have the same type of mutant mutation as me, so I ended up doing the same for them later. My turn I guess. 𝐼𝐴 declared. This happened when I first gained the acid part of my quirk. And wouldn't you know it, I gained it early. At my 3rd birthday party as I was posing for a picture with my cake. Let me tell you, my dad said some very age-inappropriate words when he looked away for a few seconds and turned back to find me sitting naked in front of a sugary pile of goo. Not to mention a quickly dissolving chair. 𝐼𝐴 herself was laughing by the end, and the others quickly joined her. I hope you weren't in preschool or anything yet, because going back after that would have been awkward. �Ｓoto said. I wasn't, so thankfully no other innocent children had to be exposed to my dad's colorful vocabulary. Wait, you said you had been posing for a picture though, right? Did he actually take it? Kaminari asked. No. 𝐼𝐴 said, pausing just a little too long before answering. He did. He totally did. You can't prove a thing. I don't suppose your parents are the kind to show off embarrassing baby pictures to friends that come over, are they? 𝐤𝐸 asked with a smirk. Don't you dare. I will dissolve your hero costumes during the next training if you try, don't you think I won't? Elsewhere in the same room, so I was thinking we could do a kind of double-blind study for this. Izuku explained, showing off a page in his notebook to Uraraka and Momo. What's that mean? Uraraka asked. Well, we are doing a test to see if using your quirk on your clothes has a real effect or is just a placebo effect. Momo started to explain. If you or us knew which times your quirk was being cancelled and which times it wasn't, the results could be influenced by our bias of what we should think is happening. Double-blind means that we do this in a way that none of us know when your quirk is being cancelled until after all the data is gathered. So how would we do that? Just have me do the dash in a place where Aizawa could see and cancel my quirk but we couldn't see him. That would be one option. We might want to do it with a couple different exercises too, just to be thorough. Izuku said, adding something to the page. We'd have to make sure that Aizawa is willing to help too, and even if he is, it could be a while before he is capable. Momo pointed out. Even if he looks fine here, I doubt he could have completely recovered by the time we were transported here, even with Recovery Girl's help. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting how badly he got hurt during the USJ. Uraraka admitted, gripping her knees nervously. Izuku gave her a comforting smile. Just remember, if we play our cards right with the information we get, then we can probably make sure he doesn't have to go through anything else like that again. And hopefully keep anyone else from feeling such pain as well. Momo added with a small smile of her own. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I'll do my best to keep that in mind. A short while later, 𝐼𝐴 managed to slip away from the group while Jiru was telling them about her younger self getting her own ears tangled up just like real earbud cords. Aomar was at the edge of the listening group, and she pulled him away as she went. I hear we both have a vested interest in getting a certain oblivious pair together. 𝐼𝐴 said with a devilish smirk. What do you think about swapping ideas? My lady, are you suggesting we team up against our besotted classmates? Aomar asked with a grin. Not against, for. We're teaming up for them. Who knows how long they might take to get together without a few strategically placed nudges. Aomar flipped his hair and somehow gained a sparkle around his eyes. Well, I'm always up for giving my fellow classmates a helping hand. All in all, people probably should have been much more concerned about how long the pair talked before the break was called to an end. The students were shown exclaiming over what a great score that was, or what a strange quirk Midoriya had to have been hurt like that. Bakugo had the most extreme reaction though, staring in shock at the power his former friend had displayed. He thought about how people were supposed to all get their quirks at 4 years old, and what Izuku had said to him after they both got into UA. His shock turned to anger, and he rushed at Midoriya, demanding to know what was going on. Knowing what we know now, Bakugo's reaction makes a lot more sense, Kero. Yeah. Someone you knew forever suddenly gaining a new quirk would be pretty shocking. Ojiro admitted. Not that I agree with his actions here, but it does make it more understandable. Nearby classmates nodded in agreement. Bakugo was suddenly stopped in his tracks by Aizawa's capture weapon. Aizawa told him the bands were hard because they were made of custom material. Aizawa then said the kids should stop making him use his quirk so much, because he had dry eye. The students exclaimed that it was a waste because their teacher's quirk was so amazing. Aizawa was then given a quick close-up and voiceover. It is amazing. Todoroki said quietly, thinking about how many villains their teacher had taken out before getting captured by the Nomu. Momo looked over at him in surprise. It was rare to hear the boy actually speak. It is, and just imagine how much more effective he would be if he didn't have to worry about his eye condition so much. He'd be almost unstoppable. Jiru agreed. In some cases certainly. Aizawa wasn't much moved by the praise about his quirk. He knew it was useful, but he also knew there was a lot more to being a great hero and a great person than having a useful quirk. Too many people overlook that. You know, Hisashi spoke up, from what we've seen, you may be the very first teacher to give Bakugo real-life consequences for trying to hurt another student. Or at least the first to do it in a long time. Aizawa looked between the screen and Bakugo, who was grumbling while rubbing his eye, chest, and shoulder in sequence. You may be right. He wasn't sure what to feel about that. A part of him felt satisfied that he might have done something to start changing the toxic dynamic between two of his students. A much larger part of him felt anxious and wary. Just what did it say about the environment both Midoriya and Bakugo grew up in if that simple action made such a difference? Aizawa deactivated his quirk and let Bakugo free before telling the next person in line to step up. Izuku carefully edged around the still seething boy to go meet up with Uraraka. Bakugo thought about how Deku had been so insignificant to him not long ago. The scene then flashed back to Midoriya and Bakugo as little kids playing in the forest. Izuku told Bakugo how cool his quirk was, and Bakugo claimed that no matter what quirk Izuku someday got, the other boy would never beat him. Ashido looked thoughtfully between the images of little Bakugo and little Midoriya. Bakugo's pretty cute as a little kid too, but I'd still say Midoriya's cuter. I agree. Hagekyu said with mock seriousness. So young, and already so arrogant. Ida thought to himself. Ida wondered if he had any room to judge, since he'd shown himself to be rather arrogant about his own assumptions. Still, when his assumptions were challenged, he did his best to adjust his beliefs to fit the evidence. Bakugo didn't seem willing to do that. Perhaps he was never forced to do so before. With such a naturally strong quirk, it would be hard for most others to stand against him, even as a young child. That certainly didn't excuse the boy's behavior. But like with the ball throw earlier, it would make his reactions more understandable. Meanwhile, Midoriya looked dejectedly down at his hands. He had always admired Bakugo, and had never thought of himself as even being on the same level as him, much less better than him. But to hear the boy's own thoughts label him as a pebble was still disheartening. Midoriya was shown moving on to the next test, and the next, fighting against the pain in his finger the whole time. Izuku grumbled and squeezed Uraraka's hand as the pain in his finger fluctuated with each scene. She gave a comforting squeeze back. And why didn't I see the boy sooner? Recovery Girl demanded. Aizawa tried not to let her look faze him, but he still ended up fidgeting a bit. It was a test to see how they could do while using their quirks. It wouldn't have been accurate if let each person go get taken care of after a minor injury, same thing with quirk exhaustion. They have to take responsibility for their own actions and how those choices will affect their future abilities. Recovery Girl looked displeased, but let it go for now. Aizawa relaxed only after she stopped looking at him. Emma is looking at the camera. Todoroki noted in surprise. Momo looked at the screen to see it was going over the sit-up test, and that Todoroki was correct. Which was strange since everyone else in the scene was looking at their partner for the test. What could he have been looking at from this angle, aside from the ceiling? Finally the tests were over, and everyone gathered around to see the final scores. Aizawa explained how the scores were tallied, while Izuku bemoaned the fact that the pain had caused him to do poorly in the rest of the tests. A hologram showed the test results, and Izuku was dismayed to see that he was in last place. Current Izuku was dismayed because his past self kept clenching his fist and making his finger hurt more. The action had done a good job at distracting himself from his own anxiety in the past, but now it was just painful and annoying. Aizawa then said he had been lying about expelling the last place person. The students looked at him in shock as he said that he'd used the pressure to make them do better during the tests. While everyone else freaked out, Momo said that it should have been obvious it was a lie from the start. Jiru gave Momo a playful shove. "Alright, we get it, no need to rub it in our faces." "Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound condescending, it really did seem obvious to me." Over with the teachers, Aizawa had to elbow Hisashi to get him to stop grinning like a madman. Aizawa dismissed the class and told them to change out of their gym clothes before getting back to class. When he passed Midoriya, he gave him a slip of paper and told him to get the old lady to fix his finger. Recovery Girl shot him a look, and Aizawa instinctively leaned away from her. He eyed Yagi's seat, which was a bit further away from the nurse, but Yagi noticed and shook his head. "I'm not switching seats with you, Aizawa." Aizawa told him there would be more and harder classes the next day, then walked off. Izuku told himself he'd gotten through for now, but that he still had a long way to go. "Think of it this way, Midoriya, if you're starting at the bottom, the only way left to go is up." Midoriya smiled. "Heh, thanks Kaminari." The scene shifted to Aizawa passing by All Might, who called the other teacher a liar. The students all frowned in confusion or sat up in surprise. Liar? What had their teacher been lying about? Aizawa noted that All Might had been watching, and implied that the hero didn't have anything better to do. All Might ignored this to point out that Aizawa had expelled an entire first-year class during the previous year. Jaws fell open among the students. He hadn't been lying. They really would have gotten expelled if they hadn't done enough in Aizawa's eyes. Midoriya was most shaken by this, thinking he had come far too close to failing his mentor. What would he have done then? No, he couldn't think of that. He had to look forward and think about what he could do in the future. He was closely followed by Mineta for being most shaken, because he had been just one placement above Midoriya. If the other boy hadn't broken his finger, then would Mineta have been expelled? But Aizawa had still kept Mineta on, so he must have done something right. Still, he wondered how close he came to not making the cut. Momo was also very disturbed by this revelation, though for different reasons. She had been so sure she had managed to see through their teacher that first day. But it turned out she hadn't understood the situation at all. Had that happened during the battle trial too? Had All Might just been humoring her by agreeing with her assessments? She didn't know what to think anymore. Endeavor would have been upfront about what he expected out of you, or just beaten you until you gave him what he wanted. Todoroki thought. Aizawa really was a lot different than his father. He was grateful for that. All Might said that Aizawa didn't hesitate to pass judgment on those he deemed unworthy, and concluded that Aizawa must have seen something special in Izuku for the man to not follow through with his threat. Aizawa smirked and noted that All Might seemed to be favoring Midoriya, and wondered if that's how a teacher should act. Yagi rubbed the back of his head, his cheeks heating in embarrassment. "I suppose I could do a better job at not letting others know we have a previous connection." "Oh, come on All Might, this guy was just teasing you." Present MIC nudged Aizawa. "You don't have to be guarded all the time, you can trust us." "I appreciate that, Hisashi." Meanwhile, Izuku was blushing slightly from having All Might be so obviously happy about him passing the first day's test. Aizawa claimed that he only passed everyone, including Midoriya, because he hadn't sensed anyone with zero potential. He concluded it would be cruel to encourage a dream only for it to end midway. The students stared at the screen and mulled the words over. They hadn't really thought about Aizawa's motivations before, partially because they hadn't known he'd been lying about the expulsion, and hadn't known he had such a caring reason behind them. Mr. Aizawa really is a good guy once you get past the gruff attitude, Uraraka said softly. Indeed. He may be strict, but it seems he keeps both the current and future well-being of his students as a top priority. Izuku wasn't sure what to think about Aizawa's reasoning. He could appreciate what Aizawa was trying to do, but it honestly sounded too much like what All Might had said to him on the rooftop for him to be comfortable with it. He wondered if Aizawa would have declared him to have zero potential if he was still without a quirk. Izuku was shown leaving the school, looking exhausted. He was stopped by Ida, who asked if his finger was healed. The scene flashed back to just after Recovery Girl had kissed Izuku's finger. Izuku marveled at her quirk speed, but he was suddenly very tired. Recovery Girl explained how her quirk worked, including the fact that if Izuku's got more injuries than he had stamina, then using her quirk could end up killing him. Many of the kids paled, and suddenly became very glad that they hadn't gotten injured much at UA yet. Momo wrote down the new information in her own notebook, thinking that it would be a useful thing to remember, and also using it as a distraction from her earlier thoughts. Izuku just sighed in relief, glad that his finger no longer hurt, even if he could now feel tiredness pulling at him. Izuku thought about how he needed to learn control so he wouldn't have to keep relying on others. You know you can depend on us, right, Deku? Izuku smiled at Uraraka. I know, I just don't want to become dependent. It's like Aizawa said, if I don't learn better control, then I could end up being a burden on others. Plus, you guys won't always be around. I need to be able to depend on myself too. Uraraka and Ida both nodded their understanding. That was very well put, Midoriya. Ida walked with Izuku and talked about everything that had happened that day. Izuku's thoughts showed his realization that Ida wasn't actually scary, he just had a lot of passion. Ida smiled, relieved that Midoriya's view of him had improved so rapidly. Uraraka ran up to them then, hoping to walk to the station together. She introduced herself, and then said their names, but she mistakenly said that Deku was Midoriya's first name, because that's what Bakugo had called him. Izuku was quick to explain that was actually a mean nickname. Awkward. Jiru commented. Why does she still use it then? Shoji wondered. Ojiro shrugged. Uraraka apologized, but cheerfully pointed out that Deku sounded close to the phrase "you can do it," which caused Izuku to immediately accept the nickname as something good. Well, that was fast. Mineta commented. Though he couldn't exactly blame him for accepting something like that from a pretty girl. I think Ida agrees with you. Zero said, snickering at the boy's on-screen reaction. That is a wonderful attitude, Midoriya. Aomar praised. Much to the other's surprise, Tokoyami nodded. Indeed, being able to reclaim a past insult and make it into something positive is a powerful thing. Thanks, guys. Izuku said. Bakugo scowled, but this went unnoticed by Izuku. He just smiled gratefully at Uraraka, and she smiled back. The three walked together, and Izuku figured that he could at least be happy he had friends. Smiles were shared among all three of them now. The scene cut to All Might, who thought about how Midoriya didn't have time to relax, because the real test would begin the next day. Izuku's smile morphed into grimace. The battle trial was the next day, which meant more injuries, and it was likely truth would show them exactly what Bakugo said to him. But if we don't relax between the challenges, then when are we supposed to relax? Kirishima asked. Yeah, we gotta relax sometimes, right? Soto added. Finding a proper balance between being ready for whatever happens and giving yourself time to enjoy life can be quite challenging for a hero, Nezu said. Keeping one's guard up is important, but could be detrimental if one does so to the point of paranoia. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Present MIC said with a grin. Yagi shook his head. I don't think they'll get that reference. The scene shifted to the next day at UA, where Izuku went over how the daily curriculum of UA was structured. While in Present MIC's class, the students were shown barely responding to him and saying the class was too normal. Present MIC put his hand over his heart. Why do you kids have to hurt me like this? Sorry, Mr. Yamada, it's just hard to get into it when you're sleepy and looking forward to the hero-related classes. Izuku said, ducking his head sheepishly. I don't have any trouble getting into the morning classes. Momo protested, and Ida quickly agreed. Jiru rolled her eyes. Well, of course you don't. This only caused the two to look confused. Lunch hour was explained, and Izuku was shown fanboying over meeting the hero lunch rush. Then in the afternoon they had hero training. All Might was shown, bursting through the classroom door and announcing that he was coming through the door like a normal person. Recovery Girl snorted. You just keep telling yourself that, Sonny. The students laughed when they heard. Yagi could help smiling with them, despite looking a tad bashful at his chosen entrance. All Might strutted up to the lectern while students whispered in awe about him really being a teacher here. All Might introduced himself as their teacher and announced that they would be starting out with combat training. This made Izuku look nervous and Bakugo look far too excited. Aizawa hummed thoughtfully at the reminder that Midoriya sat right behind Bakugo in class. Given the history he now knew they had with each other, he started thinking about moving Midoriya to a different seat. It would probably help them both concentrate. Uraraka and Ida looked at each other in concern. They both remembered how intense the battle trials had gotten for Midoriya and Bakugo, and wondered what they might learn about what really went down between the two of them. They had both been too worried about their own parts to pay close attention the first time around, and given what they now knew about both boys' past they couldn't help but worry. All Might then revealed that the costume designs they submitted were now ready to be worn, and said to gather in ground beta after they put them on. The scene swayed to that exact area, as All Might waited for the students' arrival. They walked out all together, their various costume pieces being shown off. Oh, what a striking image! Especially because yours truly is among you. Aomar gushed. I really do like my costume. Yours is cool too, Kero. Tsuyu said to Uraraka. Thanks. I like yours too. The color and goggles really suit you. Why'd I stand next to Shoji? He makes me look so short. Mineta berated himself. Your costume looks familiar. Shoji commented to Ida. He'd never really had a chance to ask the other boy why that was. I based my costume off of the hero Ingenium, who is my older brother, though I altered it to suit my quirk better of course. Did I ever tell you how wicked cool your costume looks? Kirishima asked Bakugo. Those around them murmured in agreement. The outfit certainly fit the boy's quirk and personality. Like I need you to tell me that. Bakugo boasted. He was grinning broadly at Kirishima though. Izuku's voice over-explained how the clothing allowance at UA worked, then the scene shifted to Midoriya's apartment 3 weeks ago. Izuku needed to have his current quirk registered for the allowance, but wasn't sure he could change his registration so late. He ended up calling All Might to ask, and the man assured him that quirk registrations could be changed as a person discovered more about their quirk as they got older. I never realized that. Momo said to herself. She wondered if hers had ever been updated after they discovered that she used the lipids in her body to create things, rather than just having them springing from nothing on the surface of her skin. She'd given her parents quite a scare when she made too much at once when she was little and became dangerously underweight for a while. Did I ever note how sentient dark shadow is on my registration? Is important for me to do so? Tokoyami wondered. Izuku was startled by his mother coming home and ended up hanging up on All Might. Inko put on a big smile and pulled out a jumpsuit she'd gotten Izuku to congratulate him on getting into UA. She said she'd gotten the idea after seeing a design of his sitting out on his desk, then she admitted she felt guilty for what she had said when he was younger. She had given up after he was declared quirkless, but he hadn't. She said sorry, then smiled proudly at him and said she'd support him from now on. That's so sweet. Uraraka said softly, and Ida hummed in agreement. Looking at the scene with shining eyes. Izuku felt some of his anxiety about the upcoming scenes ebb away as he remembered his mother's words, and how he felt wearing that costume. Many others looked away again, not wanting to intrude on the family moment more than they had to. The scene went back to the present, where Izuku ran out wearing that same jumpsuit. Uraraka came up to compliment him on it. Izuku got a look at her costume, and blushed so hard it could be seen through his headgear. Uraraka commented she should have been more specific in her description, because she felt embarrassed hers was so tight. Mineta stood nearby, looking at her, and said that the hero course was the best. Tsuyu's tongue suddenly lashed out and slapped Mineta across the face. Oh! What was that for? If you're gonna make comments like that out loud, then you should expect some negative feedback, Kiro. Here. Definitely. Indeed. Little pervert. Hagakure, Ashido, Momo, and Juru spoke in succession. Uraraka was too busy blushing and burying her face in her hands to comment, and Midoriya wasn't much better. A couple students chuckled, but Aizawa raised an eyebrow. A couple of those sounded very bitter. Just how bad did Mineta's comments about such things get? The scene showed All Might noticing the similarities between Izuku's costume and his own look, and the man had to hold in laughter at how obvious his protégé was. People around the room laughed and chuckled. Izuku didn't realize why, however, as he still had his face hidden from the earlier scene. So he was saved some embarrassment. All Might started to explain the trial, but was interrupted by a question of Ida's. Izuku looked at him, and thought his costume was cool. Thank you very much, Midoriya. Ida said, pride puffing out his chest. Midoriya finally calmed down enough to uncover his face and smile at Ida. All Might explained that this test would be done indoors, since that was where one would actually be more likely to run into villains, especially clever ones. He went on to explain how the students would be paired up for the test. Tsuyu asked if they were going in without any training, and All Might confirmed they were. So, would I be correct in assuming this is similar to Mr. Aizawa's first test? Momo asked. The quirk assessment was used to figure out our baseline abilities in different areas, right? So then this test is being used to determine our natural fighting abilities and go-to styles. She looked over at the teachers hopefully. That is indeed what I had in mind, young Yorozu. You are as sharp as ever. Yagi said enthusiastically. Momo's chest had felt a bit tight ever since she learned she'd been wrong about Aizawa's intentions, but it lessened with All Might's compliment. The students started asking questions one right after the other, until All Might said he'd answer them all and pulled out a script. Ah, yes, I remember days where I needed a lesson plan right in front of me to get through the lesson. Present MIC said, nodding sagely. Don't you still take it with you every time? Aizawa asked. Yes, but now I just use it as a reference. I don't have it in front of my face the whole time like I did when I was first starting. Yagi let out a sigh. He'd been worried for a while that needing the script meant he hadn't prepared himself enough to be a teacher. It was a relief to know that one of the others had done the same thing early on. All Might went on to explain the battle trial scenario, and how pairs and sides would be determined by drawing lots. Ida wondered if it was wise to make the choice so random, and Izuku pointed out that it would replicate times when heroes had to team up with whoever was around. That was a good bit of insight, Midoriya. Nezu complimented. Aizawa nodded his head in agreement. Thank you, sirs. The screen showed who each person had been teamed up with after lots were drawn. Uraraka was excited to be teamed up with Deku, but Izuku was nervous about being able to communicate effectively. Probably a good thing those two got paired up, or Izuku might still be tongue-tied. Zero nudged Kaminari, who laughed at the thought of Izuku freaking out every time he had to talk to Uraraka. I'm glad that this exercise helped you both develop your communication with each other. Ida declared, much to the embarrassment of his friends. All Might drew lots again, and revealed that Izuku's team would be going up against Bakugo's team. Izuku looked over at Bakugo, and received a glare so fierce he looked away immediately. Aizawa frowned. Based on the video he'd seen of these two, and basic observation, he knew that these two had plenty of bad BLD between them, but it had seemed a bit better after the battle trial. Now that he knew more about what all it entailed though, he was pretty sure he or another teacher would have to take a more active role in figuring that whole mess out. Normally he tried to keep personal interference to a minimum. He was a firm believer in the importance of being able to figure things out for yourself, but it was becoming clear that this issue was much more extreme than he originally thought. All Might also frowned at the display as well, and remembered what was about to happen. Had he really made the right choice concerning their fight? Izuku steeled himself though, and looked Bakugo in the eye without flinching. That seemed to startle Bakugo, but it didn't take long for his scowl to come back even stronger. Kaminari, Mineta, Ashido, and Zero went "Oh" at the same time, earning them a scowl from Bakugo. Ida smiled, proud that his friend was learning to stand up for himself and not just others. Kirishima took note of the display as well, and found himself impressed with Izuku. Gathering up the courage to face down someone who had caused you so much hurt was definitely manly. He also hoped Bakugo got it together and stopped looking down on so many people. It was messing with the blonde's natural manliness levels. Yagi now felt reassured, the interaction reminding him of why it had been so important for Izuku to finish that fight. All Might gave instructions to the hero and villain teams. Before the villain team went in, he told them to use this opportunity to figure out how villains think, and to not be afraid of going all out. Thinking back on it, that might not have been the wisest thing to say to young Bakugo. Yagi said quietly. Aizawa snorted. Hindsight is 20/20ths. Present MIC reminded them. The scene changed to show Ida and Bakugo in the same room as the bomb. Ida talked about not wanting to play the villain's role and inspected the bomb, until Bakugo got his attention by asking about Deku's quirk. Bakugo began to shake with anger as Ida talked, and he raged that Deku had hidden his quirk from him. Izuku was stunned. Was that honestly the first thing Kachan's mind went to? Talk about jumping to conclusions, Kiro. Indeed, it is rather arrogant to assume that the actions of another are all because of yourself. Tokoyami agreed. Koda murmured something and made a string of gestures, and Tokoyami nodded. Indeed, especially considering the hardship Midoriya went through because of the assumed actions. Seriously, dude. Kaminari looked at Bakugo like he had a screw loose. You honestly think Midoriya would go through everything that comes with being labeled quirkless just to mess with you? Well, of course he did. Jiru said with a sneer. Haven't you heard? Everything is about Bakugo, his perfect quirk, his perfect backstory, his perfect plan. There's no way someone he grew up with could possibly make a decision that didn't involve him in some way. So obviously Midoriya let people treat him badly his whole life just so he could privately laugh at Bakugo. Sarcasm practically dripped off of Jiru's words, and Bakugo looked about ready to throw himself from his seat and start a brawl with her. Kirishima looked back and forth between them worriedly. Can you cool it down, Jiru? We haven't even seen how this bit ends. Indeed, Ida declared. Standing up. Just as Bakugo should not assume the motivations behind Midoriya's actions, we should not make assumptions about Bakugo. We should all return to the viewing and see how things play out. Hesitantly, everyone looked back to the screen, sending wary glances toward Bakugo. He ignored them and continued to glower at Jiru. Bakugo knew now that his past thoughts weren't accurate, but what was he supposed to think before he knew all the SHT about All Might and passing down quirks? Perhaps we should consider recommending a therapist to young Bakugo's parents. Nedzu pondered, just loud enough for only the teachers to hear him. Midoriya may benefit from it as well. It seems they both have issues that they could use additional help overcoming. The teachers nodded in agreement and Aizawa made a note of it. The scene changed to show Uraraka and Izuku going over the building floor plans. Uraraka tried to talk casually, but became distressed when she realized how wound up Izuku was, and he admitted it was because they were facing Kachan. Uraraka questioned if it was because Bakugo bullied him. Izuku looked downcast before saying Bakugo was amazing. Bakugo jolted, and looked at Izuku in surprise, wondering if he'd heard that right. Izuku thought about Bakugo boldly proclaiming how he would surpass All Might. Then he told Uraraka that Bakugo's goals, strength, and quirk were all better than his. But if the nerd really thinks that, then why does he keep defying me? Why does he admit it to her and not me? Bakugo thought in confusion. Izuku said that all of those things were why he didn't want to lose right now. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Deku. He wasn't going to be anyone's stepping stone, especially not Deku's. Uraraka smiled at Izuku's show of determination. Izuku apologized, saying that this wasn't her problem, but she replied that it was now that they were a team, and said they should do their best. Izuku smiled at her show of support. They smiled at each other in real life too, and Ida joined in. Ashido and Hagekyu quietly squeed over the sweetness of the scene. Ashido caught Ayama's eye, and the boy gave her a thumbs up. Maybe they wouldn't have to interfere as much as they thought to get these two together. All Might announced the start of the first trial, and internally promised not to play favorites during grading. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, highly doubtful of the man's ability to be impartial. He wasn't the only one thinking so, as the look recovery girl sent Yagi had him fidgeting. Uraraka and Izuku were shown sneaking into the building. Izuku thought about how he couldn't control his quirk, and couldn't use it against anyone due to fear of killing them. So he just have to work with Uraraka's quirk and his own innate power. And therein lies the problem. Aizawa said to himself. Think positively, having to work around that kind of limitation will be a great mental exercise. Hisashi said. I just hope he gets experience strategizing with his quirk as well as without it. Meanwhile, Bakugo scoffed. Deku barely had any innate power when compared to himself, even with all that training. Izuku told himself he'd have to think back to all the notes he'd made about heroes participating in indoor battles in his journals, but his thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo leaping around a corner, almost slamming into them with an explosion. Murmurs went up around the room as people looked at the scene. Though the majority of people in the room were either angry or fed up with Bakugo's attitude at this point, it was impossible to deny the power he wielded so naturally. Or the fact that he really knew how to make an entrance. Izuku and Uraraka managed to dodge out of the way just in time, but the blast had managed to take off half of Izuku's face mask. Forgive me for suggesting this, as I have much respect for your mother, but if Bakugo's attack was able to damage your suit that much, you may need to think about remaking it out of stronger materials. Ida stated. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I thought about that after this fight. When I sent it off to get repaired, I made a knot of that for the support company. I'm gonna keep things like the glove and belt though, she did a really good job with those. Blending the practical and the sentimental, well done. Bakugo told Izuku not to dodge, and Izuku said he figured Bakugo would come for him first. Don't dodge. Ojiro said in disbelief. What? Was he supposed to just stand there and take it? In the observation room, Kirishima declared that a sneak attack wasn't at all manly. All Might said that a sneak attack is just as sound a strategy as any other, and that they had to think realistically in this battle. I use sneak attacks quite a lot. Aizawa pointed out. Yeah, I can tell you here and now that most villains don't care about honor or whatever some people think battles are about. Present MIC said. You should press whatever advantage you have to get the battle over more quickly. Within reason, of course. Heroes can still be charged with excessive use of force. Yagi clarified. Bakugo raced toward Midoriya, declaring that he wouldn't damage him enough to stop the fight, but he'd get close. Aizawa frowned, making another note in his book. He really hoped they could convince Bakugo and his parents to agree to anger management or therapy, preferably both. Bakugo had a lot of potential, but he would only hurt others and himself if he continued with this kind of mindset. Bakugo reeled back and threw a punch, but before it could connect, Midoriya grabbed him by the arm, swung him over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground. The class cheered. It didn't matter that they had seen that move before, watching it happen was still awesome, plus they got to see it up close this way. The cheer drowned out the cry of pain that real-life Bakugo let out when the on-screen version of him crashed into the ground. He felt like the wind was getting knocked out of him all over again. Izuku declared that he'd watched Bakugo over the years, and noticed that he usually started with the same move. When Bakugo got up enough to look at him, Izuku declared that Deku wasn't always going to mean useless, instead it was going to mean you can do it. Yeah. You tell him. There you go. All right. This cheer was more varied than the last, but it was just as loud. Izuku blushed as people cheered his speech. It had been so spur of the moment, he hadn't even really thought about it. He just wanted Kacchan to understand. Uraraka felt something warm fill her chest as she remembered just how much her redefining of Deku had inspired her friend. She found his hand again, and gave it a gently squeeze, which he returned. Bakugo turned to Deku, thinking back about how the boy would try to defend others from his bullying. He saw that Izuku was once again standing up to him, despite the fact that he was scared. The episode ended with Bakugo declaring that was the reason he hated Deku. The class looked at each other in confusion, wondering what he meant. Why would Deku being brave and wanting to protect others upset Bakugo that much? Didn't Bakugo want to be a hero too? A big part of that was protecting people after all. Bakugo just alternated between staring at the screen and staring at the Deku in front of him. Why couldn't the DMN nerd have kept to his place, like everyone else in his life had? But then he thought about what happened during the first episode, and what Kirishima and Aizawa had said to him. He'd said something that could have gotten Deku killed and only thought of it as keeping the nerd in his place. Maybe he shouldn't be so obsessed with trying to keep things from changing. The break was going to be a short one this time, just long enough for people to stretch and use the bathroom. Still, Izuku found himself going over to talk to Aizawa. Sir. What is it, problem child? Well, I was just thinking about what you said to All Might after the quirk apprehension test, and I had to ask, do you still think I'd have passed it without a quirk? Aizawa just looked at him for a minute, and Izuku started to fidget, but then he finally answered. There's a good chance you could have passed the test if you didn't have one. Given all the training you did, there's a good chance you wouldn't have gotten last place if your injury hadn't distracted you, and you wouldn't have that without your quirk. However, if you hadn't trained before coming to UA, I may have expelled you if you'd gotten in. You would still have your spirit and passion, but that doesn't count for much if you can't do that work to back it up. If you hadn't prepared at all before coming, I may have assumed you lacked conviction. Can't say for sure, of course, but that's likely what would happen. Izuku nodded slowly. Aye, that's reasonable. Thank you for your honesty, sir. That being said, I see things differently now that I know more about you. It sounds like you did a really good job with those quirk analysis notebooks you made, and being able to make those kinds of connections and observations is a valuable skill for a hero. If you trained physically, or found a way to show off your brand of intelligence during the tests, then I think I would have passed you. I only would have expelled you if you managed to display neither. The rigid tension left Izuku's body in one go. That's very good to know. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Aizawa nodded and Izuku went back to his seat. He felt a little lighter, knowing Aizawa could have seen potential in him even if he was quirkless. An older Izuku's voice explained that he and Bakugo had grown up in the same neighborhood. The scene flashed back to the two of them as little kids, along with 3 other kids. Bakugo was excitedly leading their group into an area that said no trespassing, though Izuku looked nervous about going forward. Peer pressure can be a powerful thing. Present MIC said. I think this does speak to Bakugo having the natural charisma required for leadership though. Now if only he could use it without exploding everything in his path. Recovery Girl noted dryly. The voice continued, noting that Bakugo was always confident, no matter what, and that Izuku admired that when he was younger. But once Bakugo's quirk appeared, it pushed him in a bad direction. Bakugo scowled at the screen. What the heck did this dumb future voice know anyway? Bakugo was strong, confident, and he was in the hero course. Maybe he had made some mistakes along the way. But how the hell was that the wrong path? I do have to wonder if his quirk was the only thing to push him down the path of bullying. Nedzu said, not addressing anyone in particular. Yagi thought about that, and what he had seen. Bakugo's own personality was definitely a part of the problem, his confidence turning into arrogance and prideful posturing as he aged, but things were likely more complicated than that. Gran Torino had been of the opinion that you can always tell who never faced consequences as a child, and Bakugo seemed to fit that bill exactly. MIC had pointed out how Aizawa might have been one of the few authority figures to give Bakugo consequences when he tried to use his quirk on Midoriya. If that was true, then it was likely that society had played a role in how Bakugo viewed himself and others. Power tended to corrupt, and it corrupted even faster when there was no accountability for abusing it. Yagi was quite lucky he'd had mentors that helped him stay on the right path after he gained the power of One for All, even if the memories attached to them were still painful. He hoped that himself and the other teachers would be able to help Bakugo gain a new, healthier perspective on how to be a real hero. And he was very glad that Midoriya didn't seem tempted down the wrong path now that he had power. The scene went back to the battle trial, where Ida tried to get Bakugo to explain what was going on. Bakugo just told him to shut up and defend the bomb. Ida was shown, clearly angry over Bakugo's behavior. It's too bad you had to deal with a partner like that for your first hero course lesson, Tsuyu said. Must have made it hard. It was most frustrating. Ida conceded. I'm pretty sure even me. And Koda communicated more than that. Soto added. Koda nodded at his past partner, still pleased that the other boy had been patient in trying to understand him. Back in the observation room, Kirishima complained that he couldn't tell what the people in the building were saying, which prompted All Might to explain how the partner's wireless comms worked as well as the capture tape. Ashido noticed that the heroes were at a clear disadvantage, given how little information they had, and All Might said that it was a hero's job to figure things out no matter how the odds were stacked against them. Aizawa hummed in approval as All Might led the on-screen class in the school motto. He seemed to be handling the first class all right so far, giving good explanations and such. Now to see if that would hold. The room's attention was brought back to the trial when Bakugo threw himself at Izuku. Izuku yelled at Uraraka to run, and she did. Bakugo leveled a kick at Izuku, but it was blocked, and Izuku almost got the capture tape around him at the same time. Izuku's mind flashed back to his entry on Aizawa as he used it. Bakugo managed to get out of it and attacked, but Izuku dodged again, impressing the people in the observation room. All Might thought about how Izuku was good at thinking quickly during a crisis. He also remembered seeing what Izuku had written in his notebook just after first meeting him, and how that knowledge was serving him well now. The entry on himself actually caused Aizawa to smirk. Midoriya may have been a problem child when it came to his own quirk, but he couldn't deny the boy was a fast learner if he nearly replicated one of Aizawa's moves after seeing it in person only one time. Aizawa made a point of not getting caught on camera after all, so Izuku wouldn't have been able to study his moves much beforehand. All Might read my notebook. And he thought the entries were good. Izuku thought in astonishment. He felt his face heat, but his pride at hearing All Might's compliments far outweighed the embarrassment of the number one hero seeing it in the first place. It was still hard for him to believe that a habit that he'd been teased about so much was actually seen as useful by any heroes. The rest of the students looked on in interest. Even though they had seen this fight before, they were now getting it from angles that the real-life cameras couldn't get and hearing people's thoughts about it as well. It was like seeing it for the first time again, and it was awesome. Izuku realized that Bakugo was being more careful now, and that he would need a plan if he wanted to get close to the other boy again. Izuku ran off, trying to give himself time to figure one out. Bakugo ran after, but lost sight of him. When Bakugo got frustrated at not being able to find him, he yelled out how much fun Deku must have had tricking him for so long. He dared Deku to use his quirk so Bakugo could show he was still better. I'm glad you didn't try to go head-to-head with him right away, Uraraka said quietly, still feeling guilty at leaving Deku alone with his childhood bully. Yeah, I knew that would be a bad idea. Bakugo was right when he said he was still better than me. That's just because you've barely had time to figure out your quirk. Once you do, I'll bet you could take Bakugo on no problem, Uraraka said confidently. Indeed, your intelligence and observation skills already make you a worthwhile opponent. I have no doubts that once you master your quirk you will be quite formidable. Izuku blushed at his friend's praise, and felt tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Thank you guys. In the observation room, one of the students said that Bakugo's anger was scary. All Might thought about how Izuku had mentioned that Bakugo was a proud person, but that what the boy was doing here was too much. Hearing that from the number one hero made something twist in Bakugo's gut. He only allowed himself to scowl though. Honestly, the extras acted like it was bad to know you were powerful and use that power. He didn't care if they thought that, but now even All Might was thinking he was going too far. Izuku was shown taking a rest against a wall. His mind went into analyze mode, thinking about how Bakugo ignored Uraraka, and how Ida would have been a better choice for sending someone out to confront them, and concluded that Bakugo was likely acting on his own. He ran through the possible options for them to achieve their goal, and decided that the best option was for him to face Kaken and then join Uraraka later. Momo found herself impressed with her classmate's quick breakdown of his options, but it also made her feel a little bad. She remembered criticizing Midoriya's plan for being reckless, and it was, but she hadn't taken into account how dismal his other options were thanks to Bakugo's overzealous behavior. All Might had stood by her assessment of the first trial, but now she felt she should have given more credit to Midoriya's line of reasoning. After all, just because he couldn't rely on such NTMT knowledge of the enemy in the future, didn't mean he was wrong to do so now. Todoroki found himself scowling at the screen. Bakugo's attitude already reminded him of his father, but hearing how obsessed the blonde boy was with being better than others made the connection even stronger in his mind. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo yelling. Izuku flashed back to himself telling Bakugo he wasn't trying to compete with him. Current Izuku decided he took it all back. There was another trio of 𝐒𝐻𝐵 Mineta, 𝐤𝐸, and Kaminari. Yeah, go get him Deku. Ashido cheered. Bakugo growled. DMN nerd. Bakugo walked angrily down the hall, thinking about the times Izuku had defied him, and thinking of him as a pebble once again. Bakugo, Kirishima started cautiously, have you ever considered the idea that you can be strong without stomping all over everyone else? It'll probably help you keep future sidekicks around. I don't need sidekicks to be the best. Besides, they would know they weren't better than me because they would be sidekicks. What about when you have to work with other heroes? If they can't keep up, then they should stay out of my way. Kirishima sighed and looked away from him. Bakugo pretended that didn't bother him. The scene flashed back to Bakugo and Izuku as kids again. Bakugo showed off with a ball, but Izuku hurt himself when he tried the same thing. Bakugo told him he couldn't do anything. It showed the first time Bakugo read Izuku's name as Deku, and declared the other boy useless. Another scene showed Bakugo's friends laughing at Izuku being unable to skip a stone at a pond. Bakugo was seen showing off his quirk in class for the first time, the students in awe and the teachers declaring it was the perfect quirk for a hero. Young Bakugo took this to mean no one else was as amazing as him. The current students grumbled upon seeing Bakugo putting down their classmates so much. Bakugo grimaced, and told himself the others were just jealous. He very deliberately tried not to think about how strong Half and Deku had shown themselves to be, because he would surpass them one day too. That certainly explains a lot. Aizawa murmured. Bakugo didn't seem like an especially nice kid, even before his quirk came in, but the reactions of the people around him certainly didn't help. This was one of the reasons he disliked how quirks were viewed in modern society. Assuming those two teachers weren't the only ones to talk to Bakugo like that, then he'd likely had the presence and usefulness of his quirk equated with his value for most of his life. Constantly praising kids for their natural abilities rather than hard work lead to a whole host of problems on their own, and it seemed like those issues had mixed with Bakugo's others in the worst way possible. The question now was if Aizawa should address it himself, or let a counselor handle it, or both. He'd have to give it some thought. Yagi nodded in agreement with Aizawa's words, his suspicions confirmed. He was always alone. Uraraka realized. Even when he was hanging out with that group, Deku always stood alone. Uraraka unconsciously pressed herself closer to her friend, and Izuku was glad for the quiet show of support. Izuku was shown in class then, looking devastated as others talked about how they just found out he was declared quirkless. The kids commented on how lame not having a quirk was, including Bakugo's gleeful, internal thoughts about how Deku was the least amazing one now. The grumbles increased, and glares were shot toward Bakugo. Kirishima frowned. He wanted to like Bakugo. The other boy had been so manly during the USJ fight and he found himself drawn to his confidence just like Midoriya had been. He told himself that he shouldn't judge Bakugo from these scenes, he was just a little kid after all, and this happened years ago. But the other scenes of Bakugo bullying Midoriya had happened just recently, and his insistence on thinking of Midoriya as a pebble didn't speak to him changing much since then. Still, it seemed like Bakugo had listened when Kirishima had talked about his cousin, at least somewhat. He really hoped Bakugo got his act together soon. The scene changed to Bakugo leading his group of friends through the woods. While they were crossing over a log bridge, Bakugo slipped and fell into the river. Two of the other three friends were worried, while one declared Bakugo would be fine because he was strong. Bakugo's older voice agreed with him. So when Izuku actually ran down and tried to help Bakugo out, the boy slapped his hand away. He was so angry that someone like Izuku looked at him like he needed help. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Bakugo. A kid running down to help you after you fell. Inexcusable. Jiru's sarcasm was back full force. The horror. Kaminari gasped dramatically. Zero shook his head in mock shame. We should have realized what a monster Midoriya was sooner. Shut up. You don't get it. I didn't need his stupid help. I'm not weak. Tsuyu tilted her head curiously. Are you sure you know Midoriya all that well, Bakugo? Because I'm pretty sure he could have seen All Might fall down and would still run to help him. Soto nodded. I'd believe that, and I've only known him through these videos and about a week of real-life experience. And we all know how much Midoriya looks up to All Might. Kirishima added, glancing at Bakugo. Bakugo grumbled to himself and looked away, currently unwilling to admit that any of them might have had a point. The scene changed back to the present. While Bakugo was still on the warpath, Uraraka had found the bomb. She was about to contact Deku when she was distracted by Ida talking to himself and psyching himself up for pretending to be a villain. He got so over the top with his characterization that Uraraka couldn't help but laugh. Most of the rest of the class was in the same state, bursting out laughing at the pose Ida struck. Ida's face reddened. I'm sorry, Ida, it just went so much against the way you usually are. Uraraka tried to explain. Izuku nodded. It was cool of you to try and get into that role though, and it did help when you were actually fighting, right? It did somewhat. Thank you. Ida murmured. Pro tip for the future, listener. Present MIC called over. Most villains aren't going to call themselves evil. They'll try to convince you they have perfectly good reasons for doing what they are doing. Noted, sir. The noise got Uraraka noticed by Ida. She stepped out of her hiding spot and watched in dismay as Ida triumphantly explained how he had hidden any objects she would use her quirk on. A clever move. Nezu said. You did do a pretty great evil laugh. Uraraka admitted. Izuku nodded in agreement, and Ida's embarrassment abated somewhat. Uraraka contacted Izuku and explained the situation to him. Izuku realized that the bomb was hidden almost directly above him. While he was distracted with the call, Bakugo had appeared at the end of the hallway behind Izuku. He demanded to know why Deku wasn't using his quirk. Maybe because punching you directly would kill you. Jiru deadpanned. Well, I didn't know that back then. Bakugo grumbled. Bakugo demanded to know if Deku was underestimating him by thinking he could win without his quirk. Several people rolled their eyes. Hearing that so often in such a short time was getting annoying. Izuku declared he wasn't scared of Bakugo anymore, which only added fuel to the fire. Bakugo held up one of his grenade gauntlets and explained how it worked. He got ready to use it. All Might realized what was happening and used the comm to order Bakugo to stop. Bakugo refused, saying it would only kill him if it hit him, and fired. The hallway became filled with sound and flame. Izuku only saved himself by being able to duck into a side hallway. MIC's jaw went slack. Aizawa frowned at the screen. The report of the incident All Might gave hadn't made it sound this severe. Bakugo had already gotten chastised and his grade suffered because of this stunt, so lecturing him now probably wouldn't do much good. Still, he made a note to be more proactive in steering Bakugo and other students away from using their quirks and support items so recklessly. What would you have done if that hallway wasn't close enough? Kirishima asked quietly. I knew it was. What if Izuku wasn't fast enough? Bakugo didn't answer. The explosion shook the whole building. When the smoke cleared, Izuku could be seen laying on the ground, now missing his whole hood and one of his sleeves. Oh! Deku. I'm fine, just sore muscles, again. Izuku said, sounding strained. Uraraka didn't look convinced, but it wasn't like she could do anything about it either way. Izuku pushed himself up, wondering if that kind of attack was allowed. Bakugo strode through the smoke, commenting on the size of the blast, and still demanding Deku use his quirk. Bakugo frowned. At the time, he thought he'd strode forward in righteous fury, but looking at it now his expression just looked kinda nuts, to be honest. Ida tried to get into contact with Bakugo, trying to figure out what just happened. Uraraka ran forward, taking advantage of his distraction. He noticed her movement and ran at her, but she used her quirk to float over him. She continued to float toward the bomb, but it was slow and Ida managed to move it before she could land on it. Uraraka yelped as the on-screen version of her hit the ground and rolled into the wall. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked worriedly. "Yeah, I'm okay. I took worse falls when I was still figuring out that move." Uraraka assured him, rubbing her back as if that would ease the pain. "Regardless, please accept my apologies," Ida said, bowing towards her. "It's fine, Ida, really. Have you thought about getting a support item to help with that move?" Izuku suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" "Well, part of the reason that didn't work was because you floated so slowly after you got into the air. If you had a support item similar to the pressure jets astronauts use, then that move might be more effective. You could float across big gaps really fast, or use it to get up high quickly. There could be all sorts of uses." Izuku cut himself off when he realized he was getting into muttering territory. He was about to apologize, but stopped when he saw Uraraka was looking at him with shining eyes. "That sounds awesome, Deku. You've got to help me write up a request for the support department when we get back." "Why, sure." Izuku smiled back at her. Ida evilly gloated a bit before the scene swayed back to Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo dared Deku to come at him. Izuku analyzed how Bakugo had used his weapon, then called on Uraraka for an update. Bakugo got angry about being ignored. "Says the classmate who ignored his partner since the start of the exercise." Ida huffed, exasperated at how hypocritical Bakugo was acting. "At least Midoriya remembered why we were all there." In the observation room, Kirishima begged All Might to stop the fight because Bakugo was going crazy. All Might denied the request, recognizing that there was some method to Bakugo's madness. He did call over the comm to inform Bakugo that using that attack again would cause his team to lose though. Something in Bakugo's chest tightened. Not even Kirishima had approved of that attack. All Might thought to himself that, as a teacher, he should stop the exercise, but something held him back. "Normally I'd agree with that assessment. But I think I see what you are getting at," Aizawa said. Normally, Aizawa would have stopped a fight immediately after Bakugo had pulled the stunt with the grenade. On the other hand, it seemed like Midoriya had stood up to Bakugo more in this exercise than he had in his entire life before coming to UA. Despite the fact that the exercise was clearly getting out of control, he could see why All Might hadn't pulled the plug. Bakugo was just desperate to prove he was better to others, but Midoriya needed to prove to himself that he could stand up to Bakugo and have it mean something. He just really wished this hadn't been the way that came about. Recovery Girl shook her head and muttered about people being in over their heads and choosing pride over safety. Bakugo rushed at Midoriya, just as the other boy finished talking to Uraraka. Izuku realized he didn't have time to dodge out of the way, and tried to counter it, but Bakugo used his explosions to push himself over Deku and behind him, then blasted him in the back. Izuku let out a cry of pain, his back going ramrod straight as a familiar, burning pain encased it. Uraraka's hands fluttered around him, wanting to help him somehow but being unsure of what to do. "Midoriya, given the injury you sustain at the end of this encounter, perhaps you should sit on the floor. It's just the one arm this time. To be safe I must insist. I can sit on the floor with you," Uraraka offered. Izuku made to argue again, but seeing how worried they looked, he decided to give in. The floor was comfy enough anyway. "Okay. That sounds nice, thank you." The show continued as they situated themselves on the floor in front of the couch, Ida deciding to join them. People back in the observation room talked about what had just happened. Bakugo was caught between being smug that they complimented his skills and wanting to strangle half and half for saying he didn't look like the type to think. Bakugo rushed at Izuku again, hitting him hard in the arm before flipping him the same way Izuku had done to him earlier. Izuku's cries drew everyone's attention. He clutched at his arm and his back dug into the couch behind him, as if trying to escape whatever was hurting it. Uraraka did her best to steady him as Ida signaled everyone that they were okay and to keep watching. "Do you want the notebook again?" she asked, looking around for it. "I'm fine," he hissed through gritted teeth. Uraraka picked up the notebook anyway, just in case. Izuku's vision blurred, and he realized he'd have to use his quirk if he hoped to win. Back in the observation room, people cried out in outrage, saying that Bakugo was going too far when all he had to do was put capture tape around him. Tokoyami even stated that these actions were not ones of a hero. Kaminari noted that Midoriya was being amazing too though. Midoriya smiled, despite the pain he still felt. He'd have to remember to thank Kaminari later. Bakugo scowled. Heroes always won. That was the whole point. Bird Brain was stupid if he didn't know that. Though, he supposed using the capture tape would still count as winning. It hadn't felt like that would be winning at the time though. All Might's hands shook. He thought again about how he should stop the fight, but he didn't want to for Midoriya's sake. Midoriya smiled again. He'd have to thank All Might later too. He didn't know what he would do if he hadn't been able to finish this fight. Midoriya ran from Bakugo and positioned himself by a window. Bakugo was still demanding Izuku use his quirk, and asking if Izuku was underestimating him. Talk about a one-track mind. Hagakure muttered. Izuku told Kaken that he wasn't underestimating him. He yelled that Bakugo was amazing. That was the reason he wanted to win and surpass him. They ran at each other. All Might was shown, thinking how this was the first thing he'd seen Izuku be truly passionate about, aside from being a hero. And that was what made this moment important to his future. Most of the rest of the class looked on in excitement and awe as they got a new and improved look at the showdown's final blow. Bakugo, though, was caught on something else. All Might had said this moment was important because of what it meant to Deku's future. Challenging Bakugo and winning was important to Deku's future. That couldn't be right. Even if he accepted that Deku wasn't his stepping stone, there was no way in hell he would end up being Deku's instead. Things looked bad enough that All Might was about to call it off at the last moment, but then Izuku cried out for Uraraka to get ready. Bakugo swung one exploding arm forward. Izuku blocked it with one arm and sent a blast upward with one for all with the other arm. Ida was taken by complete surprise, but Uraraka took advantage. She used her quirk on a pillar and used it to make an opening for herself. While he was distracted, she jumped across the gap using her quirk and latched onto the weapon before Ida had a chance to recover. Cheers went up around the room. They had all seen it before, but never like that. They could barely see what was going on through the cameras, especially since a bunch of them got knocked out from the blast. Only now could the other students fully appreciate how epic that ending was. That was great, Uraraka. Ashido cheered. You didn't hesitate at all, you must really trust him, Kiro. Deku set it all up, I just did what he said. Uraraka blushed, and Izuku smiled at her. You still did a great job. We couldn't have won without you. Back on the lower floors, Bakugo realized that this had been Izuku's plan all along. He started going on about being underestimated again, but was interrupted by Izuku saying he hadn't wanted to use his quirk. Izuku shrieked in pain. Uraraka held out the notebook, and he took it, desperate to muffle the sound. He bit down on the binding once again, trying to swallow as much of the pain as he could. Uraraka held onto his arm and Ida put an arm around his back. Izuku shook with the effort of keeping himself quiet. You don't have to be ashamed, Midoriya, no one will blame you for expressing your pain. Ida murmured. Izuku barely heard it with how caught up he was in his past pain. The screen showed how one of Izuku's arms was completely busted from the use of One for All, and the other burned from blocking the punch. Izuku said he couldn't control his quirk, but he hadn't been able to avoid using it. Bakugo looked shocked and disturbed, and that look stayed on his face as Midoriya fainted, and All Might declared the hero team the winners and the episode ended. Izuku's muscles relaxed, and he sighed in relief. He carefully removed the notebook. At least he hadn't left teeth marks this time. It's okay, I'm good now, he told his friends. Thank you. It is no trouble, Midoriya. Right. Uraraka said with a resolute nod. Kinda glad Midoriya fainted there. It'd SCK if he had to deal with those injuries until it showed him being healed. Soto said. Koda nodded. The look on Bakugo's face. Tokumi pondered, I can only hope it means he is coming to his senses about the motivations of those around him. Koda nodded to that as well. We'll watch one more episode, then we can take another break. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 announced. The people in the observation room stared at the screens in shock, marveling at the irony of how much damage the winning team had sustained compared to the losing team. Tokoyami commented solemnly about how they had won the war, while Tsuyu pointed out it was just an exercise. Students laughed at the exchange between Tsuyu and Tokoyami. They had been in too much shock to really register it before. Izuku and Ida were busy trying to comfort Uraraka, who felt like she was on the verge of throwing up again due to her past self's overuse of her quirk. All Might was shown, now in the destroyed building. After making sure that Izuku was being taken to the nurse's office, he looked over at Bakugo. The boy had frozen in place, and was visibly shaking. Some of the students were confused. Given Bakugo's attitude, they hadn't expected a single battle to shake him so badly. Had he overused his quirk? Or was there something else going on? Bakugo realized that Deku had predicted his moves once again, and had even used that to win the exercise. Thoughts of what Deku had said rushed through his head. His shaking got worse and his breathing got faster and faster as he realized that Deku might have actually been able to beat him if they went all out. Aizawa frowned. He hadn't realized that Bakugo's reaction to losing had been this extreme. The boy looked on the verge of going into a panic attack. Was it really that ingrained in him that he had to be the strongest person around? The other students were becoming concerned too. As angry as they were at Bakugo's behavior, they didn't want him hurt or to intrude on him in this way. Bakugo had to consciously think about his breathing in order not to do the same thing the on-screen version of his was doing. He could feel the tightness in his chest, just as he had back then, and the panic creeping in at the edges of his mind. Damn it! It was bad enough the class was seeing this in the past, he couldn't break down here too. Bakugo jumped when he felt something land on his shoulder at the same moment as All Might's hand did in the past. He turned and saw Kirishima had laid a hand on his shoulder. He didn't try to smile at him or make a big deal out of it, he just let it rest there. Bakugo turned back to the screen and let Kirishima keep his hand there. Bakugo seemed to snap out of it, somewhat, when All Might put a hand on his shoulder and told him to come back so they could review. He told the boy that, win or lose, he could learn something from this. Indeed. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 piped up. Sometimes you learn even more from losing than you do from winning. It's important to remember that. The scene changed to the observation room. All Might declared that Ida was the MVP of the round, much to the boys' surprise. Tsuyu wondered why it wasn't one of the winners, and All Might put the question to the whole class. Momo raised her hand right away. She explained that Ida did the best to adapt himself to the exercise. Bakugo had allowed a grudge to get to him and acted reckless. Izuku and Uraraka's final plan was also reckless and wouldn't have worked in real life. Ida's actions were the only ones that really would have worked if it hadn't been training. Everyone stared at Momo when she was done. All Might thought to himself that she had said more than expected. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to overstep. Momo said, looking down. I really was too full of myself. She thought miserably. Yagi was quick to correct her though. Not at all, young Yorozu. I was merely surprised. I couldn't have said it better myself, which was only a problem because I had a whole speech prepared where I said almost exactly the same thing. He rubbed the back of his neck bashfully, and Momo's jaw dropped. Really? You truly agreed with my analysis? Looking back, I thought I was a bit too harsh. You did dissect the results quite efficiently. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 chimed in. The only critique I had was in the DLVOI, though that is more a social issue. You are a fellow student rather than a teacher, so you may wish to be slightly more diplomatic in pointing out your classmates' mistakes in the future. Though, if they mess so bad they put others in danger, bluntness is very well deserved. Aizawa added. Thinking back on it, some of the others did start to look a little annoyed when I kept answering after every round. And All Might started picking others to answer instead. He probably wanted to make sure the others were learning too. I'll have to remember to give others a chance to put their ideas forward too, and give them equal consideration. I think I understand. I'll do my best to improve my demeanor going forward. At least the analysis itself had been accurate. All Might scrambled for something additional to say, and went with saying Ida could have loosened up, but otherwise agreed with Momo. Present MIC's voiceover explained how Momo had gotten into UA by recommendations instead of the practical exam, while everyone continued to stare at her in awe. I've been meaning to ask, how do you get in by recommendations? What are the qualifications? Izuku asked. Well, you had to be sponsored by someone in the hero business, be it an actual pro or someone well known in support or management. We did fill out a written test, though I couldn't say if it was the same as the non-recommended applicants. Then we had a practical, which was a race through an obstacle course rather than fighting robots. Oh, and we each had to do an interview. Momo explained. Todoroki nodded, figuring that was enough to let them know it was the same for him. Izuku wrote the information down while the show continued. He was even more glad that he'd decided to do the regular test now. He didn't have much faith in his interviewing skills, and he'd have hated if he failed to get in because he couldn't manage to string the right words together. All Might got the students moving into a new training area so they could continue the trials. As they did so, Bakugo was shown, still looking stunned. He's really taking this hard, here. You think he's really never lost before? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 wondered. Maybe. Or maybe he just never lost at something he considered really important. Ashido mused. Uraraka breathed a sigh of relief as the scene moved on, the last bits of her nausea finally dissipating. Izuku looked at the on-screen Bakugo and thought of their talk after class that day, and wondered how he and the others would react to it being shown. The start of the next trial was shown, Shoji and Todoroki versus Ojiro and 𝐔𝐸𝐽. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 took off her gloves and boots so she could be completely invisible, and told Ojiro he couldn't look. So you really are naked except for the accessories? Mineta asked with a lecherous grin. No. Ojiro and 𝐔𝐸𝐽 answered. Simultaneously. The rest of the girls either sighed or rolled their eyes. I was just messing with him. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 explained. I have a bodysuit that I wear, you just can't see it because it's made out of a special material that works with my invisibility. The support company gave me a little info card about it, including how it's expensive to make. She told me about it after the match. Ojiro added. The second trial started. Shoji used his quirk to figure out where the heroes and weapon were and told his teammate, earning him a close-up and quirk explanation. Todoroki got Shoji to step outside before freezing the entire building solid. The villains were stuck, allowing Todoroki to get past easily. The students were once again left in awe of Todoroki's powerful quirk, though they were less grateful for the chill creeping up their spines once more. Oh. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 squirmed in her seat, and quickly took her shoes off, trying to bring some relief to the soles of her feet. Sorry. Todoroki muttered awkwardly. He hadn't felt bad about it before, it was just a part of the training and her bad luck of being put against him. He hadn't meant to do it a second time though. "'S okay, not your fault this time. Gotta say man, that look of yours is pretty freaky. Especially that red eye part, what is that even for?" Kaminari asked. Todoroki didn't answer him. He did wonder about his costume though, he had been ever since he got it. His classmates' reactions did show it gave him an intimidation factor, but he'd realized that the iced-over part made it harder to carry things. He may have to work on it. All Might commented on how efficient the hero team's takedown had been and declared them the winners. Todoroki was shown melting the ice he created before getting a close-up himself. Present MIC's voice wondered if the strength made him a monster. The other students gushed about how strong Todoroki was, and Bakugo looked upset. Bakugo scowled. He couldn't take on icy hot right now. But he would someday. Todoroki grit his teeth when he heard Present MIC's description. I am not a monster. I won't be like him. I won't use it. He thought angrily. Oh, sorry about that, Todoroki. I say a lot of things when practicing for the sports festival, and I only really ever use half of it. Present MIC looked over at Todoroki and was met with an icy stare. Hey, I promise I won't use that at the actual festival. Todoroki stared at him for a moment longer before nodding and looking back at the screen. Bits and pieces of the following trials were shown, usually heroes just entering and villains getting ready to defend. One snapshot showed Mineta eyeing Momo's backside while she did all of the work. Tsuyu's tongue snapped out and slapped Mineta. Ouch. What the heck? I already got the look from her for that. I for one approve of Tsuyu defending her classmate's honor. Ida stated. Seconded, the other girls said all at once. Mineta looked plaintively over at the teachers. Perhaps if you hadn't been so busy ogling you could have done more to help your partner. Aizawa said dryly. But she made the steel and everything for the door on her own. What was I supposed to do? Mineta whined. What about adding your quirk to the barricade? Aizawa challenged. Something to make the beams stick together would have made it even stronger. I believe I mentioned that in my review of your battle trial. Well, it seemed strong enough without it. And it was. They didn't break through. What about using it to secure the window? Izuku asked. Zu can stick to walls, she could have come up that way. I would have if it hadn't taken so long for us to find the weapon and realize why we couldn't get the door open. Tsuyu confirmed. Oh, I didn't think of that. Mineta looked down in embarrassment. Momo huffed and Jiru patted her shoulder sympathetically. A couple more scenes were shown, including one where Ashido burned holes in Iemar's sparkly cape. Then All Might was wrapping up the class, congratulating them all on doing well. My appealing cape. Ieimar bemoaned. I said I was sorry. Ashido pouted. Didn't you already get a replacement for it? Shiro asked. You never forget your first. Ieimar said morosely. That earned him some strange looks. Kinda bummed that we didn't get to see the rest of ours play out, but at least that means no one has to deal with any injuries again. Kirishima said. Even if Midoriya was the only one seriously hurt, there had been plenty of bumps and bruises gained during the other trials. With that first trial taking up 2 episodes, I'm pretty sure we'd be here ages if we went over everyone. Soto pointed out. Not like we don't know what happened. Shoji agreed. Midoriya hadn't seen the actual trials, but he'd gone around asking people about them during any downtime the following day, and he was pretty sure he overheard Midoriya asking Aizawa for the footage at one point. Tsuyu pointed out that this class was kinda anticlimactic after the intensity of Aizawa's first class. A number of people flashed back to Aizawa's grinning face and nodded in agreement. The image made Aizawa smirk. I never got why you guys said that. Uraraka interrupted. Our trial was pretty climactic, and the others were exciting too. Well, I was thinking more about how intense that first class was. Kaminari admitted. Your trial was pretty hardcore, but it felt different than the threat of expulsion, you know. Koda gestured and murmured something, and Tokoyami nodded. Yes, I agree. The class with All Might was less pressure and more passion. Especially since the excitement of the first trial had worn down a bit by the end. Jiru added. All Might stated he was going to go update Midoriya, and ran off in a burst of wind. He looked back as he did, and considered Bakugo. He thought about how much pride the boy had, and how having too much of that can make one's heart fragile. Bakugo grit his teeth. All Might's words were made all the more painful by the knowledge that the number 1 pro was, partially, right. None of the extras had reacted like he did to losing Or.